Okay, let's see what we got going here. I'll try and bring everybody in. Actually, let me see. Probably a better idea to go this way. Okay, folks. Let's try and bring people in. Oh, let's see. I'll see Mac or Zykes or whatever. Who ideas? Still. Mac. Oh, okay. Oh, I'll see if I can bring Matt in. Nicholas and she was set Sykes just in case. And Tommy Hall. And who's there? Hello, folks. Here I am. Obviously going on about who knows what kind of things. You never know how when I can get a cigarette or. I'll have to present what kind of argument against Fudgen. Go arcane chats and here we go. Oh, X Adam. Okay. Okay. It's there we go. Hmm. I was hoping that First Peter chapter 3 verse 15 would might give me an opportunity to try out new arguments against the existences of as I guess orthodoxically conceived as non-heretically. Uh, okay. I think it was A. Let's try B. Sure, etc. C. B. Sure, C. Okay. E. Double check real quick. Nobody's joined. E. F. G. H. I. J. I don't know. I'll try this Johanna Roth to see if he shows up. He's a pretty interesting guy. I think the case I could make is, at the very least, the Christian God is indifferent to suffering and perhaps even served by it in a number of cases. Precisely how intent I can pray to God to, oh, as well. For Han, I don't think the Muslim God is obsessed with suffering. It might actually have it worse. Floyd, Flyer, set it right on a G-Man. Oh, James Great, that'd be great to, K, L, James Great. Yeah, I'll send that to him. Might have shown up or not? Nobody. Well, yeah, it's all there. I think I have, is that the K's? That's a J's, K's. Maybe a little bit choiasm. and such. Yeah, articles advice probably materialism or something. Why he shows up under cause kafir. Yeah, the necessity of counter religions other than Islam. Yeah, that'll do it. I think it was an L. Okay. It's already there, but let's see. Oh, pillbox. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. I haven't seen him in a while. Who's Slash too? Bretsy's been totally off of here for quite some time. Pillbox, where are you? Come on. Do some kind of rant or whatever it is. I'll just be like, so what? Somebody join? No? Michael Strode. I don't think I can do a start. I think I already did. For that, and then, oh, Jimmy, you'd be great. The ends. Nomad Sage. He's got a way of speaking. Nephilim Free would be cool. He won't let me. Okay. And Nephilim Free Nomad Sage. Oh, gee. Nephi. Okay, I think I'm at the O's. X Pico. Oh, Rocko P. One P's, okay. Oh, darn. Oh, Buzz Rocco again, too. Oh, Vanessa Truth? No idea she is. It's Rocco, and he advocates for Meta. Let's see. Field and R. Rob Beasley just for the helmet. And always debate two wolves. Which wolf? Johanna Rotz. Let's try S. So Shani for the hell of it. She's not available. That's Tell Me Home. Shameless. I guess I have it. That's Shameless, yeah. This is Dorothy. 2 weeks ago. 2 minutes. That's like Pico. Try just a heck of it. Come on, Sykes. Yeah, plenty of transfer things to say in my comments. Come on and say I'm gonna hang out or something. Okay. What's going on here? Okay. There we go. Sykes Pico. Join. You've been here before. Okay. I set it to Mac already. 40 minutes. I think I'm on this is a tease. That's a tease. Most of these people have already appeared somewhere. Hey, wait, what did he say? From today. Huh? Yes. Okay. You. And and try Beckle. That would have been fun helper, of course. So I have to at least try him. Versus Thomas. I appreciate Sean's on. There we go. Dreadnought. I guess a Muslim. Might be tough for me to quote all the various relevant surah and all that, but Darwin's deity. Okay. Broadcast for free, whatever. Hello, are you there? I wonder. I'm still trying to make it happen. Hello.
Howdy, I think your cameraman's off.
Hmm. Oh, welcome, Desert, by the way.
You see the chat?
Oh, good point. Oh dear, I'm not hearing that. Desert, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you now. Okay.
Yeah, Nadia, it was off.
Cameraman's on, and what?
Yeah, it was off earlier. I got right in without being broadcasted.
Well, my logs don't show that anyone at all joined prior to you, so it'll all be good.
Do you have another Hangout up?
Yeah, I'm running to it once soon.
I was about to say, I wonder where everybody's at.
I don't know. Let's see. I'll try. I'll try joining 3. Hang on.
Okay.
I can only have the camera open too. Sorry, what's that?
How have you been today?
I'm trying to calm down. Things are causing a little bit of stress.
What's going on, Nadia?
That probably shouldn't be put on air.
Oh, okay. I'm really sorry to hear that some bad things are going on.
I found out where everyone went. Okay.
Is your other Hangout full?
It is full, but I think it's a different kind of discussion going on, and one that's less interested in whatever.
I think Darwin's has an off-air Hangout.
Yeah, I am actually in it right now. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
3 Hangouts you're in right now.
Yeah.
Shit.
3.
Now that is a lot of multitasking.
I can be it up to 6.
And you can multitask between all 6 effectively, efficiently?
No. I'm less effective at 2, and well, by the time I get to 3, there's already quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, Nadia, I'm not getting your invites anymore through G+.
Oh, you aren't?
No. Did you stop inviting me?
Oh, when I asked you aren't, what was your answer then?
Yeah, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting your G+ invites. I go through YouTube anyway.
Yeah, I'm using the live chat, whatever. Makes it forget invisible on Google Plus.
Have you ever seen I don't know if I could say, I'll type it in the chat.
Let me see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So anyway.
So, hey Farhan K.
What about MK?
Hey Farhan. No, I said hey Farhan K.
Oh, welcome, Farhan.
Oh, you can't talk? Damn.
No worries. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was floating the problem of evil with evidential problem of evil with Josh Brister, and it's odd, but I seem to have an I don't know, relatively alien thought process as to how to address uh, I guess the fences or whatever it is for it. Mm. Well, I cited actually 4 lines of evidence, etc., toward the evidential problem of evil.
Are you talking to Farhan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I know you're in other hangouts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Farhan, you're Sunni, right? Okay. Just seeing if I remember that correctly. Oh, I hear you.
Mm. Yeah, people seem to have this weird idea when I like. Apparently, they confuse job leads with like idiocy, like names of companies. Like that's not a lead. If you can put my resume on the freaking manager's desk, they will let you inside the building. Let you talk to the manager. You have rapport with the manager, so he'll actually look at what you put on his desk and you say, "Hey, this is somebody that'll get hired." That's a freaking lead, some kind of connection and such, right? Uh, you'll have a really strange freaking idea that you know, go apply at the website of whatever company they just name is constitutes a lead. Have no connection to the company, no ability to influence any hiring decision or anything like that. It's like, no, where is this coming from?
Nadia, I'm sorry it's been so aggravating for you.
This is not a fun way to earn a living.
Yeah, I bet you wish you could take a vacation from this place.
Change the idiot thing day and night. I mean, I've got it's got to be going even when I sleep, and
Yeah.
it doesn't pay very well. Like it's less than minimum wage.
Damn.
Wait, I've got to like shit my pants over like these like I don't know what kind of crowd movements or whatever you want to call them.
Crowd movements.
Yeah, like one day they're interested in my channel, the next day somebody else's, and it's like, I've got my always fucking just never-ending terror because, somebody like sprays out some like bullshit lie about you or something, and suddenly you'll be a pariah, and they're gonna go your whole thing.
That article.
I mean, in some respects, it takes it's an effective coordinated movement, but the coordinated movement can be no more than like, oh, the word gets around that I'm a bad enough person that I should be boycotted, and everybody boycotts me, and I'm gone, right? Yeah, there's of course, if things are I guess put in two people's hands, like there's like it's got a picture or whatever. When it's like totally on a whim. It's like
not a
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I can't be a legal contract for housing either. I'm on whoever it is whim. And okay, go ahead and tell me. I'll type something into Skype so you can see it. Go ahead. Or I'll type it here.
Get a stable job. Do you think you'd be here maybe at most once a week, if that?
Yeah, pretty much.
At least you'd still come around sometimes.
And might be more interested in reading.
Yeah. Yeah, me too a little bit, Farhan. Holy shit. Do you believe all that? Oh shit, she's muted.
Believe all what?
that Bill believes his landlord to be, or whatever. Oh, did I read that right?
When yeah, it's on the side chat. Well, Farhan, I'm not the one angry all the time. On the other hand, they follow me around in droves, so anyway. Hmm. Yeah, well, that's not the part you have to keep in the side chat.
Okay. There's a lot of anger on here.
Yeah. Well, in Brooklyn, they, I mean, still they had half an hour to pack up and get out. So.
Yeah, that was pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, hi, X Adam. Very good to see you on. Are you
Hello.
Ravi? Yes.
Just saw this pop up and thought I'd join in and see what was going on.
Excellent. Remind me of who you are again. Are you the one who's against social justice warriors and feminists?
No, I haven't been in any of this, or I'm not sure who I am in relation to this. It just popped up in my my Google Chats thing. So this is it's popped up a few times, and I got curious and decided, hey, I'll jump in and see what's going on here.
Excellent. Well, it's very good to have you on. I usually do, you know, a lot of times it ends up with a religious debate, but political and similar types of things come up too.
Yeah, I saw something with the title. I was wondering if it was probably part of like an atheist group or something that I would be part of on G+. So that's where I would come from, but not sure.
You'd be on the atheist line of things. So yeah. A lot of people from there too.
Yeah.
I think yep. I know for a fact there are no such things as gods, souls, or afterlives, or heavens or hells, and that Adam, Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, David, Saul, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and the Buddha never existed. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. So is this just a hangout that you just start up periodically and just have discussions on?
it is around the clock, and I try to keep debates on these things going around the clock too.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I was just presenting a case that at the very least, the Christian God could not exist by dint of the problem of evil, evidential problem of evil, and a scriptural analysis and such supporting that the Christian God's notion of the good was of intensified and increased human suffering. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm on the same page as that for certain. So this kind of, so you just have this going frequently and all the time then?
Not only do I keep them going around the clock, this is actually the second one I have going simultaneously.
Oh, I see.
I have two hangouts running simultaneously at once.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I saw two different ones came up. Okay. Cool. Well, actually, right now isn't. I should get going, but I was just curious what it was and wanted to jump in. But I would be interested in joining the discussion sometime.
Well, slow down. I'm having trouble hearing you. I think you're breaking up a little bit, or I'm breaking up maybe. Go ahead.
It could be mine too. Well, I don't know. The signal or the video feed looks really bad too. So
I heard you fine. I heard you fine. I think it's you, Nadia.
Yeah, probably me. Well, just try saying it again. If you go slower, I might have a better chance of picking it up.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I was just saying this sounds very interesting. Right now, I just decided to check out what it was because I was curious what kept popping up. But I think I will join in sometime and join the discussion.
Yep. We have quite a number of I don't know. I think it's like still more philosophical kind of thing, where we prove the fact that there are no such things as God souls and afterlives in heavens and hells, and we have rather intensive historical evidential analysis shows that Jesus Christ never existed. So.
Yeah. Well, cool. I am going to head out now, but I definitely am interested in all this. So I probably will join in and see you again sometime.
Absolutely. Very good having you on, and I hope to see you again soon sometime.
All right. Thanks. See you.
Take care, man.
Bye.
New face. Here we go.
What's almost funny?
What's up?
He was in a documentary? Okay.
Oh, yeah, he was. You know what he's talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
I watched some of it.
Okay, so the important priority here is that I can prove the truth, the facts that there are no such things as God, souls, afterlives, heavens, or hells, and that Adam, Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, David, Saul, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and the Buddha never existed.
Well, I agree it's extremely possible that they don't exist, but I don't know about a God not existing at all.
I can prove that too.
Don't know.
Yep, it's my brand. That's what I call it that. Oh yeah. There you go. I got hammer and sickle, you know. 28 million people who want to put their lives on the line for defeating the cause of fascism. That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
What does that say? CCCP? Those letters?
Well, yeah, but in Russian,
Okay.
the C is the S and the P is an R. It's supposed to be like the Greek. The sigma at the end of a word is like a C, and then the R is like the Greek letter rho, which.
Okay, yeah, I had a feeling it was Russian.
Hmm.
Well, I know for a fact demons don't exist. But if you asked me to articulate that, I'd be terrible at it.
What's that again?
I said I know for a fact that demons don't exist. But if you asked me to articulate that, I'd be terrible at it at this point in time.
Hmm. You think I ever needed to talk about this stuff before? I'm like, I don't know. I guess when I turned my medical monitoring service into some kind of like really lame kind of low paying kind of job to make money. Well, you know what? I mean, apart from being told like some kind of baby story, I apparently had declared myself an atheist before I can remember. Yeah. Well, I didn't become a racist or an angry, hateful person. Well, who the hell are these modern SJWs? Anyway, the important thing is, I didn't go on about freaking religion all day. You know what I did when I had like, some way to escape whatever this was, like, could actually work my way out of homelessness and work my way through college and all that, and actually get a career at the end too. You know what I did when I was going on, as far as religion went? Not much. I mean, every once in a while, it's like, oh, I don't bother with that bullshit. And, get on with my life, and putting in 70 hours a week at the factory during and having a freaking degree to get to. That kind of like kept me busy enough to not really worry a whole lot about religion. And my grand approach toward approaching religion, the rest of my life was to stay the hell away from the parts of the country where there are things like redneck hicks and Republicans and whatever kind of conservative kill all the LGBT people maniacs. And yeah, I mean, New York, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, Wilson Manors, all that. Yeah. I mean, I stayed the hell away from it. I mean, I went to parts of the country that are, have like almost absolutely no religion anywhere near them. I mean, Oregon was the most atheistic state in the 50 United States, and that was a selling point.
Really, Oregon?
Yeah, Oregon, or it used to be anyway.
Wow, that's I didn't know that. Uh,
The radical right, or whatever.
kind of agree with you, Farhan. Got to keep a
I mean,
balance.
do I look like the radical right to you? I mean, bear in mind, this is a hammer and sickle, not a swastika. And that's not the radical right.
No, I don't think so.
The radical left goes the same way again. You're looking at the radical left. You know, and to be honest, when I had anything to, you know, actually lose by being compromised, whatever, or whatever, when I had anything to lose by not compromising, you know what? I freaking compromised, and you know, I worked as a worker bee within the capitalist system, and didn't really get too bothered about it. You know, life on IRC was not consumed with, you know, capitalist versus communist or anarchist versus whatever, and you know, whatever kind of fascist libertarian or whatever it is, kind of opposition to it, or you know, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, or whatever it is, kind of opposition to atheism. I like about computer shit. I had computer jobs to do, and the details of it, you know, trying to survive, trying to put away enough friggin' money to get the fucking surgery. You know, because I wasn't just scared, you know, shitless beyond whatever, that surgery itself wouldn't happen. I was scared fucking shitless that the job would get rid of me, lay me off, etc., and put me on the freaking street. Guess what? Strictly speaking, what you're describing is a philosophical position itself, which might be foreign to, well, the ideology you're trying to critique. So, yeah, it wouldn't be an issue for me, but I can see. I know of a position. What do they call it? Negative utilitarianism. That would actually go against. I actually tried to present something like an argument like that, although I phrased it radically differently. And the anti-natalists, you know, said, "Oh, well, it's not a proper internal critique because, you know, the standard of having to, you know, simultaneously have, you know, the good and evil, etc., was actually foreign to their ethic, negative utilitarian ethic." And I'd also like to welcome Seamus. Very good to have you on.
Hello, Seamus.
Yeah, hey guys.
How are you doing, man?
Hey.
I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing all right.
Cool, cool.
I think Farhan is critiquing negative utilitarianism. Although I think he can't be on mic right now. Negative utilitarianism is that that things of ethical weight are only really suffering, and that one should try to minimize the suffering. And that, you know, the things on the plus side of that scale aren't really considered. As you might guess, I'm not a really big fan of that. But I've actually heard that people actually advocate it. I don't know if you've heard the anti-natalists. The anti-natalists try to advocate that one.
I've heard somebody, I think a couple of people lump you in with anti-natalism before, Nadia. But I know you're not one, right?
No. Yeah, they have sort of like Privatio Boni. I think Seamus, do you do Privatio Boni where like evil is the absence of good or privation of good? Yeah, they have like Privatio Mali. They're good at the privation of evil. And it's, what do you call it? Dukkha in Buddhism. D-U-K-K-H-A.
Dukkha.
And, yeah. Their own term for it, or the custom term for it, whatever it is, it's good. They call it a hedonic treadmill. Anyway, I guess I had a few arguments against that. One is I think that there are things that are not merely the satisfaction of desires that give rise to things I'd say are of moral weight. I'd say that the what is it? Well, at the very least, there are things that catch you by surprise. So they weren't things you necessarily wanted or were striving for. But there are things you come to learn to love in a way.
Mm.
So it's a desire that arrives after the fact of the thing actually happening, all that. And then I think last but not least, there's also the I guess the desire itself going away. I want estrogen and such, so it's like maybe not quite working somewhat otherwise, but there are some people who apparently are very uncomfortable with their own sexual desires, and they appear to be religious people. And what I heard was a doctor I went to for my orchiectomy actually does more of those kinds of operations on like religious people who are, very uncomfortable with their sexuality and want to, stop having the urges and all that, than they do trans people like me. So.
Shane was still there.
I'm not sure how it really works with religion. I think it was what, Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 1, and it's like the usual Catholic doctrine of every sperm is sacred. All that jazz, right? But somehow I thought it would mix with their religion.
Does it say that? Every sperm is sacred?
I'm not sure the Bible does. Monty Python did, though.
Oh, man.
What do you think, Shameless?
I'm not sure what Shameless
Yeah,
is
but anyway, the desire fading out and all that, that has that would be a sort of alleviation of suffering, a privation of evil that doesn't fit into their model, right? Suffering's like a satisfaction or whatever it is, a desire. Okay. Knocking the desire out beneath it isn't all entirely there and all that.
Hey, Nadia.
What's that?
When you see a buff guy, do you have a copious amount of desire?
Well, probably more memories of such than actually much of anything now. This box of cereal and a bag of chips was not a good start on it, but like really so uncomfortable with my body at this point that even if they were really hot guys, I'd probably not really feel up to doing a whole lot with one. So.
It's rough.
Anyways, for anti-natalist ideas, like you're on this treadmill of desire, whatever it is. There's how's it go? I mean, you can like, I guess temporarily just kind of like satisfy this desire. Okay.
Shit.
You can temporarily like satisfy this desire and such, but after you've temporarily done that, it comes back, and ultimately it doesn't really do a whole lot. You're just kind of like stopping the suffering of the unfulfilled desire temporarily in some kind of way. It's like, hang on a minute. I could think of a few cases where it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know what he's on about. I think it's like, I think that I've become an anti-natalist or something like that.
Some people think
They're interesting people to debate because what's that?
Some people think you are an anti-natalist. But you said you're not. I don't think you are. I mean, I don't think you're going around
I think
saying...
it's probably... I think people should be more thoughtful than they are. In general, people are still, even without somebody like dictating it to them, like, being, I don't know, in some way considerate of the kinds of, environment, how well they're actually able to take care of things. So they'll hold back whatever from all that. Do I think some people should be a little bit, tighter standards about how they do that? Yeah, maybe. Do I think it's a big deal? Not really. Like, okay, I get to very control of all that stuff, social safety net and all that. Yeah, I'm all for it. Sterilize people? Not really. Somehow browbeat them into not doing what they were going to do in the first place? Not really. So, what exactly is it that I advocate? Well, think about it a little bit more. I think not too many people are going to be objecting a whole lot to that. I don't know, it might still be weird. And welcome, Realistic Nihilist. Very good to have you on. Bear with me while I get back to you. Well, actually, I'm on the headset the whole time. I was just discussing anti-natalism with Desert Farhan, and I think Shamos was on his way back in momentarily.
Oh, hear what I said? I said, why aren't you for sterilizing people?
Oh, well, in general, I think it's okay and good if people want to get sterilized, but
no, I'm asking why aren't you pro?
To,
I'm asking why aren't you pro inflicting sterilization on people?
Pro involuntary sterilization?
Yeah.
basically for the general kinds of considerations of bodily sovereignty.
I'm sorry, say that again. Do you say bodily
sovereignty? Bodily sovereignty, yes. I'm in favor of that.
Evidently.
Yep. So no, I don't want people sterilized.
But why are
forcibly or whatever.
Why aren't you just in favor of it in the case of you, but in the case of everyone?
Well, I wasn't. I guess involuntarily sterilized.
No. I'm saying, why aren't you in favor of bodily sovereignty in your case, but not everyone else's case?
I am in favor of bodily sovereignty for everyone else's case too.
Yeah, I'm asking why that's the case. Rather than just for you.
I think some element of universality is, well, I guess a proper kind of way to think of things. So, yeah, the kind of that I would have bodily sovereignty. I'd want to universalize that to everyone else. And I mean, apart from that, I'm not sure I could just really say much more that I want that. So.
Okay. So you don't think it would be cool if people got taken away reproductive rights?
No, I do not think it would be cool to mass sterilize people.
Shame.
Well, I mean, if for some reason, let's say, large proportions of the human population ended up turning up trans or something, and seeking out sterilizing surgeries, I'd be okay with that, but that's because they themselves are quote unquote wanted in some way.
Of course you'd be okay with that. We're not. Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about voluntary sterilization. I was talking about involuntary sterilization.
You're talking about voluntary the whole time.
Right, I was talking about involuntary sterilization.
Okay.
Yeah, I was conveying my preference for involuntary sterilization.
Okay.
And I was just curious as to why you don't have that preference.
I don't know. I generally more like seeing people feel they have the like they're in one piece, like they're whole, like they're not wounded. So that ends up pushing me toward that.
I see.
And by and large, when somebody's wounded or whatever, I mean, I'm not a doctor or a nurse, but the idea of patching them up, sewing them together, and all that is the kind of thing that occurs to me is the right thing to address that, or what I want to see for them, right?
What's going on in the other hangout?
What's that?
What's going on in the other hangout?
Hang on, I'll listen in for a little bit. I think Brother Ned is doing his odd thing and so on and so forth. It's kind of relatively I wouldn't say it's very high flown.
See, now you say so on and so forth, and I say it, and I wonder if I wonder if I unconsciously picked that up from you.
You make me wonder where I picked it up from myself. I should stop saying that. I don't think cliches are good things. I'm sorry?
There is something that you say that I can't remember off the top of my head. You say it very frequently. There's so on and so forth, and oh, okay, yeah, I do. You say go ahead when you finish speaking.
Oh, right. Yeah, absolutely.
Huh? Yeah, you go well. And Philip picked that up from you.
Oh dear, that's I am not attempting to influence other people's speech in such a manner. I should
so now
really
Philip,
avoid. Oh, sorry.
So now Philip says, "Go ahead" when he stops talking.
Well, it makes sense. Some kind of signal for radio protocol. Yeah, ends up being necessary in some respect. Especially since we are doing something relatively close to radio and such, right?
Ow.
So I actually tried floating the evidential problem of evil earlier today, which is the second time I think. I'm sorry.
How did that go?
I think the response was master apologist, that's the other side, was largely to kind of derail and whoops.
Do you think you did a good job rendering the argument?
Not really.
Okay. It's a pretty simple argument, though, isn't it? What did you say?
Please hold for an important business call.
Nadia?
Yes?
On my credit card?
Yeah, I think it was,
Jim.
I don't know, in some ways, maybe. But a lot of the force of the argument ends up being kind of an emotive force, and I don't think I properly delivered or exploited that and so on.
Yeah, let me know.
So, I'll say it again.
Nothing. The idea is pretty simple, right? The idea is that an omnibenevolent, all-powerful being generates the expectation that we would see less evil than we see, right?
Yeah. And I,
So that means that the amount of evil disconfirms the God hypothesis, right?
Right. And I'd also like to welcome our king. So I ended up noticing that the other side was really hung up on the word good, basically saying, that the word good was basically, tied inextricably to their idea of gods. So
Doesn't matter. It's an internal critique.
Suffering. Yeah, I just translated it to suffering and such, right?
Doesn't matter. You don't have to translate it to suffering. I mean, you can.
Well, it helps. Yeah, it helped though, right? Because they were so hung up on the word good being tied to God that it was
Right, but the point is that
it
it's
seemed a natural point where. What's that?
the point is that it's an internal critique.
Yes, yes.
If they're going to, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I was, I think, able to get an idea that it was counter to their established ideas and traditions and such regarding the intentions and purposes of God. So, unfortunately, concluding it and so on was something I wasn't able to do very well. Never really kind of wrapped up. It was just, kind of not so much of an impasse, but maybe not very much remarked upon kind of assent or something like that. I don't feel like the sort of broad arc of the reasoning and such, I don't know, got connected in a cogently summarized way, and I think pretty much other people like trying to listen in came out of it more confused than they were, or if not confused, and having lost interest, as opposed to noticing a kind of like oh snap, that's there's a conclusion. The conclusion didn't seem to have show forth. Yeah. What do you think, Arcane?
And why do you think that was?
Sorry?
Why do you think that was?
I'm a very poor presenter, and very poor at rhetoric too.
Would you like to improve?
It would be nice to, yes. I don't know how far I can get.
Do you think that you can be trained?
In general, yes. I think the particular kinds of deficits I have may make rhetoric and such a
Hold on.
steeper uphill battle for me than for many other people and such, right?
Yeah, I do. Okay, what do they want?
Yeah, I ended up, I think it was something like 4 different points or whatever. In effect, I think Joe Sonsi, I'm not sure, or Creason, you may have seen him on recently. He actually tracked down papers touching on, and actually more elaborate and more robust kind of versions of the subpoints. Because I tried a few weeks ago, pretty much with the same set of points, and it was a representation to people in the Hangout earlier. So it was the natural evils of, I guess, limited natural resources and heterotrophy. I'm not sure if I said evolution itself, but those would be one set of the kind of natural evils. They'd be natural evils in the sense that they kind of throw things into competition and opposition with each other, and make their kind of only ways of surviving and such, at the expense of others and all that. Another one was that I think those spanned like 2 different points. So I think it would be a third one if I used inequality and injustice as a kind of natural evil in itself. Rendered, I guess, those who were the losers of it to suffer all the more intensely for, the success of those who were, quote unquote, getting the good. And I think beyond that, I had, further elaboration on the injustice and inequality part was that the good guy couldn't really use that as a way to rationalize or justify rather the kinds of suffering there, because injustice and inequality are bad in themselves, and also there's pretty much a sharp lower limit. You can't really do better than all things equal. So there's last but not least, actually the anti-hedonic treadmill sort of analysis, akin to the Buddhist idea of dukkha, that all the pleasures and whatever you want to call those things are really just alleviations of desires and alleviations of suffering and all that. So that, the good itself is not the sort of thing that actually has intelligence to it. Rather, it's the suffering and evil and all that. So, and that ends up being something evidentially supported, I guess, by a little bit of psychology and such. And basically, I guess the demand is to produce the kinds of arguments that make against the antinatalists. And they present the same, and not very many people do that. And it's also kind of a direct counter to claims of privatio boni, which I don't see very often evidentially established and such.
Nadia, do you think that was easy to follow?
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure it can be made so. Sorry?
You're not sure that someone else could have articulated what you were trying to articulate more clearly?
I think the thought process involved with this is hard for people to follow, yeah. I think some of it's the actual content, the ideas, as opposed to just the way I'm saying it.
I was talking about the presentation.
I'm not sure there is a way to present it that's easy to follow.
Okay. But I'm saying, do you think that the presentation in and of itself made it more difficult to follow?
I would grant that my presentation was not the best it could have been of those particular ideas.
Okay, because I'd like to help, but I'm not sure exactly what to do. I think most people develop, well, first of all, most people are cisgendered, right? So they have this natural sort of loudness to them. And I think that you've softened your voice sort of intentionally, right, for it to be more feminine. And so I think that contributes.
I think it's Well, the cause of that is not entirely accurate. I actually sound more feminine if I try to be loud.
You sound more feminine if you try to be loud?
Yes.
Well, I think a lot of the... if that's true, then I would recommend you try that more often.
You think it's like the actual sounds of it that are
I think it contributes.
a better comprehension? Yeah, okay.
I think it contributes. Well, in music theory, there's a whole other piece to it. That type of accentuation is called dynamic, right? And I think most people, when they're engaged in debate, are far more dynamic than you are. And so yes, I do think it contributes. In fact, I think it contributes heavily.
That's worthwhile to consider. What?
I think dynamism is very important in rhetoric, right? People have to be able to hear you to understand what you're saying. But I do also think that there's an amount of time that you pause to think out what you're about to say. And I think the amount of time is not necessarily conducive to presenting the ideas as well as you'd like. I also think that you go off on sort of tangential ideas that occur to you. I have that same problem, but I try to stop myself from doing that, from going off on tangents that are irrelevant to the subject or that are irrelevant to the particular argument, just because I get reminded of something,
Mm-hmm.
But I understand the need to cover all the bases. So I feel like that's probably what you're trying to do, but I think that makes it harder to follow arguments. And so I think a stepwise fashion for your interlocutor would be beneficial. So when you make an initial point, you clarify with your interlocutor immediately after that point is complete, rather than going on a diatribe and expecting them to pick up on every single thing. I mean, you've seen, for example, how Jack asks very blunt, straightforward questions, right?
Yes, yes.
All that stuff contributes. Jack will go on a rant sometimes, and I think that those are easy to follow because they've been constructed. The rant is warranted sometimes after they've been constructed through the dialectic. So people are already following the dialectic, and then the rant is just a sort of recapitulation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
So I wonder if we could work on it, because it sort of bothers me that you're not heard a lot of the time.
Well, it's possible for me to be louder with conscious effort. What I tend to run into is essentially fatigue.
Oh, you get tired of using your voice more loudly.
Yes.
Okay.
It's there is a trick to also
But doesn't there
I guess
seem,
sounding more feminine while quiet. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
but doesn't there seem like there's a sort of forcefulness to my voice that doesn't exist in yours? And it's not that it's, and it's not, it, I mean, it probably doesn't have anything to do with masculinity or femininity, because Godless Girl has this force to her voice as well. Doesn't she seem, the way she articulates and maybe the inflections in her voice sort of convey this forceful, attention-grabbing dynamic, don't they? I mean, do you hear the distinction?
Yes, I am very poor at I guess what we call intonation or inflection and such, right?
Okay. Oh.
That's actually a an area where I'm aware I need to improve, but the strategies for that are not very well published in literature and such way. Pitch and
Well, I think you
primarily
just
pitch
need.
and timber. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think you just need. I don't think reading about it would help. I think you need a teacher, honestly, because first of all, and I don't think there are many teachers because I think it's a skill that a lot of people develop. So it would be a very niche sort of subset of teaching.
Speech therapist.
Yeah, speech therapy, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what they do, so don't know exactly if they can. If it's not like they manufacture rhetoricians, is it?
Not necessarily, but the problems you've identified are ones that they do work on themselves. The difference is that the difficulties they're trying to correct in most of the people like myself are, well, for people with different kinds of arrangements and such than my own. The usual kind of pattern is that people fall into a softer speaking voice in order to sound more feminine and such, where my case, I achieve it what femininity I can by getting louder. Only that pattern itself makes much of the canned advice that tends to get broadly distributed on the internet relatively useless to me and such.
I also think that there's an amount of concision you're missing.
Oh, very much so. I'm aware of that.
So I just want to know how you think it can be alleviated. I mean, I don't work on anything like this. It bothers me that a lot of times you're not heard, you know. When you are discussing and they're your ideas, right, and they're your hangouts and things like that, I feel like you should be heard. I mean, I know everyone gets ignored here and there. I know everyone gets ignored here and there in these discussions because someone will try to interrupt someone else, and see, I was just going to say so on and so forth. People try to interrupt and they're not allowed to interrupt, and so I understand that voices get ignored sometimes, but it seems pretty consistently the case that your voice is often ignored. You know what I mean? Do you get that impression as well?
Very much so. Very much so. It seems like, I'm pretty much tuned out, basically until I shut up and so on.
Was that a cough due to your cigarette smoking, or was that due to inhalation of something foreign like a beverage?
That was smoke.
Okay.
A little too much smoke.
Yeah, it wasn't enough smoke also.
Maybe not.
Yeah, this is just the tautology game.
What do you think, Arcane?
I think he's trying to give you some good advice.
I do appreciate it. Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
I
I
noticed
hope.
that too. You tend to be talked over more so than others. I don't know if it's just your passive nature or you just don't have the effort to want to talk over people or assert yourself. But you don't get bullied or anything. It's just your voice seems to drown out when someone's combating you unless you know, really put your foot down. But I'd like to see a little bit more of what he's saying. You know, it makes a lot of sense. You would probably be heard a lot more if you worked on those things. I think those things are what all of us could work on, honestly.
Well, fingers crossed. With some self-awareness and vigilance, I can, well, improve things, even if I don't have a great deal of guidance.
Might be helpful for you to gather your thoughts in a way that you can write them out before you speak them, just in order to almost read them completely. You know, because part of the thing is that you pause mid-sentence, and it's sort of like you don't know what you're about to say.
Hard to follow.
People, I think, often say it's cadence that is unusual and difficult to, I guess when I'm really trying to stop and not and so on.
Oh, so cadence like intonation in speech.
Yeah, it's what
I'm
grabs the ear.
really familiar with the musical definition of cadence, so this is something that's new.
Well, it's sort of the same. It's a familiarity with the sounds, right? It's just what grabs the ear. So a person with a more steady and fluent cadence will grab your attention and hold your attention longer than someone who chops up their speech.
Yes, a smoother sort of way of presenting things, and I guess stringing together what words I do would hint better to people where I'm inviting them to take their turns and who not talk over me and such, right? Go ahead.
Я говорю все время. А что такое? Well, I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you guys later.
Peace out.
Later, man.
Absolutely. It's very good having you on.
So what, you got 2 different hangouts going?
Nadia, you're muted. Yeah, she does. She has 2 going on.
It might be, sorry.
Yeah, you're in that third one too, right?
Yes, I'm in 3 of them, right? So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, this one's a little bit more chill than the other one you got going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. It's, I guess, easier to have a conversation that's focused between just a few of us with a clearer floor and I guess fewer interruptions too.
Who's in the other one?
Well, there's one with Darwin's Deity, David Busher, Positively Godless, and Matt Bell. And there's another one with Art Norris, Brother Ned, Christopher Stewart, Dionysus, Jack Angstreich, John Devane, Ludic Interface, and me again too.
Wonder how Matt Bell's behaving.
Mm-hmm. I haven't listened in very recently, but it seems that he's not behaving well this time either.
Yeah, Matt Bell is a special guy.
Yeah, it's a shame that I lost the one from last night. I was doing a changeover, and somebody presented things that they shouldn't have. I was trying to delete the one that had been on air for about 5 minutes or so, and I hit the wrong button or some such and deleted the hangout before it, which was the one with all the good stuff from Matt Bell doing his bad things.
What did the person screen share to make you have to delete it?
Oh, I really shouldn't say, but
Oh, that bad?
Must have been something.
UAV on standby.
Oh, no way.
so I don't know if the kinds of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just said, oh, okay.
I don't know if the kinds of presentations I made of the evidential problem of evil seem interesting to anyone else. Kind of made some attempts to approach it from a bit of a different direction from, I think, what is typical and all that. So, in effect, something like a surprise chest opening.
Sorry, I'm getting my butt whooped in Call of Duty here.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Man, they put me with the worst teams ever, man, and I'll just lose like 10 straight. It's like, come on.
If I had a regular paying sort of thing that I don't care if it dealt with customers or what, and yeah, I'd not bother doing that much of this, and if any at all, really. I think the precariousness and just I don't know, mercuriality of it is all very difficult to handle.
Like what specifically?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
My like ad revenue is going up and down because who knows what kinds of fluctuations of popularity or unpopularity are going on, and the always being on edge or whatever, basically going totally broken, getting thrown out.
You can hear us through your headset, right?
Yes, I'm on the headset.
Yeah, I guess I'd be worried too if I had a roommate like that.
Well, the ones before apparently weren't terribly steady either. They kind of told me I had half an hour to get out and all that.
And that was really messed up.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised.
Yeah, they just threw you on your keister like that, out of nowhere.
It was the first I heard of these disturbances. hadn't been disturbing anyone as far as I could tell. Everything was perfectly placid and going steady, and I was set to stay until, well, maybe either they were leaving themselves or I had found a better place or something. But, yeah.
Nadia?
Yes?
OG is asking for a link.
Oh, I didn't see that. Well, you can give it to him.
Yeah, I guess I could. 1 second.
I'm not in front of the keyboard.
Oh shit, it won't let you post links into that broadcast chat, damn it.
Oh, well, try an external chat with him. Or I'll do it.
Should I put it in? Oh, hold on.
It's in the description of the YouTube video.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
So major thing is, I guess, I try to present, things that are, well, kind of of and somewhat higher quality than that. But I think, like both you and Realistic Nihilist said, my presentation skills are somewhat lacking, so it ends up getting lost in the shuffle and such, right?
Alright, I told him he could, that it was in the description.
I don't know how interesting it ends up being in the end. I think for the most part, the people who come in or end up watching are really not watching to hear me myself.
What do you think they're watching?
Well, they want to see the other people who come into my channel having shouting matches between each other.
Yeah, people like to see those.
Yeah, it's true. That's why people go to cage matches, It's like
Yep.
ancient Rome all over again on the internet.
The gladiators?
Yeah. And the internet gladiators, yeah. That's what we're seeing. People are bored, There's nothing else to do.
I do not think of myself as an internet gladiator.
Nadia, you're a warrior for Darwin.
I'm a what?
You're a warrior for Darwin.
Hail Lucy.
Yeah, if anything, I think of myself something more akin to a teacher or a nanny or something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, come on.
Not oh, sorry?
Oh no, I shot this guy like twice in the face with a shotgun and he's still like shooting back at me. Okay.
What are you gonna say, Nadia?
Oh, did I drop down to 3G or something?
I don't know.
I've only got 1 or 2 bars of 4G. I think it says 2 bars right now. Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that existed.
4G
Yeah.
on phones?
Yeah, I'm not very up and up with all the tech.
Well,
How
it
new
depends
is
on where you are.
Say it again?
So it
how new?
depends on where you are. You can buy a 4G phone, but your area might not take 4G and you'll be in 3G. Just depends on your location, where the towers are. Yeah, but anyway.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, you must be. I could hear him fine. Hey, Nadia, am I breaking up? Yep.
I just dropped out of the other call.
So the hangout that Matt Bell is in, is that your hangout?
No, that was Darwin CDs.
Hmm.
Does he ever use Evolution False anymore?
No, he says he doesn't use it anymore because there was an imposter.
Oh, man. Hey, Joe.
Oh, and welcome, Joe. Yeah. Realistic Nihilist was just in saying, if I guess, improve my clarity of speech and such somehow, I might be able to more effectively deliver debate messages and whatnot.
Yeah, I think you need a better audio device as well. That might help a little bit.
Mm. Yeah, some of that's compensating for the environment because things don't have as heavy of compression. I guess ends up I don't know, drowning the intonation or clarity and such out of my voice. Would also pick up more ambient noise, including people playing music around me or talking around me and such, right?
I can actually hear you fine.
Yeah, it looks like I got a third bar on 4G. Oh, okay, well, 2 bars. Hmm. Yeah, some of it is maybe not, or as opposed to not, you know, making the things that connect it, I guess, clear to those I'm talking to, which I guess needs a bit of, I don't know, if mind reading or considering of the audience or something in order to you know, avoid skipping steps where, at least as I understand it, they see it as skipping steps. Well, the audio is somehow a barrier, but it's not the only one.
So what part of the world are you in right now, Nadia?
I am in Morrisania in the Bronx.
Oh, the Bronx. You ever seen a Bronx Tale?
Have I ever seen the Bronx what?
The Bronx Tale. It's an old movie.
No.
It's classic. You gotta watch it, especially if you're in the Bronx.
My plan is to go to what is it, Montefiore in mid-February for a consultation for breast augmentation, which I don't know if they think insurance is going to cover it, but I'll show up anyway.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's kind of the last on my list of any kinds of surgeries and such that I think would be of any use to address my concerns, but you know, I guess in some respects, I'm restricted to the kinds of things they're actually offering as opposed to the things that would benefit me most.
Yeah.
If they're going to do implants, I'll probably get a lot more out of hip implants and breast implants.
Say
wow.
hip.
Yeah, hips, yeah.
Oh wow.
So you went the hips over the breasts? Like you prefer the hips
Yeah.
first? Oh wow.
Prefer, I'm not sure is the right word. I think they would deal with something that hurts me a lot more than, I guess, not having breasts.
Well, the hips you
Two
can.
places up. Sorry.
Well, you can do like workouts and stuff to like tone your body. And that's just, you know, you don't necessarily have to get surgery for that. Breasts, I understand. Just might have to go through some grueling calisthenics to get, you know, to tone up your rear and all that.
It's not exactly the rear end. It's more of things on the sides. And part of the tricky part is the kind of movement, which is basically spreading your legs, is tough to get resistance on without a machine.
Hmm.
It basically be something like, you know, pushing your legs into their being pushed like they're closed and shut, and you resist and open your legs anyway, right? They're called abductors, I think.
Yeah.
That can't be cheap. All those surgeries can't
Well,
be
at the
cheap
moment,
at all.
they wouldn't be cheap if I were able to get them at all. And for the foreseeable future of the rest of my life, it doesn't appear that any of them at all are going to happen.
UAV awaiting orders.
Established perimeter at 10,000 feet ATL. Midway, UAV fuel check complete.
I had a career once. I got myself up the street for long enough to try to,
Ready for deployment.
I guess, well, are you all right there? I think you're feeding back something.
Yeah, we can hear the game.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Timeline 50% check.
My bad.
yeah, I had a career once, and I got there after kind of working my way through college, university, or whatever, and that and some pretty dire straits already. I was having to buy all my medicine out of my own pocket and all that. Granted, it was a lot cheaper back then than it is now, but it still wasn't cheap and all that. It was really working pretty long hours at a rather physical job. That was, I think, in some ways more demanding than, I guess, longer hours at a less physical job. And yeah, it was pretty rough. Well, okay, I guess there were jobs plural, given that I may not have had two of them at a time, but they, on the other hand, I was still about to go from job to job. I had this one thing where I was like, well, it was involving spraying this like plastic coating stuff on the underside of car bodies, and there were a few different parts to it. I mean, some of us would like spray extra stuff where the robots wouldn't get it, and others of us would take the masking off of the screw holes and things. That was like really fast paced. It was very repetitive. It was I think it was like every 38 seconds. 38 seconds per car body. The big one after that was chipping overweld off of train cars. I was going at, had a hammer and chisel. It's like chipping away at the different spots they'd weld. It looked almost like, I don't know, the corrugated siding, whatever it is. You see people like using chassis towns and like their road or something. So the train cars made out of only kind of thicker version of that, because I mean that stuff was pretty stiff, and it also wasn't shiny. But the one that was like really nasty, cut in a way, not so much because it was like that bad a working environment, so to speak, but I mean, there was this Venetian blind place, and I was like stringing thread through the blinds and stuff, and where the other ones were like paying like I think the first one was like over $10 an hour. Like at 70 hours a week, I'd be getting time and a half up to I forget when, and then double time after that. So I was getting like more. I was getting over 700 a week. Like by the time I racked up 70 hours, whatever the taxes would have been on it, kind of gets the 10 mark, whatever. And what I put away from that covered a lot of the rest of the time that I was at university. But the pay just kept going down and down. Like the overall chipping place, that was like $750 or something. A big cut already. And by the time I got to, I sank as far as the Venetian blind place. I was like minimum wage was just like $4 something an hour, and I mean it wasn't that it was so much a different standard of working and all that, as it was just it paid so much friggin' less. It was bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's like same standard of work, paying a lot fucking less. Yeah.
Mm.
And yeah, I saw Arcane dive into Darwin's.
Did he go into Darwin's just now?
Mhm.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, by the way, you have me saying "oh dear" now.
Oh dear.
That.
Mm.
You've been changing their speech and didn't know it.
I've been changing my speech, really?
You've been changing my speech, Philip's speech apparently, and
Well, the speech I need to change is my own more than anyone else's.
oh dear. Yeah. See, even got Joe saying, "Go ahead."
Do you think they would rather be influential? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say so.
So that renders me influential.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, a number of people do too.
Can guys say, "Oh dear"?
I don't see why not.
Cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think my laughs, if I even have them, come across very feminine.
I think they do. Honestly.
When was the last time I laughed?
I hear you laugh fairly frequently.
Let me kind of laugh.
I've never heard you like crack up at something. Just have a giggle fit or something. I've
Yeah.
never seen you laugh so hard at something that you could have contained yourself, Nadia.
Yeah, I think I'm yet to
Okay.
see that.
You know, I think that maybe you have when like when you get all like what's it's not ditzy. It's more girly when you're drunk. You get kind of like a like mischievous or whimsically, but I've never, and so you're always smiling.
Yeah.
But I think that just makes you talk faster. I don't think even then I would be able to hear Nadia.
Okay. Well, what can I say?
But like I'm really good at having, like I said, I co-op laughs because a lot of times I just think that's funny, just the person laughing, or if someone laughs at something really bad. Usually when I laugh at something I shouldn't be laughing, the laugh I make is the laugh that my brother does. My brother, my brother, when him and his girlfriend on the 4th of July were riding bikes down the beach, his girlfriend fell off the bike and broke her jaw in 3 places. So they had to like wire her mouth shut, and he kept on like going up to her while she's sitting in the hospital bed going, "Hey, you want some chips? Oh, wait." That's how he would laugh. And it's like, now every time I laugh at something, mostly what Rustin says, that's how I laugh. Or, yeah. What made me laugh last night? That was really funny. No, nothing. I haven't cracked up I haven't cracked up since New Year's. When Bulldog was yelling at Steve for not understanding how creationists explain koalas and kangaroos migrated to Australia after the Ark.
Who's Bulldog?
Bulldog 101. He's an Australian guy, and I rarely see him. and I think he's yeah.
Is that a John May stock account?
I don't know who John. I don't know who that is.
Oh. Well, that'll do it.
I still feel really new. Like there's a whole generation, and they kind of stopped caring about Hangouts when I started going into Hangouts, and so a lot of people are talked about that I still haven't met. Like only last week I met Ozzy for the first time.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't enjoy men much here. I think there's drama somewhere that I got sideswiped by somehow that I ended up not wanting to cover around much. But even so, I try to just keep doing what I'm doing and get along.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. I'm going to make this all about me again. What arguments have you guys heard from G-Man besides the prophecy argument and his prayer argument? Have you guys heard him use any other arguments for God's existence?
No, I was going to say answer prayer. That's about the only one I remember.
Yeah.
I think he uses a sort of regress on regress to higher authorities and says that the highest authority has to be God somehow, but doesn't really actually connect the dots all the way.
That's the other thing I've noticed with. He uses another one that I don't even consider an argument the more I think about it, but with all three of them, it can be argued that they're not arguments for God's existence. It can be argued that what's up?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's. I can't believe it. I don't know. I have a feeling I need to prepare for, being, I don't know, how to address when he's just as incredulous. For example, Sean Carroll in his debate against William Lane Craig just was trying, the only answer he had to, or the only answer I can remember, to be fair, hey DPR, he might have went more into it, but when Sean Carroll tried to explain that the type of causality that happens within the universe cannot be applied to the type of causality of the universe, William Lane Craig went with, if the universe can just pop into existence, what next? What about bicycles or root beer or blah blah blah? And Sean Carroll came up and said, William Lane Craig gets a lot of mileage out of this credulous argument. I can only quote so and so in that I do not know how to refute an incredulous stare, but I don't know how to. I have a feeling that from looking at the way he's debated other people, G-Man will mostly try and attack whether or not I know the scripture, and and whether or not I'm representing atheism. And I think that I got the representing atheism one covered completely. And I think I can explain why the scripture part is not relevant. And I think that's also deflated by the structure, because usually G-Man brings it up when he's doing question and answer parts, which is totally lame. He he has a 20-minute opening and he only uses 12 minutes of it, and then he spends most of his Q&A parts quoting scripture. It's like, do that in your opening and then just refer to it in your he seems to think that you don't flesh out your arguments in your opening. He seems to think that you do that in your rebuttal periods. And I mean,
So
and
do I take it from this that you've arranged some sort of academic debate with G-Man?
master debate with tomorrow at 7 Eastern Standard Time, and it's all formal. That's the other thing.
And you've got a moderator?
No, he's not telling me anything, so I don't think it's going to happen. He hasn't told me anything yet.
I mean, it was what, Nadia, about within the last month that he arranged to have a debate with you and then pulled out because you'd said something nasty about him, and you obviously were too foul-mouthed to have a civil discourse with.
She didn't even say anything. It was people in her room, just because they were in her room being rude to him.
I can't remember, because at the time, Nadia, you and I had a brief exchange about what sort of things he was likely to bring up, and I can't remember what the title of the debate that you had planned.
That was the other issue. It was weird, the title of the debate.
Well, what was it? What was the one with you, Nadia? I can't remember. Oh, is atheism a realistic position to hold?
It was is atheism logical?
Yeah, and what's the one that you've got potentially going with him tomorrow, Joe?
Does God exist?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm sick of all these hyper-specific debates that everyone's got going. Floyd's debating the authorship, I think, of a specific gospel with Shamos, and he debated prophecy with G-Man. And what else? I think he also debated.
I think we probably recognise that G-Man is going to use the Bible as evidence of the existence of God. I don't know. Well, there are only, so far as I can see, and I think actually he'll use both, and maybe more the second one. There are only two ways in which you can consider that there's evidence of God. One is that the Bible is divinely written. Well, I don't need to advise you on how to debunk that. The second, though, I think is probably going to be personal revelation, and he's going to come up with answered prayer. He's going to come up with, well, I don't know whether he'll do this because he was so criticized when he did do it. There was a stage where at some point in his life he required money, and the next day, having prayed to the good Lord for money, he found a safe and basically stole the money. Are you familiar with that story? Yeah? Which is obviously a wonderful Christian thing to do. But answered prayer and personal revelation, and sort of like tying that into the accuracy of the Bible, and the fool knows in his heart or whatever, and that sort of thing. I don't think that you. Well, I know that there's going to be absolutely nothing surprising that he's going to come up with, or that you're not going to be able to deal with. The only thing that you're going to have a problem with, which always happens when you're having a conversation with G-Man, is that he just sort of like, when he thinks that he's in some way losing or not getting his point across, he starts becoming incredibly expressive, and the eyes start rolling, the voice goes up, the pitch of the voice goes up, the volume goes up, and if you're not careful and if you don't have a moderator, then it'll just end up in a slanging match.
Yeah, he gets into hyper defensive mode.
Yeah. We're gonna have a. See, I don't even know who the moderator is gonna be, but since it's there's no cross-examination even. It's all just statements back and forth. I said we could have like a Q&A at the end, but that's just because that's usually what happens. You end up hanging out afterwards, and then it becomes like a pissing match. But I don't think that he can. And the other thing I asked him is, if can we have it so when we go in, so we come into the hangout like 20 minutes before it actually goes on air, so we can establish the ground rules. And I think we really need to do that since he's not even responding to me.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I think I'm going to be repeating a lot for the next 24 hours. Is that
when did you last have contact with him?
He last responded to me. He said his last response was yesterday at what is it? How come I can't see what time the date is? It was more than 24 hours ago. He last responded to me.
And he was still positive about it going ahead at that stage, was he?
Yeah. He said, "Okay, is this Sunday? Not Sunday. Is this Saturday good for you? Around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?" 3 question marks. And I responded, "Sure. We'll meet in the hangout 10 to 15 minutes before, so it isn't as annoying as a debate against J.D. Kane. And I know who will keep time." And I asked him, "Who did you get the mod?" And then
Who has the debate against J.D. Kane?
I'm sorry?
Who
What's
has
open,
a debate against...
No, 3
What's
months
that?
ago. 3 months ago, G-Man debated J.D. Kane, and the debate didn't get started until, I think, 10 minutes into it, and I didn't really like the way Hogtie moderated it. I think that when you have, especially for the formal parts, I think when you have a formal debate, the moderator is actually supposed to just be, and now it's so-and-so's turn, and now it's so, but every time
they're basically a timekeeper. That's it.
Yeah. He kind of kept on giving his commentary in between them, and even if he wasn't, even if you can argue he wasn't being biased, the point is that you're diluting the message that was last given by the other person who debated. The other thing was I guess Hogtie wasn't aware of the debate format, and so he kind of was. He messed it up, I think, or someone messed it up, and then they were like, "Well, should we just go with that anyways? What do you think, G-Man?" And G-Man was just like, "Well, I want to have my point where I ask questions," and so it was clear that G-Man just wanted to go with the actual structure, but then Hogtie and J.D. Kane talked for like 3 more minutes about whether or not they should go with the structure, and you heard G-Man get angry.
Yeah, but I mean, this is something that you're going to have to expect from him. G-Man is he's just a loose cannon, almost uncontrollable. When he's running his own shows, it's an absolute farce, and he's a sad, immature, unintelligent person. And when you're dealing with G-Man, you have to consider that you're dealing with a spoiled, petulant child.
In that sense, I'm worried because I've been looking up the more silly arguments against atheism or for theism, because I'm afraid that I've written them off, and so if they are presented, I won't be able to give like a good, concise refutation of them because I'll have to think. I'm like, oh, what's the best way to say why that's a stupid argument? So.
You know what your strong points are. You know how to express them. And although I think conceding ground can be seen as a perfectly acceptable thing to do during the course of a debate. Don't be led off the essence of the debate, the title of the debate. And if he wants to raise other things, I would have absolutely no worries at all about trying to address whatever freak arguments he comes up with, off the cuff or out of the blue, whatever. You know what the topic of the debate is, and just stick to that. I can't see you having any problems with him at all. I mean, let's face it. If G-Man can prove the existence of God, he's doing something that no one else over the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, and I presume he's going to be arguing for the Christian God as opposed to any other, which is why he will at some stage make reference to the Bible, probably criticize other holy books as being, God knows, but if he was able to do it, that is to say, prove the existence of God, someone over the last 2,000 years could have done it. So whatever arguments he throws at you, even if you're not familiar with them, well, I'm sure you are, the ontological argument and the tag argument and this argument and Amsel's argument and whatever, it's like, well, yeah.
I've never even seen him use those arguments.
I don't think he understands them, which is why he won't use them. But you know what the arguments are, and that's as best it's going to get. Which is why, as I suspect, he's likely to rely on the credibility of the Bible. Well, that's easy enough to demolish.
I have, I think, a really devastating argument against him because of a part of his emphasis on the Bible. I think can really work against him, and I thought it was so good that I kind of shortened my opening a little just so I can actually include it in the opening. But after going over it, I felt it might not look so good because it's an extended call out of him about something he does in his debates. But I think it wouldn't. I wouldn't. It's entirely a matter of you how you run it. But I don't think it's necessary to get personal. Oh no, it's not going to be personal.
And just remember, the audience that you're addressing is not him. It's the people that are listening. So it doesn't matter whether you upset him, whether you feel that you're being insulting to him or whatever. The audience that you're addressing is effectively not even necessarily the impartial people, but the those that have come to listen to an interesting exchange, not necessarily who's right, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
How would you deal with a case of, I guess, the other parties in the discussion not understanding your arguments at all?
How do you deal with that?
For instance, for instance, in the case where you present an argument that a certain class of arguments is, cannot actually demonstrate the existence of a God, and then the opponent does not understand a word you're saying, and then they go on and present an argument of that class, attempting to show the existence of a God. Go ahead.
I don't know. One of the ways, this is a general comment to what you said, not necessarily the specific to what you said about arguments from certain classes, but the general comment, it reminds me of when sorry, I'm getting distracted by the side chat. It reminds me of when Jeremy Behan from Reasonable Doubts podcast went on this really entry-level apologist guy's show about determinism, and the guy was giving really really bad arguments or really poorly understanding determinism, and Jeremy Behan kept on just saying this isn't these arguments are not the ones being made by the top opponents of determinism, or this isn't something that's an issue amongst people who discuss the validity of determinism. No one's making these arguments. So the objections, so I think like if you're giving an argument and they're not understanding it and they're saying they're trying to dismiss your argument for really bad reasons, I think there is a point where it can be said, look, what you're saying is not what the philosophers who are more informed about the issue are saying. I find it's more likely that you're not understanding the argument or not thinking about the argument in a charitable manner than you being able to overcome. It's kind of what DPR said earlier. Like if G-Man comes up with a case against God or a case for God, I mean, people for 2,000 years are going to be like, why? What? We should listen to this G-Man guy. What the critiques that are being brought up against what you're saying are not ones that worry the philosophers who actually try and handle the issue. I'm thinking of kind of being like that more with the argument from divine hiddenness, because so many people just rely on denying the existence of non-resistant non-believers. And that's not how it's done in the philosophy of religion right now. That's not how theistic philosophers are trying to handle the argument from divine hiddenness right now. They know that it's presumptuous and unlikely. You can't possibly just flat out assert that everyone that there are no non-resistant non-believers. It's untenable. But to people who are unfamiliar with the argument in Google Hangouts, they don't know. They always think that you're just coming up with these arguments, like you hate God, so you're just pulling these arguments out of your ass instead of. I know I'm rambling, but I'm a little annoyed right now.
A lot of times I am pulling the arguments out of my ass, but they're.
Well, that might not be a good thing.
Certainly not. Well, certainly not because I hate the gods. The gods just aren't there to be hid.
Yeah. Well, I said that as kind of as a joke. That's how they usually see. They're like, oh, they just hate God.
See, there's a dog whistle politics too.
Yeah.
You know, the whole trick with kill the gays, right? Because, well, first off, you know, a guy who likes, you know, sleeping with the guys, you know, he does what he does in the bedroom, and no one can really necessarily tell, unless, you know, they pretty much broadcast it, whatever. Now, on the other hand, they deny the trans women are women, so, okay, they say trans women are men, and while the actual distribution is different, it's at least presumed that perhaps more of us than actually do actually are attracted to men. In other words, when they say gay, they don't actually mean gay. They mean the gay the quote unquote gay as they conceive of it, they can see. And that actually means trans. And so when they're talking about, you know, comprehensively exterminating the gays, they're talking about comprehensively exterminating trans women in particular.
And I try not to argue this because of how frustrated I get about social issues. Like, I'm more heated when I argue this social stuff like that. But yeah, the one of the issues is the alliance, or not even. I mean, because I'm straight, I'm an ally to gay people, which is a good call on gay people's thing, to get straight people to want to, be for your cause, to say you're like allies. It's like we're in war. We're allies. The Axis versus the Allies. The Axis of douchebags who don't like gay rights. Okay, anyways. What is it? The issue is that you get LGBT and people just assume it's gay. It's all gay. Even bisexuals kind of have an issue, like, where people think you're just gay. That kind of thing. And the thing is that it's not just they're gay too. And it's very different. An example that I know off the top of my head is the lead singer of a punk band who transitioned from a male to a female, and he was married to his wife, and they stayed married after he transitioned, and it's like, well, like, people think, oh, he wants to become a woman, so that means he likes men, and it's like, no. I mean, those are two different things.
There's there's also a particular structure to, well, who gets nailed when it's time to actually go hurting people and such. And the stats on, I guess, anti-LGBT violence, so that's something like, what is it? I think it's around 80% of the, at least, murder victims might be broader.
Around 50% of what? Sorry?
80%.
Oh.
The murder victims and all that. They're not just, actually, they're not just trans women. They're trans women of color. I think it's like 80% are trans women, and like, if you go trans women of color, it's like 70.
Yeah.
Right. So it's pretty heavily skewed. Where's the innate visibility? Well, the answer is trans women.
I'm not sure. I don't know anything anymore now, Nadia.
About what again?
I think that's a very humble and honest position to take. No, seriously, I'm sorry, I was writing away about something else, but I think it's, as I say, a very honest position to take, and to accept one's ignorance, I don't think is something that you should be ashamed of. I've got absolutely no doubt, or no problem, sorry, in answering many of the questions I get from theists by saying I don't know. How did the universe come into existence? I don't know. What happens to it? Well, I do know what happens. Well, I'm sufficiently convinced I know what happens to us after death. But the sort of questions you get from these people, that they are absolutely convinced they have a definitive answer for, and yet can provide no evidence for. I don't think it is in any way damaging to your case or your argument or your position to simply say I don't know. How do you know? How do you know?
That I don't know? Oh.
How do you know that you don't know? Yes, actually, that's actually a really good question. I mean, we're talking in the side chat. I'm not sure whether you can see this, but talking about G-Man and his. Well, it's not a rebuttal of evolution. It's just he just thinks it's a ridiculous idea. He doesn't really explain anything because he doesn't really understand it at all. If people ask me about just very quickly, if people ask me about evolution, I can state the principle. I understand what the idea is all about, so to speak, and I do recognise that it is not, as I just posted, cats turning into dogs, which is the sort of argument you'd expect from a fuckwit like G-Man. But to say exactly how it happens, I don't know. What's the best proof we have for it? I don't know. I think fossils are pretty good. Transitional fossils, pretty good. DNA evidence, pretty good. But you know, if you ask, you're asking a lawyer about something that's got to do with biology. Of course, I'm not going to be able to come up with a decent answer. But I can make a legitimate appeal to authority, and it's not an appeal to authority fallacy, because I can prove that there are those that do understand, and I can refer to incidences where evolution and the theory of evolution has been incredibly beneficial and helpful and proved accurate many times over. Doesn't mean that I have to understand it. In the same way as if your car breaks down, I don't know. Actually, you may be a mechanical engineer. I don't know. But if you make an appeal to authority when your car breaks down, to take it to the garage mechanic at the end of the road, because they know how these things work.
Well,
it's not an appeal to authority fallacy.
My response to, I guess, true empiricism trying to present ideas about intelligent design was to, I guess, present the argument that.
Is that Flip 44?
Flip VD. Is it our Flip?
I'm not sure.
There's like people making socks of other people lately. I don't know if it's everyone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's our Flip.
Well, one of the arguments that I think one of the things that I think people need to realize that they're actually making the argument, but they need to figure out how, they need to understand that you can put it in more explicit terms. It's that evolution is a better explanation of the evidence we see than intelligent design or creationism. DPR, you went through several different reasons why you go with what the scientific consensus says, and in general, you can say the reason why those can all be categorized into explicit reasons for why evolution is a better explanatory model. And the thing about pointing that out is it's more concrete, and you don't necessarily have to get into the specifics of molecular biology or pseudogenes and Hox genes, that kind of stuff. And it also establishes that a turn where you could say evolution has all these virtues that make it a better explanatory model. How is intelligent design going to compete? How does it better explain things? There's 4 things that make a good explanatory model, a powerful scientific model. It's simplicity, goodness of fit, explanatory power, and predictive novelty. I can name examples.
I disagree with you. I would disagree with you in relation to point 1.
Simplicity. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, and what I'm thinking of now is, for example, Einstein's theories, whether it's his special or general theory, it doesn't really matter. The the mathematics behind his theories is actually quite straightforward. But to say that they are simple, that is to say that anyone can understand the consequences of them, I think is not accurate.
It is an issue because
I think what you're trying to do, if I may, is apply Occam's razor to any particular situation, and I don't think that I've never particularly liked Occam's razor as a sort of solution to anything, because it isn't a solution. It's just an idea.
Well, it's not. It isn't a solution though. It's that if the theory meets all of these criteria, that means that it's a powerful model. If it only meets the simplicity thing, that's not saying much. And it is the case. You're right. Occam's razor isn't always. It's more of like an a priori type thing.
Yeah.
A priori, we should go with the more simple.
And that isn't always the case, and this is why I used relativity as an example, because Newtonian physics is very, very simple, and any person, any school kid with a reasonable IQ can understand Newtonian physics. The three laws of motion, they're very simple to follow, but relativity is generally accepted as it is accepted, isn't it, as the more accurate explanation of how things on a grand scale work, at which Newtonian physics fails, and it is not more simple than Newtonian physics. It is more complex. That's my point. So Occam's razor, in that regard, in that specific example, fails miserably.
Well, this is the you brought up a good issue in that when you say simplicity, it gives people have different views of what simplicity is, and that's not just you and I. That's people in the philosophy of science. Technically, Occam's razor is equatable to, I think it's quantitative parsimony, which is an attribute of simplicity. And the thing about that is that's complicated. You're not going to be able to explain that to someone. It almost sounds condescending, I think. So I think that just not even mentioning simplicity is a good idea. Just mentioning the other virtues. The only way I would mention simplicity is if I could explain it in a way where people don't think I'm just saying, and this was something that true empiricism brought up. He also was like, well, quantum mechanics is complicated as hell. And I tried to explain, I think that I think that I can explain, I might be able to explain why I disagree with you, but not coherently. And I couldn't do it with true empiricism either. But the point is that if you're trying to, when you're looking at the simplicity of a model, you can test it based on based on like a given piece of evidence. It turns out that you could explain something with Newtonian mechanics. But you would have to do so many different equations. You would have to add so many other things in order to use Newtonian mechanics to get something right. Whereas if you just used the theory of relativity, you would only have to use one of Einstein's equations to do it. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it does work, but that's what I think is meant by simplicity. It's not necessarily that you don't need to use a lot of complex math. You don't need to have an understanding of some theoretical field.
The justification of what would otherwise be ad hoc corrections to the Newtonian model, I think, in the is it ADM, AGM, or something like that?
I mean, that's one of the one of the criteria of simplicity is that it's less ad hoc, right? To add, if you're trying to explain a piece of evidence and you have to add all this extra crap onto your model in order to explain that evidence, but then there's another model that can also explain the evidence, but you don't have to add all this extra crap in order to use that model to explain the evidence, you want to go with the latter model. It's more simple in that it's not ad hoc. Does that make sense?
Well, the process of becoming not ad hoc is that it's something of the process by which something of like the relativistic corrections to the Newtonian model would be rationalized and justified and all that, right? So you could say, okay, well, yeah, here's our computational affair. You can actually get numbers out of with numerical stability and such. Yet, where do these ad hoc terms come from, and why do we expect them to go about modeling things more properly and such? Oh, because we're deriving them from our relativistic model with the Lagrangian of the Ricci scalar and whatever, and those represent general relativity. And okay, the things that were ad hoc before, now we're no longer ad hoc. Ta-da.
Okay, I was in a what's it called? I was in a math class, and it was I think it was the first in a series of calculus courses, and our discussion, the TA, we were supposed to use something from limit theory or something to figure out the area of a triangle. I don't know how. I forget. Anyways, or something from geometry. Either way, and he said, and it was clear that he just forgot how the exact thing he wanted to show us how to do, and we couldn't figure out how to find the answer, and so we kept on asking him for the answer to this question, and he goes, well, what you could use is the concept of is so-and-so's concept of finding the mean between a slice of a you're taking the slice of a circle, and then you take a larger portion and you find the mean of that, and that should be a rough estimation of what the area of the triangle is. But that was nothing. That wasn't what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to take the limit of something and then figure out, oh, this is the area, or something like that. And he said, you could do this, and that's how you would do it if you only used geometry, which you should have learned in high school. And it was kind of lame on his part, because he forgot how to show us how to do something the way that the course wanted us to do it. He goes, well, you should have already known this in high school. But what he was telling us to do was like a roundabout way of solving the issue. But it was using a simpler method of mathematics, more simple than limit theory. However, we could have gotten the answer to our question a lot faster if we used limit theory. And so in that context, when you're trying to find the answer in that context, limit theory is the better model, because it uses the less superfluous, like, extra parts. Like, we didn't have to find the average between like a slice of a circle and the average between a larger piece of a triangle, and then multiply that times another. He brought up some other fundamental axiom. It would have been easier if we just,
Yeah, the usual
just
kind of thing
remember-
people go about when they try to, what is it, find areas, triangles and all that. What they do is they turn it into a discrete sum of basically linear terms and all that, summed over integers, right?
Mhm.
And so we'll have like they cut the kind of x-axis part of it involved into, say, n parts, and then you'll say, okay, the 1 over n, 2 over n, k over nth the part, or have their intersection of the triangle at k over n, or some linear scaling of that and all that, right? Once you get that far, you basically have like your Riemann sums, like the inner and outer ones or whatever. You only really need one because it's already enough. The Riemann sum or whatever it is would be like a rectangle that's either completely inside the triangle or curve, or completely outside of it, or sorry, not completely, not just completely inside. Okay, within the chunk of the x-axis, right? You have a containment relation. So the chunk of the kind of curve or whatever area region is involved either completely contains the rectangle, or the rectangle inside this chunk of the x-axis completely contains the curve body, right? So one or the other of those two things occurs for the Riemann sums, and then
I don't remember.
What it turns out you can get
Riemann sum stuff.
Yeah.
Does this you take the mean of it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the limit. This is the limit.
Oh. Okay. Oh my God, I've forgotten so much of this.
So you can actually discretely find a closed form for like sums of, well, I guess polynomials and n. And this would just be like n to the first power. So you get pretty much like a sum from k equals 1 to n of k is n times n plus 1 all over 2, or n times the quantity n plus 1 all over 2. And then you can go about scaling in the 1 over n of the actual, I guess, width of each individual rectangle. So one of the ends falls out, or cancels out. Right, you're adding up things of all those different heights, and then each of the widths of those rectangles is 1 over n of the interval. So you end up getting.
We didn't even discuss integrals in that class. It wasn't until the next series.
Well, but you kind of are, because you're talking about the area out of the triangle as a limit, right?
What's up, G-Man?
Oh,
hey, G-Man.
Oh, very good to see you on, G-Man. Yeah, somebody broadcasting because I'm lagging.
I think he is broadcasting. Yeah. Someone was on it right when he came in.
Yeah, we were.
We might not be able to hear him. I can't. He hasn't said anything.
G-Man, I think
I
you have
can't
a
hear you, G-Man.
Yeah, I was just giving an argument in terms of limits about areas of a triangle in terms of Riemann sums.
Nadia, I should show you my notes sometimes in my math classes because I'm a visual learner, and that's also I'm saying that to say that your descriptions of math and stuff, I'm like, unless I'm writing it down word for word and I see you writing it, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to. Oh boy. You were already doing integrals. We didn't even cover because it was a quarter system, my university, we did just limits and derivatives for the first in the series, and then we did integration, but and very, very basic. What is it? What's it called when it's is it multivariable? It's you have the weird looking d when you do the derivatives. It's like doing
partial derivatives. Yes, partial derivative.
You know what I mean? Yeah, partial derivatives. And then the last one was probability. And if anyone told me that you could use probability in arguments for great debate topics, I would have been more interested in my probability class than I was.
Oh, yeah, the, what is it? One of the tricks I think is that a lot of times people get kind of trapped into making sort of concrete assumptions of priors, and if you use, I think, the probability logic, instead of getting just kind of like, posteriors given some particular priors, you actually get like linear inequality relationships between posteriors and priors, right? So that kind of thing gives you something on the order of that. In order to achieve, say, posteriors that are, of greater than some kind of extent of certainty and whatever, or likelihood, or whatever it is of whatever your threshold you want, you would need priors that satisfy some conditions, and you can talk about the resulting conditions on the priors that come about from the constraints you want to impose upon the posteriors, right?
Oh gosh. Like I said, if I knew about the usefulness of probability theory, yeah, I would probably be a lot easier to whatchamacallit. You know what, I'm actually distracted because I finally got a chance to contact G-Man. So I'm being very rude to you right now, Nadia. I'm really sorry.
Well, at the moment, G-Man is only chatting. I note that his microphone is muted. I don't know whether if he unmutes himself, he'd be able to be heard.
Oh.
I see he's also eating.
Yeah.
No, we can't hear you, G-Man. You need to do something with your microphone. One of your settings is obviously not correct.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, I'd like to, I don't know, offer apologies for the kind of, well, badness, discriminatory affairs and such that happened to Ronnie last night and all that, as well as Hermine. Yeah, she was also a victim of that as well. Say that again?
What happened to Ronnie last night?
Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right.
We hear you now. Yes, I was, yeah, I guess making a bit of a public apology for the kinds of things that I should have done more to stop that were, I guess, racist and discriminatorily directed against Ronnie and Hermine.
Are you okay, Nadia?
Yeah? Why do you ask?
You look like you're, it looked like you were coming to tears for a second. I was getting ready to get into nurture voice.
No, I wasn't coming to tears.
Yeah, I just wish that people would spend more time talking about the arguments and less time with the personal attacks.
But It sounds despicable if both Ronnie and Ermine were being attacked for their race by someone.
I would like a link to that because I didn't see it, and I want to know who did it too.
The bad news is, yeah, the evidence that I would have liked to have kept documented, unfortunately, I blundered after somebody screen shared something inappropriate, and I had to delete a video after. I screwed up and deleted that video that actually had something important on it.
Well, who did it?
I'll put it in side chat. I don't want
All right.
to go spreading things badly. Sorry.
Is it who I know?
No, I just want to know who was attacking Ermine and showing Paris and the racism.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Yeah, what?
Yes. There was somebody who was on it.
Nadia, if that individual comes in here and I'm not here and you see me on Skype, invite me in here. All right?
I'll do that. I'll do that.
I want to make sure I'm here. And he can call me what he wants, but I'm going to expose that fool.
Yeah. Ermine's
Yeah.
She's formidable too. I like her a lot because she's very what is it? See, I can't come up. I always come up with the slightly negative versions of the words I'm looking for.
Was this a conversation that I was involved with last night?
I think it was a little bit after you went to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Actually, you were involved. You were involved for a while.
I was initially, wasn't I?
Yes.
I do recall Matthew Bell being there, and I have to say,
who was it? He took up the torch for somebody who left. Somebody was making some kind of, I guess, brief, like racist statement or something, and then Matthew Bell,
I'd gone by then. I had definitely gone by then.
Put it in the side chat.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's who it was. Yep, and we probably shouldn't have mentioned, well, any of the offenders' names on air, but anyway.
No, why not? It doesn't matter. I was just curious because I think I took an early bath, so to speak, last night, and although I do recall Matthew Bell being in the conversation, being incredibly rude, but hey, what's new? That is his nature. He's an incredibly offensive person, incredibly derogatory towards all sorts of people, incredibly arrogant, and whatever. So it doesn't surprise me that he was, if he was being racist. I do have a vague recollection that he was, but I think very shortly after he started to do that, I went to bed. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. Matthew Bell is a piece of shit. I have no problem in saying that. He's gracefully offensive. I would very, very rarely call someone a racist, because I think that is a huge slur on someone's character. But from the recollection that I have of the conversation, he was being extraordinarily racist.
Yeah,
no,
I think
I
feel.
Let me just refine that, if I may. Let me just refine that. He was saying that he didn't think there was anything different between calling someone a nigger and calling someone a cunt. That was the point.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was the point he was making, and I left shortly after that conversation began. But that's what I remember. Am I wrong? No idea. Am I wrong? I think I'm accurate in that, aren't I? Okay, Nadia obviously doesn't want to talk, but yeah.
Do you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
That was what I'm sorry. That was one of the various points we went on about, but I think the part where I made a large mistake was, because I didn't want to be paternalistic. I handed off control room and said, just okay, you have the power. You can boot him whatever you want, and I probably should have just booted him myself.
But I have to say that I think that people like him should be allowed to speak, however offensive their statements are. And I know G-Man will obviously disagree with me, and I have to say on this point, I wouldn't have any issue with G-Man whatsoever. But what I find absolutely extraordinary is when you get people who purport to be Christians, self-professed Christians, who come out with messages of such hatred and bigotry. Now, my understanding of Christianity, and in particular the New Testament and the message of Jesus Christ, is one of love, compassion, caring for one's fellows, mankind, humanity. And when you see the likes of Matthew Bell, and there's someone else whose name is on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. What you actually see is how, as Hitchens would say, how religion poisons everything. I don't think religion does poison everything, but it certainly has a capacity to poison certain people's minds. Oh, Christian Hillbilly is a person I'm thinking of. Now he is again someone that I think is whose views are utterly disgusting, and someone that I simply will not engage with anymore, by virtue of the fact that he's such a sick fuck. Sorry, do go on.
I was gonna say, wait until you meet Sykes-Picot. I haven't got him to show up in my Hangouts for probably over a year, but on the other hand, he's got quite a track record of messiest.
But the one thing I would say about G-Man, and I say it in his presence, I think he means well. I don't think he always gets it right, and I think there may be areas where he could be criticized. But I do not see G-Man as being in any way tarred by the same brush as I would tar Christian Hillbilly and Matt, what do you call him?
Bell.
Bell.
Yeah.
In that they are hateful, bigoted, offensive people. I don't see G-Man in that. And as I say, I wouldn't tar G-Man with that brush. I don't agree with anything. Well, pretty much anything. I can't think of anything I agree with G-Man with. But he doesn't fit into that hateful Christian that the others do.
Is this a donut?
I don't know. I can't see.
Is it a crumb donut or a powdered donut?
Are these double dogs?
Yeah.
So we agree on that, don't we?
No, because I can't. I don't know what the words mean, and I can't see what the picture or the image is.
It's a mouse. So,
is that is what's referred to as a mouse? Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Is this a
also in the UK, donuts suck.
Is this a remote control?
You guys don't fry them.
Because we agree on a whole lot. It just when it comes to our beliefs, we have some disagreements. To put it to you that way.
Yeah. G-Man, I don't want to be G-Man. Pause 1 second, G-Man. I don't want to be insulting, and I'm not being insulting. But your internet connection is breaking up quite badly, so it's quite difficult to hear what you're actually saying. I agree, a mouse is a mouse. The mouse that you showed me, yes. The other two items that you showed me, I don't know. We're nations. What was the expression that Churchill used? Nation separated by a common language. what you call a donut and what I call a donut may be totally different things. And the second thing you said, you were so frozen I didn't even see.
I would say that we agree on about 90% of things. When it comes to our personal beliefs about Christianity and atheism, we have disagreements. But that's a cigarette you have in your hand. You agree that's a cigarette in your hand. Those are glasses on your eyes. I believe those are glasses on your eyes. I believe you're wearing clothes right now. I believe you have books behind you. I believe you have a picture on the side of you. We agree on most things. We just disagree when it comes to Christianity and on your atheism.
Aren't you what is it? Aren't you also a little bit left of center? I remember you were talking politics once, G-Man. I think that's like that's something that kind of makes I guess the more liberal Christians and their liberal politics help them get along a bit more with people in, I guess, in the secular community because of their liberal politics. So that's always nice to have something together, like the arguments against things like racism or other types of bigotry don't fly amongst people in both of those communities, and so that's always kind of cool.
I think I think we probably agree on racist issues, G-Man, but I think I'm terribly sorry. Let me just find your name again. It's Joe, isn't it? Yeah.
Joe.
I think Joe. Joe, I would have to say that I think that G-Man and I would disagree on issues such as homosexuality.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's not that left central. I would have him pretty far on the right if I had to classify him. Am I wrong, G-Man?
I'm pretty clear about where I stay on that topic. You disagree with me. But I'm pretty clear where I stand on that topic.
G-Man, who'd you get to be the moderator?
I don't know yet. I ain't getting nobody yet because honestly, I've been so busy. I don't know. I'll find somebody before the night's over there.
All right.
If not, we'll pick an atheist on YouTube or somebody.
I mean,
but it will not be the following people. It will not be Hogtie Champ, and it will not be.
It will not be Hogtie Champ. I agree. That
too much. No, I got to get somebody else who's.
Yeah, it won't be Hogtie Champ, and I think I have. I've never talked to her, but I have a crush on Rocky, so that won't be a good idea because I won't be able to debate properly.
I don't know. We got a crush on her for. She's married and got 4 kids. How you doing, Shannon? She got 4 kids, right?
She got 10 kids. It's just like, yeah, I know she's married. That's yeah. Also, I don't know much about her. I have more of a crush on Helena. What's up, Nadia?
I'm fat, unpassable, and ugly. I know I'm.
I have a crush on Edna Girl on Google Plus.
I know I'm not anyone's cup of tea.
I will take you all to the prom. You can all go with me to the prom.
Okay. Well, I'm about 30 years old, or 20 years too old for that, or whatever.
Well, also, oh God, I didn't. Good thing I didn't go to it. I had my 10-year high school reunion earlier, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to go to that because I didn't like high school.
I wonder what that's like. I don't know.
Liking high school?
Yeah.
It's an older generation thing. High school was super important for, especially my parents' generation, and maybe a few generations after theirs. But you know, for the obvious reasons, for economic and everything, people just didn't go to college as much, and high school was the only way you could socialize with people, that kind of stuff.
I think college is a scam.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I must have gotten duped then.
Yeah, I got duped too.
A lot of people have been duped. I almost got duped. That's why I stopped going after a year. Teach you the same nonsense you learned in high school.
Oh, you know,
I didn't learn anything in high school, so I didn't realize that when I was in college and I got my act together.
I
which is to basically propose beliefs that.
Ow.
Whoa.
Wait a minute. Nadia, is that a shirt that says NAACP and it's got a Russian thingy on it?
No, it's a Russian thing. It's a CCP. I don't know what it is, but it's not NAACP.
Yeah, I think the hangout will pick up once the negative when the negative people gets in here, start the personal attacks. I think that's when this hangout will get interesting. But they should be here soon.
Personally attack you.
Oh, they're coming. They come. Once they come, they're gonna come in droves.
What'd you do?
I ain't do nothing. I'm just being me.
I heard some talk about college before I hit the link.
Yeah,
we're talking about how it's way over, how the college bubble will eventually burst.
Not that specifically. I'm not sure what you're referring to by that. What do you mean by that?
I think college is just, it's eventually going to get to a point where it's just overpriced, where you can't. It's an unsustainable for-profit model, and I think it's gonna. How that's going to happen and what impact that's going to leave is a problem. I think the big problem is just that a college degree is the new high school diploma. At this point.
It is. Yeah, this is the thing, and this is where I'm totally going to sound selfish and stupid, but I have a master's degree. I think that alone should mean that I should be employed. That's what college should. For how much how much time I spent in school, how much money I've spent on school, that should be okay. You've served your time long enough. You automatically get this job.
What was the master's then?
Well, that's the thing. I
agree with you 100%. But the reality is, this is people with master's degrees and PhDs that don't got a job right now. So
yeah, I was living in a house with someone who had a PhD in physics. Sam, my degree was my master's and my BA they're both in anthropology. But
yeah, I don't want to. Again, this comes to where I'm the douchebag with a comp sci degree, but it's sort of like sometimes you kind of pick your poison. I think that we way overfund certain educational programs just on the basis of, we want a well-rounded student.
Yeah.
And there has to be some balance, because you either have pure practicality, which is not necessarily a good thing, because you look at someone like Steve Jobs had a huge influence in how he formatted typefacing from a calligraphy class he took, of all things. So I think there needs to be some balance, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have at least an undergrad in, it's a double major in computer science mathematics, right? So.
Hey, Ocean, by the way.
Oh yeah. Hi, Ocean.
What's up?
Also, good seeing you on again.
Well, realistically, without being mean, again, without being mean, with the way that the job market is for if you have computer science skills, there's just not enough people to fill the spots that are out there. But on the other hand, it's harder to get a degree in the area, and also whether or not a degree actually matters to an industry job is another thing.
Hey, G-Man, what about Ocean moderating? Sorry. I'll talk to you in the chat.
I would prefer somebody that does not have a history of unfairly kicking me out or doing anything like that.
I have not kicked you out at any time that was unfair.
Yeah.
I have fairly kicked you out every time.
No, that's enough. That's enough. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Sorry.
Because I'm going to be giving that person power on my channel. Oh, no. I got to make sure that I get somebody that...
I'd be fair as a moderator, G-Man, and you know it.
He would probably be more of a douche to me.
Actually, I probably would.
Yeah. All of my debates that he's seen so far,
I've given Joe some pretty harsh criticisms about his debate skills.
So he's
I'll think about it.
I find YouTube debates to be hilarious, personally.
What's up?
I find YouTube debates to be hilarious because they, like, when there's a formal debate, like, they don't resemble what an actual formal debate is supposed to be. Like the old school, like when I think of the gold standard, sort of the types of discussions they have in the Cambridge Student Union.
Those are weird, the Cambridge Student Union ones, or the more recent ones that I've seen, where you could just stand up in the middle of someone's presentation and ask a question, and usually...
No, that's not how... That's during the question portion. So,
no,
like, if I choose to renew my membership, I'm a member of the student union at Cambridge, and so the way that it goes is basically that's during like question time. The way that you would raise your hand is to stand up. It's pretty cool. I mean, some of it's a bit antiquated, but the whole thing is actually how a debate should be run. In that, like, you're addressing one specific proposition rather than like, you know. Like, for something, for example, like, you would do, like, it'd be something different than, like,
does God
universe
exist?
Is far too broad. You'd say, like, something like, does modern cosmology support the notion that God created the universe? So that would be more of, like, very specific debate topic, and then, you have your openings, and then you have your cross-examinations. I'm biased as technically being a Cambridge alum, but I think that's the best format.
I used to really like the informal format, point counterpoint, or the format that has a cross-examination. But recently I've been interested in seeing if I can do straight formal debates where you only the debate G-Man and I are going to have, it's only statements. So it's going to be 20-minute openings, 15-minute first rebuttals, 10-minute second rebuttals, and 5-minute closings.
God, 20-minute opening?
Yeah, see, there's a reason why
Why? Okay.
Yeah.
It's because I've come from a similar position. Because I did, I did competitive debate as well, as I've yelled at you about before.
Yes.
And there's a certain problem with having any opening statement that's beyond 10 minutes, really beyond 5 minutes is the problem. And
really, 5 minutes? You're not making any argument.
Think of how long 5 minutes is.
I don't know. It goes by.
There's a lot you can cover in 5 minutes.
The problem with formal debates and why they shouldn't happen on YouTube is that formal debate, and I'm sure Ocean will agree with me, is the thing that no one tells you is that the central idea behind a debate is that you have two honest interlocutors who want to address a proposition. Now, first off, you need to find people who will address a single proposition, which almost never happens, and then you have to find two honest people, and that never happens on YouTube.
I sincerely, well, I might disagree with you on that because I find that the debate participants are rarely honest people when it comes. Like, everybody comes to these things with an agenda, especially when there's a debate that's between two big personalities.
I want to be clear. I did not say that to say that one of the two people is usually honest. Usually, two of the two people are dishonest.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like, and even in competitive debate where people are arguing for positions that aren't necessarily their own. The people are still playing a dishonest game to an extent because they're trying to win on technicalities and, pull dishonesty out of another person's statement. It's annoying, but I think it's more fun when you have people that are definitely defending their own point of view and there's a little bit of emotion and passion involved.
Have an actual
it needs to be shortened down. But for me, what I would love is like the format that I like the best as far as YouTube is concerned is 5-minute open, 5-minute rebuttal, and then conversation. And
I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, that's
just as a statement of position, perhaps, just something like that.
Statement of position, statement of rebuttal, and then a conversation between the two people where there is a point. There's a point counterpoint between them, and that's the best format kind of thing. But I think the two of them
have a conversation. That's the issue. Is what's ideal for like the Google Hangouts type of format is having a conversation, and there are certain people that are just just utterly incapable of having a conversation and have to be on the attack or on the defensive at all times, which is just not productive. It's like you would, if my general rule is that if like I'm actually having something that's supposed to be like a one-on-one conversation with someone, it's the same way that I'd have an impassioned conversation with a friend. And like you can see that on stuff on my channel when I've had a specific one-on-one conversation. Like I let people finish, like I don't, there's no interruptions. I'm politely considering them, and I'm saying, okay, like, do you understand this, and just being clear with things. But there aren't a lot of, I mean, YouTube at its best is a theater, and that is fortunate and unfortunate because it's good for the walls. It's not good for productive conversation.
I think it can be good for productive conversation if the right people are involved. But so often what's entertaining in the theater is drama. So, like...
Not to everybody. Not everybody likes drama.
I don't know. I as somebody that is more... I consider myself to be somebody who's more interested in the ideas, but honestly, when drama goes down, there's a magnet to it.
For some people.
It's interesting.
I think it's hilarious.
There's a fire.
It depends. There's a lot of really stupid stuff. Like the Sugar Roads thing was really stupid. Like I don't even like. I should have. I didn't
care about that one
during that, and that I wanted to drive a nail through my head because like that was just horrible.
It lasted too long too. It kind of overstayed its welcome. The whole drama of that.
It's just I don't want to be a dick, but I'm going to be a dick here. It's like I don't care about the love life of some middle-aged woman. Like I'm not gonna like.
It's true.
It's just not something that will ever concern me until I'm middle-aged and dating and or married to a middle-aged woman.
A lot of the characters were middle-aged. So.
I like MILFs.
That was a period of drama that was just. Ugh.
I'm not sure I've noticed a great deal of this myself. I don't know. I would at least hope that maybe I wonder if the debates kinds of things would help us tools in sort of speech therapy and such. Especially because, of course,
I've met and dated speech therapists, and no, they wouldn't.
Okay.
Like the kind of like a lot of speech therapy issues are psychosomatic, and so you need a one-on-one like safe environment.
I don't know. I feel like my anxiety is getting better when I'm in Hangouts. Like I feel like I'm getting more social. Yeah. I like it.
Depends on person to person, though. And I think that the online community, like, the only reason why I'm able to maintain my sanity is because I have a very clear line where, like, I just don't talk about a lot of stuff, and I don't try to blend the line between who I am in outside and the other. There are ostensibly psychological people that don't do that, and it harms them.
Well, the thing with I find that I am becoming a bit better, although recently someone transcribed an argument I had with them in a previous Hangout, and I still use and way too much.
I use like way too much. I always say like. And
and I mean. I say what I mean.
Yes.
You do say I mean a lot.
Right? I mean what, I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't help in a debate, I know. Yeah.
So I would. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's just the way things are sometimes,
So, G-Man, I'm interested. Like, you said that drama isn't interesting to you, but, like, what do you classify your repeated and obsessive call-outs of people like for example, Matt Dillahunty? Like, it's kind of, like, that kind of silliness to me is not too much different than, just clamoring for someone's attention is not that much different from drama.
Also claiming that all atheists are Satanists.
Yeah, like that's similarly unproductive. like, I'm fine with being a silly goose, because, like, I'll fully admit, like, I like being a silly goose sometimes, but, like, I also don't pretend like I would be dishonest.
I guess you were right, G-Man.
The way that I conduct myself in the lab is at all how I would conduct myself online. No, not at all.
No. I called out Matt Dillahunty because Matt Dillahunty thinks he did something in that first call. He didn't do anything in the first call. He didn't do nothing in the second call. I genuinely and sincerely want to have a one-on-one with him, and I genuinely and sincerely believe that man's scared to have a one-on-one with me.
I mean, G-Man, do you ever consider that someone like Matt Dillahunty, who, you know, at the present moment makes his living off of speaking engagements and his Patreon, I mean, could it just be that he just doesn't concern himself with what you think?
Well, the Amazing Atheist asked me to come on the Drunken Peasants because he knows he's going to make money when he has me on there. I know if he has a debate with me, Matt Dillahunty will do quite well. So he needs to just stop making his excuses and just deal with me. He has no good reasons not to deal with me. In fact, I would dare say I would get him just as many views as he would get if he debated Ken Hovind or someone.
Well, I think that that's probably false, but, I mean, it could also be that, you know, it's the same reason why, I mean, would you agree that there are times when engaging someone in, like, by virtue of engaging someone in conversation, you're basically saying that they have an intellectual leg to stand on?
I don't know what Matt Dillahunty's opinion about me is.
No, I'm just talking in the abstract. I'm not talking about Matt Dillahunty. I think to him it's just not something he wants to spend. I mean, he can make a comparable amount of money not dealing with you, and
I'm sure he
doesn't see any reason.
But considering he brought me up in Australia and he can't seem to get me out of his head, I think a one-on-one conversation would be good for YouTube, and I think it would be good to see if he really does know anything about the Bible as he claims. Now, if he doesn't want to do it, it ain't just me. It's just how the community is going to look at him. I mean, you want William Lane Craig, you want this guy, but, you know, he wants to have a conversation with him about some controversial stuff, and if he doesn't want to talk about it, fine. I respect his decision.
I subscribe to his YouTube channel, and, I mean, for all of this, oh, he can't get me out of his head, like, I don't think that he's really mentioned you since his, you know, since the, you know, the video he made to you. Like, I have not seen that, and I watch most of the videos he puts out, and I'm friends with him on Facebook.
He needs to use his money to make a PowerPoint presentation for his debates.
Go watch the Unholy Trinity tour when he was in Australia. Oh, I was mentioned, trust me.
I mean, maybe there's that one incident, but like I'm talking about two of his major. I'm talking about two of his social media outlets, and he doesn't talk about you at all.
If you go on my channel,
is this going to be G-Man Sam?
If you go to my channel and you read the comments there, I'm constantly being accused of being a coward and being afraid to debate people. One thing you will know about me is I'm challenged to a debate. I'm there. I can't say that about your community.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, G-Man. You want to know what takes courage? What takes courage is actually trying to either make a living off of, you know, your intellectual points, or taking steps towards making a living off of it. I don't think that being able to respond to a YouTube debate or otherwise has anything to do with cowardice or courage.
Did I miss something? Did he actually make an intellectual point? When did this happen?
I mean, most of his videos.
No, most of his videos are idiotic. Did you see him actually making an intellectual point on his channel? I mean, I watch it too. Has he made a good point on that channel yet? Anywhere?
Yeah, he's made plenty of them.
Like what?
Off the top of my head, I mean, the video that he made to you, he made quite a few points.
Like what?
That God doesn't exist.
Oh,
that's also a good
Art jumps in.
That's the opinion. Yes. If God doesn't exist, then you stop talking about him then. Oh, you can't. That's right, because you're a slave to talking about him for the rest of your life.
Oh my goodness. We're talking about the character of God that you propose he has. Just because
I'm not talking about the character. I'm talking about a person. And if you don't
we don't grant you that it's a person.
So God is a person now. God is a person. Is he a man or a woman? I want to know.
Maybe not a person, but an individual.
Dude,
you can refer to God as an individual.
I think he's a transsexual. He revealed it to me, bro. I have divine revelation. I've seen him in the mirror when I was shaving my penis.
Are you done?
Yes.
You use the mirror for shaving your penis?
Yeah, dude. I'm like 6'5".
Hey, he can't see over the
I was going to say maybe it's too small to just see without some sort of reflective device, but...
he has to get one of those mirrors that magnifies up to 10 times.
I got a question that
exactly.
I'm going to ask that Dylan Hunty is not going to be able to answer, and I can't wait to see your faces when I do it. It's actually scientific, because I noticed that his weakness. He can't really talk about evolution too well. I'm going to make sure when I call it the atheist experience, that's going to be the next topic I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to prove to you the guy ain't too bright. I'm going to prove it.
You're gonna call in an atheist talk show to talk to layman people about science.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what I don't get. I mean
real science, not the theory of Darwinian evolution or that neo.
So what books have you read on the?
That's not science. That's garbage.
What books have you read on? I mean, any scientific subject. I'd be interested to know.
What are your credentials to speak so authoritatively?
Well, no, I don't care. I mean, we can, like, right, I'm not
a scientific degree? Did you study it for a fucking
No, that's not what I'm asking, right? So for me, like, for example, if you were to ask about the Big Bang and cosmology, the extent to my knowledge is I read Lawrence Krauss's A Universe from Nothing.
Yeah.
And I've read assorted articles by cosmologists for, like, popular science magazines.
Bro, have you watched The Cosmos?
I have, but like that's something.
Epic. It's epic. I'm just saying it's epic.
I mean, it's really good for potheads, which I'm not hating on. Like I live in California, but like that's what I'm asking G-Man.
You think the universe came from nothing?
Actually, investigate
G-Man, prove to me that the universe didn't come from nothing.
Wait a minute, Sam.
Prove to me that the universe didn't come from nothing. Prove to me that the universe didn't come from nothing.
Sam, you believe that?
Prove it to me that in scientific way. Prove it to me in a scientific way right now.
Sam, do you believe that the universe came from nothing?
Jesus fuck.
I mean, how is that related to the question I asked you? I asked you, like, to what extent have you taken the time to educate yourself?
You believe that the universe came from nothing? You don't believe that, do you? You can't.
It's a possibility.
I like how it becomes about questioning my beliefs when I ask him about to what degree he's actually researching.
Okay, so you don't believe that the universe came from nothing. Congratulations, you grew up a little bit. Great.
Okay, Dreamman. So what degree have you actually educated yourself regarding, the theory of evolution?
If you don't mind, I like to keep that information to myself.
Why?
Because
I'll name every course and every book that I've read on.
I'm not ignorant to it. That's all you need to know.
But how do I know that if you can't even name what resources you use?
I don't have to tell you.
Sam, I think he knew, bro.
I got this new.
This is the typical intellectual cowardice that G-Man has. And it's hilarious to me because
yes, it is. It is very hilarious.
A professor, he doesn't need to name the name of.
Yeah, he does't need it, man. We're just stupid. We're all stupid, and he's the smartest person.
Well, I mean, me with my silly, scientific publications and master's degree and.
Did any of you see the video? Besides Nadia, did any of you see the video? I was just talking about you, Sam, and what you just said on my channel. Did you happen to catch it? You didn't, did you?
No, I don't pay attention to you at all.
All you do is boast about your papers and boast about your degrees, but you don't want to talk about the actual topic at hand, and you're proving me right now. You don't know how much
what about the topic? We weren't talking about evolution.
I'm asking you, do you believe that the universe came from nothing?
What does that have to do with my degree?
Exactly.
Yes. Exactly.
Like if you're going to talk about, I mean, we can talk about the specifics of, for example, the bulk of what I did my master's on is how to assemble biological products after proteins are expressed.
After I debate Joe, I want to debate you, Sam.
I wouldn't waste my time with it, G-Man.
Oh, of course you won't. That's why you can't prove that the universe came from nothing.
That has nothing to do with biology, so I couldn't speak as an historian.
You're right. It had nothing to do with biology, so stop believing that nonsense, that the universe came from nothing. That is stupid.
Prove to us that it's stupid, then. Prove to us using the scientific method that it's stupid and win a Nobel Prize.
$1 my tax dollars. The average person thinks evolution is stupid.
It's just
okay, no.
The average
Prove
person
it to
is
us.
a moron.
You can't
so...
you should just declare it like you're a fucking,
You can call me whatever you want.
You act like a god, G-Man. You act like you yourself act like a god right now.
Listen
you
to me.
act
You
like
can
a
call
false
me
Christian.
whatever you want, bro. Because
Really? I can call you whatever I want. Okay.
G-Man, you're dumb. G-Man, you're stupid. That's what you got. So I
No,
understand.
not really. What I got is my observations and what I conclude from my observations of how you act and how you fucking, project yourself.
Yeah,
The way you act right now is you're trying to be a god. You're trying to be a god. You're trying to be a fucking,
You're boring, man, because you keep saying the same boring stuff every time I come in the room with you. Say something different.
Something different, like what?
Anything other than I'm stupid. You guys say the same dumb stuff all the time on the
Brother, you're really not saying anything of substance. You're just throwing insults.
Yeah,
all you're doing is throwing insults at me. So seriously, bro, I can go to my channel and read my comments if I want that.
G-Man, let me ask you, if you think only the way you interpret the Bible and is right and everything else is wrong, don't you proclaim yourself to be a god of interpretation of a Bible? That's what you're doing. You're basically claiming yourself. No. You say it all the time.
No, you've moved from insulting to straw manning.
You say Catholics are not real Christians. You say everyone else is not a real Christian. Basically, you're saying no, you can't. You can't prove that. Yes,
you've moved from insulting to straw manning, and it's kind of pathetic.
Just not straw man.
Yeah, this is a.
It's a straw man.
Straw manning. It's
There's
not.
a difference between
That's absolutely straw manning.
No, it's not, because it's claiming the higher authority and over other interpretations based on no scientific grounds, and it is completely.
So he has reasons that are beyond him being a god reading the Bible.
Wait a minute.
Really?
So, brother, besides your slander, brother, how do you know that I can't prove that Catholics are not Christians? I'm curious.
Because it's a common, it's a common knowledge that they are Christians and part in a Christian sect. It's a common knowledge.
Brother, you know what, brother? You know what? I'm done talking to you.
You're on
common knowledge. I can't talk to you no more. Really? You don't know what you're talking about. You're being especially dishonest with me right now.
So do you think that the common knowledge is saying that they're not Christians?
Brother,
you're basically common knowledge is that they're not Christians.
That is taking
common knowledge is that they're not Christians.
Brother,
everything.
Shut the fuck up. You're just doing the because I said so approach. That's it.
Well, no. Well,
you're making me take your side. I just want to point that out to you.
Right? But you aren't.
You're being so incredibly dishonest that I have to take G-Man's side.
Okay, all right. So, you have to take my side. That's how you see it. Okay. But yet you think I will take your side because you're doing the same thing. So
no, I don't care if you take my side. I am saying you are straw manning, and then you're saying that he's wrong because common knowledge, which is essentially saying because I said so, nanny nanny boo boo.
Yeah.
That's stupid. If you have a reason, give the fucking reason rather than say it's common knowledge. Why is it common knowledge?
And also, people, I have control. So if we start getting, I have to go in about.
There's a few mods. Don't worry about
it. Yeah. I won't. I'm getting to that point where I
Okay, Ocean. Have you tried to ask yourself what is common knowledge? I want to know.
Hey, brother, it is not up to me to prove your point.
It's not up to you to prove my point, really?
No. If you want to prove your point, then it is on you to do it.
Are you being intellectually dishonest right now and saying that only I should engage in proving a point, but you just have to you don't have to.
I am saying that you're going to provide a reason.
Right, that's intellectually
beyond because I said so.
That is just completely ridiculous.
I guess he is. I don't know.
I'm an anti-theist, and I'm an anti-theist.
Oh, he's one of those.
You already, I'm anti-theist.
These guys, I fucking swear.
So yeah, I believe that Roman Catholicism is not Christianity, and I have legitimate reasons for that. If you disagree with me,
yeah, okay, it's a reasons. Okay, it's your reasons, but why is your reasoning not common knowledge? Why would it not be common knowledge? Why not?
You really don't want to put.
How about
there are plenty of things. Wait, G-Man, I'm going to make your point much more eloquently than you could, so could you let me do that?
Yes.
Okay, so
your argument, don't ever make an argument that says, oh, just because something is the case and it's not, but why isn't it public knowledge? Because public knowledge isn't determined by the reasonableness of an idea. It's determined by the sociology of how that idea is spread. It's absolutely true that what is it? What's a good example? That,
It's
for
common
example,
knowledge
humans
that
did
God
not
exists.
evolve. For that humans, regardless of evolution,
hold on.
humans are not naturally completely monogamous. But the reason that's not common knowledge is because there's very broad social forces and multiple entire industries that hinge upon the idea that humans are entirely monogamous.
Hold on a second. Brother, for another example of why this is wrong, is it is common knowledge that God exists.
Sure, prove it to me.
Everybody knows it.
I don't know it.
Well, okay, well, you're one of the idiots. Yeah, brother, you're one of the idiots that denies it.
Okay, common knowledge is that God isn't real, and common knowledge is God is real, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
It is commonly known that God exists.
No, it's appeal to popularity, but it's...
That's exactly what you
That's
did.
exactly what you just did.
Okay, brother.
But popularity within which...
Brother, can you please tell me how you know Roman Catholicism is Christianity? Certainly you know the definition of what a Christian is. But can you give me the definition?
Common knowledge in history tells me that it's Christian, and that there are facts backing that it is Christian.
You've got to give...
What's the definition?
Don't just say common knowledge. You have to
common knowledge is not an argument.
No, so brother.
So reading an encyclopedia is not an argument. Great. Okay.
Yeah, that's not an argument.
Brother,
it is an argument. It is an argument.
You have not given
Yeah, brother.
It's a terrible.
I use this man to deliver G-smacks, okay? And
I
do it to
I hate you, brother,
my
because I have
question
to
for
agree
you,
with
brother,
G-Man.
is, what's the definition of Christianity?
I disagree with G-Man too, but brother, you're doing a terrible job of making any point.
Yeah, obviously this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. So does somebody else in here agree with him and think they can do a far better job than him?
I disagree with you, but I'm far more interested in watching brother try and argue with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so brother, how do you know that Roman Catholicism is Christianity, and can I have the definition for both, please?
Because they believe in Jesus and his resurrection and uphold him as their savior.
The devil believes in Jesus' resurrection too. Does that make him a Christian?
I don't know. Maybe.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe the devil is a Christian, right? Well, he is in part of your story. Then he is a Christian, right? Because it's a Christian narrative, right?
Brother, you're obviously not a Christian.
I fucking love this argument because it's like no one is mentioning like key aspects of what a sociological definition of a religion is. It's fantastic to listen.
Well, Christianity is not a religion. That's the problem. So here's the thing, brother.
Christianity is not a religion. Oh, here we go.
Brother, what's the definition of Christianity? You want me to take you seriously? What is it?
What is the definition of Christianity? It's the belief that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. That's the definition.
Brother, I'm talking to you, brother, because you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And you're just in denial, and you're being an immature prick. So here you go.
I'm not being amateur, nothing. I think you're trolling, and I think I'm not paying you no mind no more. That's what I'm doing. Okay? Thank you.
Great.
I would have a serious conversation with anybody in here who wants to have a talk
what's
about
your
whether Catholicism is Christianity or not. I personally don't think it is. But I'm not. Listen, man. I don't mind laughing and joking and whatnot, but
yeah, I know. But
argument,
again, prove to me that it's not Christianity. Prove to me.
Well, I can do that real simple. They're not following Jesus Christ. They're not following the teachings of Jesus Christ. They're following teachings of the Pope.
How not? How not? All of them claim they do. All of them claim they do. They follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. They claim that.
They're not following the teachings.
But they claim they do. They claim they do. They claim they do. Personal experience.
Okay, I tell you what. If you're gonna use that dumb argument that because they claim something, I claim that God exists. So guess what? God exists. It's a dumb argument you're making right now.
Well, for you, God exists. Like for them, they are Christians, which means that they're a part of Christianity. There you go.
No, they're not part of Christianity.
Yes, they are part of the yes.
They got Christian lingo with a lot of paganism in them. A lot of it.
Paganism? Paganism. Okay.
And the symbology in the Roman Catholic Church is all over the place.
Symbolism. To quote
Paganism.
The word you're looking for is symbolism.
It's symbolism, but there's symbology too.
No. Symbology is not a word.
Yeah, it's a word that I use, Sam.
Yeah, that doesn't make it an English word.
Yeah, but listen, man, if you want to believe that, that's fine. Whatever you want, man.
Okay, so...
That is not going to work on me, all right? I'm a different monster altogether. Right?
Oh, yeah, of course. So, in my view, because I believe in Darwinist evolution. We all came from a single common ancestor. Okay.
Even established scientists today do not believe in Darwinist evolution. Where are you getting your facts?
Okay. So, G-Man. Now you came from fucking pagans. So you're part pagan yourself, G-Man.
No, I didn't come from pagan.
Brother, if you
you did. Because in
I'm
science,
going to teleport to whatever country you're in and strangle you because this is annoying me.
The pagan in the room resents that comment.
Yeah.
The pagan
came from a concept.
Yeah, brother. So can
if we are all related,
brain attached to the head. Can I talk to somebody with a brain?
We all have common ancestry in evolution. Hence, we're all related.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
You know.
Do you know what the tree of life is in the evolution?
Oh, you mean the tree of life that's never been proven?
The tree of life that has been proven many times.
You mean the same tree of life that's
keep denying it. So again, we all share a common ancestor and we're all related. So hence, you come from paganism. So you're part pagan right now.
No, you don't have.
How do you feel about it? You're not part pagan. That's it.
My God.
That's what you can deny, but Christianity is partially influenced by paganism as well. So you can deny it all you want, so okay.
We have a common designer, but not a common ancestor. Common ancestors.
Cool. So wait, if paganism predates Christianity, how is it not an influence on Christianity? Okay, prove to me that it's not an influence on Christianity.
Argument as to why it's an influence and not just say, how could it not be an influence? That's a terrible argument.
It's okay.
I'm an atheist, and I think that's a horrible argument.
Paganism shapes Christianity as well.
Okay, you need to.
Wait, hold on. I got a counter argument for that because Christianity predates Buddhism, but Buddhism probably did not influence.
Buddhism did not influence Christianity?
No, Christianity did.
Christianity did not influence Buddhism.
Yeah, no.
I think that Buddhism actually predates Christianity.
No,
it does not.
Hinduism. No, Hinduism does. Shit.
Yeah, and those are two completely fucking different religions.
Yeah,
well, actually,
I'm sorry for that.
To be fair, Buddhism does predate Christianity, but it doesn't predate Judaism. So, but either way, there's still no influence between the two.
How do you know that? I want to know.
Because I've read.
Who is this John Devane person here? He always puts stuff in the comment section. He never talks out loud. Who is this John guy?
He talks out loud occasionally.
Oh,
okay. Cool guy.
Yeah, because he has an opinion about religion here, but he doesn't really prove anything. He just Oh,
man. Okay.
Usually he posts research that has to do with the topics.
So
yeah, that's
a really useful
statement, John. You need to provide some evidence for that.
G-Man, can you prove to me that every single Catholic is worshiping pagan symbols?
No, I can't.
You can't? Exactly, so then you can't say they're not Christian.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
I would have to be able to speak for about 10 seconds to prove it.
What?
You want to see me do it?
See you do what?
Okay, anyone who believes in the creeds and the doctrines of the Holy Roman Catholic Church are not Christians, they're not saved, and not following Jesus Christ.
Why not?
Don't read the
Why
Council.
not? How not?
But Vatican I, Vatican II, and Vatican III, and compare that with the Bible, and you'll quickly see that these people are not Christians really fast.
Compare them in your biased way of comparing. Yes, yeah. Because in their way, they compare it differently, and they just call you not a true Christian. So, there you
go. No, it's not that. You're a troll.
I'm a troll.
Yeah,
let
me tell you why you're a troll.
Between being stupid and being a troll.
Because you don't care about this topic. All you care about is trying to get these angry on YouTube and getting them to act a certain way. And I'm going to tell you this today before that happens. So
Sam, G-Man, and me agree on something.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, it's a momentous occasion. G-Man outsmarted someone.
It is January 8th, 2016. Let it be marked in history that Ocean, Sam, and G-Man have all come together and went, we agree, this guy's a troll.
Yeah.
Or stupid, or both.
Prove that, so you can prove to me that, you know, Catholics are not real, not Christian.
I'll prove to you that you're stupid, and the only thing you have to do is rewind the video about 10 minutes and watch.
Prove to me that I'm stupid, though. All right.
That's what I just did.
Premise 1, stupid people say stupid things. Premise 2, you've said a stupid thing. Therefore...
Don't stop at a stupid thing. He has said a multitude.
Can you guys bring me up to date with something?
Actually, that's affirming the consequence.
Who won Red Line's Dumb You Know What of the Year award? Who won that award, by the way? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I don't think they're done with the voting.
Red Line did, or who won that dumb award he got or whatever?
We're not going to win, surprisingly.
No. I'm glad I'm not going to win, because all the award says is that person's pwned Red Line so many times on YouTube they lost count. That's all the award.
You think that there's a flat earth, like the guy who's winning is a flat earther. You think that flat earther is pwned Red Line all this time?
No, I don't believe in a flat earth, and I think those guys are crazy. And I'm talking about anybody.
I'm just wondering, like, why do you think they're crazy?
I got a telescope that tells me that the Earth ain't flat, so whatever.
How does a telescope tell you that the Earth isn't flat?
Because I can look at the moon, look at the claims of science, and I can look at the moon and
but
see
what
that.
does looking at the moon indicate about the Earth? Like, I'm trying to prime you towards making a good argument against this.
No, I don't need to make a good argument. All I gotta do is give you my reasons on why I believe the.
Sam, are you still saying that I'm the troll here? Are you still saying that I'm the only troll here? Sam, be honest. Be honest, I'm the only troll here, right?
Who's trolling other than you right now?
G-Man. He is not providing any sincerely groundbreaking any argument that would, you know, justify anything he says. I am the one trolling.
I just gotta remember.
No, you have to trolling involves in
my channel. I gotta keep you away from my channel, man, because you're a troll.
I'm a troll. You gotta.
Yeah, you're a troll.
You want to make a good argument against. I mean, against there being a flat Earth. You can take the observations of, for example,
my telescope
of NASA. You can also take the observation that the time zones, like you wouldn't have time zones without a rounder. You wouldn't learn that through a telescope.
Yes, I would learn it through a telescope.
How do you learn about time zones through a telescope?
I looked at one of those powerful ones where you can see Mars, and I've also looked at.
What does that have to do with the Earth being round?
One that when I look at the
what it has to do with the Earth being round? What it has to do with the Earth being round?
When I look at the moon is round, okay? And if the moon is round and the other planets are round, then I have no other reason to believe.
That's not a good reason, right?
Isn't flat either. You know what I mean? That flat Earth.
That's not a good argument. Just because you observe other round things.
You know the difference between an argument.
But okay, any other argument, G-Man.
Okay, the way that you are synthesizing that observation is not a good way to conclude.
Wait, you're putting words in my mouth, Sam. Yeah, you're putting words in my mouth right now, Sam. Okay, I didn't say that. There's a difference between making an argument and give you my reasons why I believe something. And I'm not making an argument. I'm simply saying that I'm convinced that the Earth is round based on my telescope.
Okay, then your reasons are bad. That's what I'm saying.
Great. That's awesome.
And that's fine. I'm content with my telescope. If you got bigger reasons for believing that the Earth is round, more power to you. But
what does make you content about evolution?
Wait a minute, hold on a minute. My telescope is so small, it's so tiny, that all I need is a telescope.
So I need to make a point here quickly before I leave. G-Man, the issue here is that you have taken the correct position based on a bad reason.
No, I think his argument actually it makes sense with coherentism.
No, God damn it!
Yes,
don't say stupid things and be a smart person, Joe.
Sam, Sam.
It makes sense that if we can,
get through the
look at the nature of other celestial bodies in our universe.
That's not what coherentism means. That's not what coherentism
means. It coheres with the other findings that we have.
Okay.
There's a lot of spheres out there.
Yeah, the
Or
issue
sphere
here.
two.
I think that Sam just hates sociology.
The
It's not even
fundamental
sociology.
thing that
I think
pointed
Sam
out
just
is
hates.
that
Period. End of sentence.
yeah,
He's got a problem with observation.
no, because you can't. Here's the issue, right? The issue that I'm trying to bring up here is that because
Everybody
I'm
Sam.
Everyone
Everyone thinks like Sam.
I'm in the middle of a sentence,
G-Man, just let him finish.
That's your mom.
Fucking hell. So the issue is that we've taken a stance that is obviously correct. Obviously, the Earth is round, and the way that G-Man backs it is in a way that doesn't actually support that position. You don't use a telescope to make this observation. There are various very simple grade school observations that you make, but why is this telling? It's because even if G-Man is reasoning, even when G-Man's correct, he's reasoning in the same way as when he's incorrect, it's still a faulty mechanism, and it reveals a lot about his thought process.
Yes, exactly. But it hints. It hints. You can't say that it doesn't hint. You can't say that it doesn't hint.
The other issue is you can use a telescope. I mean, if you could see, you use lunar eclipses, or you see the projection of the Earth on the moon or whatever. It has to project a circular shadow. Only spheres or cylinders can make that projection, and you can see that in your telescope. You can also use your telescope to look at the satellites that require our Earth to be a sphere in order for them to rotate. It seems like you guys are just trying to say that he's making a bad argument just to say that he's making a bad argument.
Yeah, that's
I don't agree with
You're not trying to think about.
So Sam, when are you going to give up this theory of evolution? That's what I've been dying to ask you.
Hold on, man. One thing at a time, because you are wrong about that. But
I'm not going. Not anytime soon.
Stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. You need to give up
Well,
evolution.
G-Man, the thing is that if you were actually producing scientific knowledge like I was, you would actually
You're
do
not
something
producing
productive.
scientific knowledge. What are you
Yes,
producing?
I am. I work in a lab. I publish research.
I'm a scientist.
You're producing make-believe atheism. You're not producing any science.
Wait, what is my research has nothing to do with atheism. And
What research have you? What research have you done?
Specifically, I've helped develop. Okay, so I've helped develop methods for detecting proteins with higher confidence in cells using mass spectrometry, and applied that to understand how the cell, the repertoire of proteins that yeast produces. And then I have also done cancer research to try to subtype a certain type of cancer.
I think somebody else already did that.
Not in terms of what I'm doing, no.
You're innovating. You haven't created anything. You're innovating off of somebody else's idea.
What do you mean?
You're innovating. You're borrowing somebody else's idea and you're
How
adding
am I
on.
borrowing someone else's idea? This is a
Jesus. Okay, G-Man, you borrowed Jesus' idea and you.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Evolution's wrong, man.
My research doesn't have anything to do with evolution.
I know it doesn't.
Because you're
Evolution
borrowing
doesn't
from
offer
other
anything to science because it ain't real.
G-Man, why are you innovating Jesus' idea, though? Come on.
I don't really understand what point you're making, G-Man. G-Man, I would advise to get off of the crack pipe.
Coming off well, but then you.
No. Sam's not going to destroy me on this topic. I challenged Sam actually on my channel to a debate on evolution, and I know who's going to win that one. So
I'm not gonna waste my time debating.
No. Of course you're not. It's like you ain't waste your time with true empiricism. You ain't got no time for nobody. But I'm not going to let you get away that easy, sir. You're going to debate me.
Why am I going to debate you?
You got G-Man on your ass, bro.
How about this? If you can pay me half a month's salary, I will debate you.
I'm not paying you nothing. You're the one who claims.
Okay, then I'm not going to debate you. Goodbye.
Evolution is a lie out of hell, and it's garbage.
Wrong.
He ran. He went. They ain't take long.
How did you know he ran? How did you know he ran?
Don't worry, the amazing atheist will be a good scapegoat for you guys when I debate him soon. The most popular atheist when you.
G-Man, I have a question. Do you think you're not a psychopath?
Am I a what?
Do you think you're not a psychopath?
Do I think I'm a psychopath?
Do you think you're
No,
not
I
a
like to
psychopath?
have fun. I don't think there's anything wrong.
Brother, this has been very obnoxious.
I know. No, I'm trying to put some stress on him because I like it.
Brother, you're like half the problem, dude.
I'll leave
Yeah,
first.
but it's not fun for anyone else, and
aw, damn it.
you're also. It's not even interesting.
Create like 900 videos about to your community based on what you
Hey,
did.
I want to have a conversation with Art real quick. Hey, Art, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hey.
Can you control your Ukrainian friend, please?
Can you control what?
His
My Ukrainian friend.
Yeah. Can you just put a leash on him and just like hold him down for just a little bit? Like say
Never.
something to him in
It's
Russian.
not gonna happen. It's not
brother?
gonna happen.
Ukrainian? He sounds a bit intoxicated. I won't lie.
Who, me?
No, not you. Your
Okay.
brother.
Your brother.
Okay, sure, man.
My brother. Hey, you talk smack about my brother?
I just need you to put him under control, and I think that you're the only person that can do it.
That is fascism, sir. That is fascism, sir. That is
This guy
fascism.
is like a loose cannon
Fascism.
of stupid and aggravation and annoyance.
Why are you trying to control me? Are you?
I think that if Art had some toilet paper and a good stick, he could probably get you under control.
Well,
Maybe 17 American dollars.
No, hey, brother. So I do think those are good arguments, man. I love you. Hey, you're my fellow countryman. It's like fuck.
Brother, no.
No, I agree with what you're trying to say. Like G-Man, fuck knows nothing, but it's like you fell with into a few sort of bad arguments there, dude.
I know.
We all do it.
He's
unknowingly make it that way.
Let me ask you
he's a
guys
bad
question.
representation
You guys are
for
one
your
of these
people.
guys who says that you believe empathy is your moral standard. I'm curious.
Your mom.
I don't think empathy should be given without a valid reasoning.
Oh, okay. That sounds dangerously close to Levian Satanism, but let me ask you a couple more questions.
Yes, I'm saying.
Let me ask you something. Is teasing people moral or is it immoral?
Teasing people.
Teasing people?
About their speech
In
impediment.
That is a broad thing. That is a broad thing. What do you mean? Can you clarify? Can you just
No,
go
I don't need to clarify. You know full well what I'm talking about. Is that moral or
like you mean dangling?
to do it, and when I do it, I'm gonna embarrass you. Okay. So let me ask you: is it moral or is it immoral?
Like you mean dangling a safe,
You're on
in
the
front of
fence,
you?
you're an atheist. This is why leaving atheism is so important.
It's not part of morality at all. It's the repercussions of it. It isn't.
That ain't what they're telling me on Skype here. They're actually pretty embarrassed right now by you guys. Maybe I should screen share this and show you just how stupid you look right now. I really should.
Great.
Because right now people are telling me what right now. You're atheist.
Baby.
So I didn't find none of that funny, but you can continue to do it if you want. Many people are leaving atheism as you speak, but continue doing it.
Actually, our research shows that many are joining atheism. But
and not to mention that a lot of
like an atheist research.
Our research. It's our research.
You know what? Yeah, I forgot. Actually, guys, I correct myself. He's right. You're right. Atheism is growing. Because the last time I checked, Bionic Dancing, fellow atheist, said that rocks and babies are atheists. Since you guys believe that nonsense, you guys
Hold on, man.
Little baby atheists. Adorable.
Hold on. I want to hold the phone for a second and just point out that G-Man said the most ingenious motherfucking thing.
Rocks and babies are atheists.
It's genius.
If we count all the rocks and babies, atheists outnumber everybody.
Well,
everybody.
Cats are also atheists, according to Matt Slick.
Coconuts, they got all these different atheists out there. They got dust, they got dirt, all these guys.
My
All these
underwear
goddamn atheists,
you know what?
man.
Probably the best representation of atheism
Goddamn
I
atheists.
is the shit in my toilet right now. My toilet is full of atheists.
They have a lack of a belief in a God.
I'm not giving you that one.
Don't watch me out to the ocean. I'll only multiply.
I shit atheists.
Hey, Benna, I can't hear you at all.
Literally. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Ocean flushes atheists down his toilet.
On a daily fucking basis.
University Happy Gilmore. You guys like better watch out.
G-Man, I would just say,
I have a soda can.
I think I'm trolling,
Throw it
which I
in the
am.
trash with the rest of the atheists.
Well, you know, on one hand, yes, we have like atheists leaving, maybe. I'm assuming that. But on the other hand, G-Man. Wait, G-Man.
On the other hand, we have G-Man. On the other hand, we have G-Man.
Still talking.
Who cares? Are we gonna have a fight?
G-Man. I was still talking.
John broke a major rule of mine here. Again, I've already addressed this. I asked people to prove I did this, and no one can prove that. See you guys later. John is bringing up the safe thingy. No one can prove I did that, and no one wants to call the police and try me and look like a fool on YouTube and have to leave. And actually,
nobody has to try to make it look like a fool. You do it.
So
we're not going to talk about it. It's only going to be talked about in.
I love you, G-Man. You can't leave. I will give you a Valentine's gift. Shit. Damn it.
I was actually the first one who brought up the safe, because when he said, "Is it okay to tease people?" I don't know if you guys noticed, but I said like, you mean like me, you know, putting a safe in front of you and then just taking it away, close it slowly, you know.
Benna, are you naked or something?
Did he have safe sex then?
Safe sex.
That's what I thought he was safe. And I'm like, he's not going. Is it safe with Jesus? Is he? Is it safe? Is it safe?
Man, I made a meme about him. It's like, I have many problems, but stealing $3,000 ain't one. that would be a thumbnail for my video. Oh man.
Honestly, if somebody leaves a bunch of cash in a public area, it's
no, I disagree. I disagree. It's somebody's property, man. Even if I found $100
left carelessly in a public space.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't pay that shit.
I actually have no issue with somebody taking.
Yeah, like when children.
Well, if it was just a bill, I would not return it. I would take it. But if it was something that has like a you know,
if
like
somebody
a
discards
wallet.
something in public, it's free. It's fair game.
But no, is it like according to the law?
It's not according to the law.
A wallet is a little bit different because it's got someone's ID in it.
Well, he did.
Find the owner of it.
Okay, wait. So is it legal? Is it legal for me to take $3,000 that I found on the street in a safe?
I actually don't know what the legality of that is. I'm just speaking from. I'm shooting from the hip from what I'm thinking.
Well, it might be okay for.
That, I don't really have a problem with him doing it.
Well, it might be okay for you, right? It might be okay on atheism. What we can ask him is it okay in Christianity, really? Because
Yeah, exactly. Is it okay? Yeah.
Because we just had a discussion and had a hangout like a few hours ago. With, you know,
what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do?
No, we were talking about the illegality, right? Because he was saying that Christians cannot do some things that the government prohibits, because the government is God's sort of ordained something authority on the land, right? Unless it violates some of the main principles of, you know, 10 Commandments, right? So if he violated the law, then yeah, he's violating God's authority by stealing this money. If it's illegal in America, so if somebody could find that out and show that it's illegal, that'd be an interesting discussion.
The population of atheists.
Also, you should.
I'm still losing my shit over that.
You should. If you do that, you should inform your local police or anything, any agency that is, yeah. Maybe FBI. Maybe have a little raid. You know. I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. I'm joking, of course. I'm joking. You don't have to raid G-Man. He already is traumatized as he is. Yeah.
Brother, you're new here, aren't you?
I am. I really am.
It's pretty obvious.
You will grow to like him, yeah, Ocean. Trust me.
I'm not sure.
Remember
the wrong foot right now.
Remember the first time we talked, Ocean? We were like at each other's throats.
Yeah, and you know, you're still stupid, but I've grown to appreciate it.
You tolerate, okay, yeah, I tolerate your hippie paganism.
I'm tolerant of your idiocy, and it's fine.
That's okay, cool, that's cool.
It's good being around somebody who's wrong.
Yeah, like I was with your mother.
Well,
was that wrong? Isn't that's rape? Okay, okay. Now you admit to rape. Raping is wrong. That's horrible. That's it. That's it, man. I am going to go full as JW mode and just call the police. Please.
Oh yeah, Ocean. Oh, here's what you can agree with with brother here. He loves Anita Sarkeesian.
I love her booty. I love her fucking face.
Oh, she's hot. Yeah.
She is, man. I would eat out that booty like it was fucking marshmallow.
He's kind of like you, like a feminist, you know, kind of ish social justice warrior. I don't know where you exactly stand on social justice warrior.
I'm not a social justice warrior.
Okay, well, you kind of helped them a few times, you know, with the discussion.
I have common sense, but I don't identify as social justice.
Okay.
I don't even really. I only sort of identify as a feminist. Like, I disagree with about as many feminists as I agree with.
Do you like Rebecca Watson, Ocean?
Not really.
I don't know. I find her arguments interesting.
That's about the same here. It's like, okay, she's got stuff to say. Her methods are a little.
Yeah, I know. I just like. She's bland. She's very bland.
She blind?
Blend.
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 He's saying bland with a shitty accent.
She's normie. She's a normie, you know.
Oh, her appearance? Oh, I guess.
Judging by her arguments as well. It's like judging by her the way that style of her production on her channel. It's like, it's alright. It's tolerable.
She's got her production value's gone up a lot, actually. I think she's starting to use a DSLR now.
She always
to catch up with everybody else.
I think she always did. I'm not sure if she did before.
No, before she was using just a webcam on her computer.
Oh, man. Straight up from the bottom, now we here. Coming from the bottom, now we here. Yes.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't have problems with Rebecca Watson.
Really? Not even if you would ask her for coffee in a
Oh, nah.
If I were to ask Rebecca Watson for coffee, I probably wouldn't do it in a secluded environment.
But it's an elevator. Just like
I would ask her.
Elevator.
Where would you get coffee in an elevator, bro?
No, the guy invited her to his room for coffee. It's really weird. So.
Is it?
Yeah.
Dude, Art. Imagine yourself in an elevator, and then an old grandma just comes up to you like, you want some coffee in my room? Well, even though I'm into MILFs, but MILFs are a different kind of thing.
I mean.
Okay.
Maybe when Rebecca's like, I don't know, 40 and she's like bigger tits, maybe. Just maybe.
I don't
know. Her facial features are not that good as well.
Well, I don't know.
It doesn't turn me on. Lacy Green is good.
Rebecca
Good
Watson's
show.
35.
Oh, okay.
She's 35. Whew.
Got a book out called The Cat Expert. I didn't know that.
Shit. She is a MILF. She's a MILF technically. So I mean, maybe I should step my
Published
game
in
up.
2010. It's about picking out a cat. Which breeded from who? Got a cat book.
That's cool. Not.
Bonafide cat lady.
Yeah. She's not even like 50 yet, and she's a cat lady already.
I mean, I don't know if she owns any cats, but she certainly knows.
Come on, I know a bunch of chicks I know personally. I know it's weird for me to know chicks in real life, but yeah, they love cats, you know.
Well, hey, I love cats too, but I'm not writing a book on how to pick one.
Oh,
I didn't realize she wrote a book on it about cats.
Shit. Well, that's cute. I actually find that cute.
Yeah. Oh, wait, this is the only book she's apparently written, at least on Amazon. So of all the things she could have written about.
I know. There's she's known for just things that are so completely different from that.
Also, fun fact: Lacy Green used to be part of the D News crew, which is Discovery.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Yeah. She used to be in there. I think she still is. I'm not sure.
Well, she doesn't do the presentation anymore.
Yeah.
I noticed. I noticed it. I was like, what? What the fuck is she doing here?
She's there. What is she doing? Sort of pops in there. I mean, she didn't do a terrible job.
I've always wondered why people dye their hair purple.
Because it's stylish.
It's not a good, like, it's not a complete job, though. Like, it just looks like a bad dye job. As people can do what they want, but I've never found that. I don't get it. Like pastel dyeing, which is what's popular now among millennials for whatever fucking reason. Just
pastel dyeing with.
It's like dyeing with like colors like turquoise or purple.
Oh yeah. I noticed
it's
that.
like, okay, well, I'm glad that we're trying to make ourselves into a multicultural anime series.
Animes, yes, that's what I like about it.
It's got so much upkeep to do it right.
Yeah, but it's kawaii. I like kawaii.
The only people I've seen do it right work as hairstylists. So it's like, oh, okay, well, that's because you know what you're doing. And
bro, you should dye your beard purple.
No.
Yes.
That is a 227% no. Will not happen ever, period. Get away from me. Stop.
When I meet you, I'll bear a can of spray, purple spray.
And I'll have a bag of sulfuric acid to give.
How about a white beard, dude? That's gonna,
I'll have a white beard in time, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it's gonna be like partially first, white, and it's gonna grow.
So when I'm 60, I'll have a fully white beard, and I'll be able to go around saying I'm Gandalf.
Yeah, man.
Because I'll be able to, I've already made that decision. I will grow a fucking wizard beard once I get past like 50 or 60.
That is awesome. You can.
Then I'm gonna walk around with a staff and robes and tell people that they're not gonna pass me.
You're gonna be gay, right? You're gonna be gay like Gandalf.
Gandalf
the actor.
No, if the actor is, yeah, I don't think Gandalf is.
Guys, for a second, imagine G-Man old. What do you see?
He's already old. He's like 40 or something, isn't he?
Yeah, he's north of 40 right now.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean old like as in like 80 or, grandpa. I see a really grumpy black dude who just hates everything.
Black
That's
don't
what
cry,
I see.
so he's going to look about the same.
I think when he's going to be like 50, he's going to be acting like 30, because now he's act like he's 5 and he's 40. No, there's a progression there.
You're assuming he's going to mature.
Well, yeah, I'm hopeful. I have hope for humanity, dude.
I still have no idea how he can, literally prove that Catholics are not Christian. I still have no idea how.
Well, you would simply say that.
You were listening to him.
Yeah, you would say, look, here's what the Bible says. This is the true interpretation. Catholics have a different interpretation. Thus, they're not following what Jesus is saying, so they're not true Catholic. They're not true Christians.
That's how that works.
Yeah,
I've seen the argument a few times. The church claims a different kind of tradition. So
the thing is, Jesus never said to follow his tradition, though. At least I don't think so. At least not to my recollection.
Okay,
at least not to my recollection. What?
Then Catholics aren't Christian. You're siding with him.
What? No, I'm saying that Jesus never commanded Christians to completely follow what his tradition was. It's I never, not to my recollection.
Follow him. What?
Yeah, but not the tradition, not to keep tradition. He didn't say.
Therefore, Catholics wouldn't be Christian, right?
How? But because Jesus didn't say to keep the tradition. How can?
Right, because church is the one keeping the tradition.
Then, oh yeah, that's getting too deep now. It's getting too deep. Then church isn't
sorry
Christian.
to make a conversation about religion too complex for you.
Yeah, well then church isn't Christian as well.
Oh my goodness. All right, fine. I apologize for trying to talk to you about a subject you're obviously unfamiliar. We can continue.
No, but did Jesus ever command his followers to, keep the tradition as the same? Did he do that?
I don't even know what you're talking about anymore.
Okay.
You seem to be backing up the G-Man's assertion that Catholics aren't Christian.
How?
Because they're breaking from the church.
Yeah, well, if you establish that the Bible doesn't teach that you should have traditions, and Catholics hold there should be traditions, that they are by definition contradicting the Bible.
Right.
I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. Now, yeah. Okay. Now Art actually clarified it for me. Thank you, Art.
That's why I've been saying, hey, it looks like you're supporting G-Man.
Yeah. Damn it.
It's these nuances that you'll catch up,
Now I got it.
He's but a wee little lad. He'll start learning himself soon enough. Art, you have to take him under your wing. He's one of your countrymen.
Yeah, dude, listen, when I first came on Google Plus, I was like complete fucking idiot.
If music was allowed, I would start playing the Soviet national.
I was handed my ass by so many people. Took me a lot
And
of
of
time.
course, music isn't allowed in Nadia's Hangouts.
Oh, yeah, it's
Why isn't it though? Why isn't?
Copyright.
It's
issues.
copyright, yeah.
Her whole channel can be flagged. She cannot do Hangouts, and since she depends on Hangouts for her living, it's kind of bad. So she's really sensitive about it.
What are you doing, Yada? Whatever. You're giving this look, like staring into my soul.
I'm that too, but mostly just hanging out.
I see. Yeah. I'm not
Wait, you
doing
believe in a
much
soul?
either.
You believe in a soul? You're not my brother anymore.
All right.
It was a figure of speech as a
I
soul
know,
as a figure.
And I understand also. Yes.
But then, no. Then G-Man would come back on this exact location and say, "Look, he believes in the soul. That's what he believes in God." I'm like, cool.
Well, G-Man.
You see, you have to let G-Man speak. You see,
Yeah,
make as
exactly,
few claims as possible. Let him speak. He will hang himself and just point out the problems, point out the contradictions.
Yeah, I figured that me trying to troll him too hard was kind of keeping him away from making like the darnest statements.
Well, could I offer some just slight criticism? I mean, some people you were just you were dragging G-Man away from people who were really trying to hit him.
Yeah,
with,
that's
how you discuss this scientifically, which he's not very good at.
Yeah, I tried to underline that he doesn't have any scientific argumentation. That's what I was trying to do, basically.
Brother, you're one of those people which I refer to as roadblocks. And what I mean by that is that you are, while you're in the room, you prevent intelligent discussion from being.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I shouldn't have talked while there was this intelligent discussion. Because I'm not really huge into, like, even though I'm
You're just not really intelligent.
Oh, of course I'm not, but I'm in university studying computer science. Well, yeah.
Oh, are you? Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I failed my first semester because...
That's okay. Well, ocean is just a bacon.
I probably could have guessed.
Well, don't bring up philosophy.
Philosophy. I have a friend in philosophy, and oh yeah, he said it's a nightmare. So I'm not even stepping in that realm for now. Maybe later. Maybe if I get bored with my degree in computer science, I would just be like, yeah, all right. You know, I would just keep piling up degrees because, you know, I'll have degrees on everything. Dude, is there like a what is it? A Guinness World Record of piling up degrees? I'll make a record of a person who makes the most degrees. Made the most degrees, you know. Just throwing random stuff out there because it's dead right now because G-Man left.
Oh.
Yeah, we should not have chased him away.
I tried to make him stay. I even proposed.
Apparently, the most degrees held by a single person is 29.
Whoa.
And it's G-Man.
Whoa. Oh man, that's insane. Okay, that's it. And then my whole idea is kind of failing on its own.
Okay, and here's even better. Here's the list of places that he has degrees from. Muskegon Community College, University of Michigan, Yale University, Oxford, Cambridge, Stanford, Columbia, Harvard, Brown, Boston College, Dartmouth, Brandeis, Skidmore, and Ashland University. 29 degrees out of all of those.
And what does he actually do?
He is a assistant professor in sociology.
Well, what kind of degrees does he have? Like,
that is deep shit right there.
Depends on what degrees, right? If it's PhD.
He started off with an Associate of Arts, and he got a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology, Masters of Science in Sociology, Master of Philosophy in Sociology, Master of Arts in Education, Master of Arts in Politics of Education, Master of Science in Real Estate Development, Master of Design in Urban Planning and Real Estate, Master of Arts in Developmental Studies, Master of Arts in Liberal Arts, Master of Arts in Coexistence and Conflict, Master of Arts in Liberal Studies, Doctorate of Design in Urban Planning and Real Estate, Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing, and there is several others that he has from Yale University that aren't.
Well, so it's fair to say that he's artsy.
Do it?
What's... Oh, yeah, I'm gonna...
he has a JD in law, and he has an MA in higher education from Boston College, and he's wound up with several degrees.
Well, it seems that a lot of them are really related, right? So it's kind of easy to get one when you have
right, he's been swinging from one to the other. He's mainly in sociology and civil planning, but then he also has a law degree and an education degree.
How much would it cost him to do all those degrees?
I bet you he got a lot of scholarships for doing this because he's mad.
True. He would be an interesting person to talk to be fair. You know.
But does he have a PhD?
Yes.
How
Looks
much?
Like he has 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I know a guy who has 2 as well. He's the Atheist author.
He's got several masters. He's got one. Let's see.
Well, masters is not like the tip, right? At the end.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then he has a Doctor of Design. And
yeah, but does he know how a Vulcan penis looks like?
I'll bet you he'd be able to tell you in detail from experience.
Is it greener?
He did, of course, go to Yale.
Man, Yale is like the most prestigious, like
Vulcan college known to man.
Yeah.
Between the Vulcans and the social justice warriors, there's not much you can do.
It's basically the social justice warrior brigade there. You know, I can fit in just fine.
What, Yale?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
I feel like that you as existing as a person is pretty problematic.
Damn it, Ocean. Come on, you love emotion.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Yeah, Ocean is pissed at you.
I did pass, like,
I was pissed at him before this conversation, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ocean and Sam
a little
were
shit for quite some time.
pissed at me because I brought in ad populum fallacies and shit. Yeah.
Even before that, you were just saying things that just contributed nothing to conversation at all. You're very good at talking. You're not very good at saying anything of value.
Well, come on.
But you have a gift in
Come
it.
on. Sad face, okay.
I don't know, Ocean. I think it's just a unique kind
further with a sense of etiquette, maybe. All right.
I'm being very polite.
If that's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
polite, how
of
the
course
fuck do
you're
you sound when
being
you...
polite to me. Of course.
Shadow, should I
I'm
talk
not hurt at all. I'm not hurt at all, bro. I'm not hurt at all. I'm you know...
Oh, you'll be crying later tonight.
Completely fine. I'm completely fine, man. I'm a person of steel. Stalin. That's it.
You said you're Stalin? Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, come on.
Stalin.
Art,
Stalin.
Art, reel him in, please.
Well, Ocean, I think you've judged him too harshly too soon. I've talked with him and Ludic for a long time. And Ludic agrees with him. Yeah.
Ludic is a G. An OG.
You'll have to prove me wrong.
That's my abbreviation of my experience with him. So, you know. You know. I say
I've
you know
complimented
too
him a
much.
couple of times. He's very good at talking. He's very good at not making sense. He's really good at being rambunctious. He's awesome at derailing conversations. There's a lot of gifts there. I think that there's a lot of potential.
I agree with you there, but I think there's more to it. I think there might be a little more to it, you know. There's always a room to discover more to it.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I think that you have the potential to go far.
I really do. Thank you. Thank you, Ocean. You also have lots of ways to go in many different ways. Well, that just says it all. Lots of ways to go in different ones. It's basically me repeating the same thing twice, but okay. English is not my first language, by the way, Ocean. It's very easy to talk down upon a person, which is,
Yeah, he was taking advantage of that, but minor infraction.
Well, you see, brother, what you need to know about Ocean is that he's a hippie asshole pagan. Once you realize that.
Yeah. Oh, you're a pagan. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He thinks there's millions of gods.
Lots of pagans in Ukraine, bro. You should reconsider it. I can give you a ticket or something. Discounts. You can go there and discuss something.
Is that the right-wing parties in the Ukraine, by the way?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Dude, yeah, they have
right-wing pagans. I don't know. There's not very many of those, as far as I know.
Oh, dude, there are.
Are they a Satru or something, or? Because the only right-wing pagans I've ever heard of have been Asatru types.
They go Scandinavian paganism because they think it's more pure.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nordic. That's Nordic. It's Nordic, but it's more of Eastern Ukraine, Eastern European. It's not Nordic.
Right. It's the Germanic version of the god set, right? Where it's Woden and Frigg rather than Odin and Frigga.
Yeah, I'm not.
When all the Slavs moved in, over like 500 years, as the Mongols pushed them in, they picked up a lot of that Germanic religion. Or I could be wrong.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I know the Mongols did actually occupy lots of the Russian Empire for a while until they got pushed back. Yeah, they did influence a lot of things.
I think they had some. Oh,
sorry. I know common things.
Hold it. Things have become so boring. We had a 2-second yawn there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold it. Okay, I'm right that I'm just going to bring up a new topic here. And you have to discuss it. And all I want to know is your opinion about who has the better argument, flat earthers or otherkin.
What is this otherkin, actually?
It's people who sexually identify as a pizza box.
As a
As a pizza box. No, they can identify furries. Aren't furries otherkin?
No,
because technically,
not strictly. Although,
well, not strictly, but some of them are.
A real mindfuck.
I would love to speak into a furry. I would love meeting a furry, under the suit of them. Without the furry suit, just meeting a furry.
In America, we call that TMI.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm reading this correctly. I'm reading this correctly. So, otherkin are people who identify as partially or entirely non-human?
Yes. Basically.
Fucking hell. Well,
I'm a tree, bro. Come at me, bro.
But somebody tell me if you had an opinion about who had the better argument.
Well, I know.
Is there an argument? Is there an argument? That's the problem. Is there an argument? You see?
Well, they want you to see their argument, don't they?
They do, but I don't see it. I just don't.
I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing to sort of claim that, hey, I just like, to claim that I'm partially dragon or something or a furry, but it's something else to actually identify as, I'm actually half dragon and otherkin.
Humans are very weird. We're a very weird species. Do you know that there is a sexual attraction to balloons? Humping balloons.
Oh yeah, there's a meme about Spider-Man humping a balloon, actually, somewhere out there.
God damn it. No, I actually found that's an actual thing. Some people feel attracted to humping balloons.
Oh yeah, there's tons of shit. We just fucked
It's like whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like attraction to shit, to piss, to what else? Dead skin, rotting skin. It's pretty much anything that exists. Some humans will be attracted to.
We've outlawed the stomping the puppies videos.
That's good. Yes, that's I approve of that. I approve of that. Animal cruelty is unwarranted in any. It should be unwarranted across the globe because it's cruel and it's bullshit. But I'm not gonna go as far as saying that I support PETA, because I don't support PETA. Although I do advocate for animal rights.
What rights do animals have?
Rights do animals have? I think they have a right to to not become extinct and not being treated like they are,
Animals.
Not animals, but I'm not saying that. Like biodiversity, bro. Like you can't go into a diverse system and just say, oh yeah, let's remove all those animals. I don't think that's correct. Because it can cause problems within the system.
There's interesting arguments on the whole.
I know it's a layman way of saying it because I'm not a biologist.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
But somebody made a good point about because there are people who are vegans that are like, we should free the cows, and this Christian dude, I forgot his name, I think it's Saul, said that, well, if we let them go, they're gonna die because cows are stupid. And he's right. Cows are fucking stupid. They fucking stand on rails and wait for the train to just fucking,
Let them go, man. Let them go. Just let them go. Oh man. Yeah, I think sometimes the extremes of the animal liberation movements are just, oh god, they're so cringy. They're cringe-worthy.
Yeah. So often they're naive, right? I forgot there's this scene in some movie where there's this sort of hippie kind of chick, and she's like.
I love how they accuse us of being a speciesist when they are speciesist towards humans.
Right.
It's beautiful.
I remember this sort of part in the movie where this hippie chick, she's like, freed all of these birds. She has them in a cage, and she's like, releases them like, fly free. And then the plane flies over and just sucks them all into the engine.
I like birds. I like birds.
Let's see, the point is that a lot of these people are really naive and they don't realize the actual the situation is that it's a fact. Cows are stupid. We've domesticated them so much that they are not able to properly survive in the wilderness.
Oh, no shit, exactly. Yeah. True. But I still think that it's like, there should be a regulation to how to treat cows, not because it's affecting them, but because it's affecting humans. Like let's say if you're I don't know, dicing them incorrectly or something, or putting stuff that you don't need to do, all that shit, But it's more of food regulation. It's not more of like an animal rights thing.
Right. It's just crappy industry. Yeah, Christopher said, I think we should ship the cows to space. Christopher, I disagree. I think we should ship Matthew Bell to space.
Oh, Matthew Bell? No, we need him because he's good for conversation.
Oh, you just have a hard-on for him. I heard you flirt with him. He actually asked you if you would, do
Yo, like, Christopher. First time Christopher met me, he told me I'm cute, and I'm like, well, you know, take that as a compliment. Although I am not homosexual, but you know, still a good compliment.
Well, neither is Chris. He's bi. Or sort of independent or something. I think something.
I say I'm pan. That's to distinguish.
Did you guys know Lacey Green is a pansexual? I don't even know what that means.
Interesting.
It means that she's attracted to frying pans.
Well, she's a woman, of course she is.
Yes, I'm.
Oh wow! Oh god! I mean, son of a bitch!
You know, I want to know what pansexual is. What the fuck is a pans? Oh, what?
Alien tentacle.
Oh god.
Tentacle.
Oh god damn it.
Bad dragon toys. Yeah.
That just makes her more hot for me. It's kinky as shit.
Yeah, I don't like her, like, kind of like what she says, like, some of her arguments like that, but I would fuck her pussy, like, let her, like, fuck her.
Yeah, fuck her in the pussy, yes. I would just dress up as, like, a squid, be like, hey, baby, what up?
Live tentacle.
I'll just go, like, put a tentacle over my dick. It's like...
You cannot forget to make some cartoon cutouts, like of comic book, bubble comments or something along with you in Japanese something. And never mind, I fucked up the joke.
Oh man, yeah. Although it's still not an otherkin. Don't confuse pansexuality with otherkin.
I'm not otherkin.
Do not confuse pansexuality with other. Do not confuse them.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
I don't think I'm otherkin anymore because I'm not otherkin anymore because I believe that I was a descendant of an alien species from outer space in, like, specifically the Sirius star constellation and the Palladians and
man, that is some trippy ass shit right there. Were you in DMT? Did you smoke DMT?
No, I did not smoke that, but I wanted to, like, snort up, like, monatomic gold.
Damn. I actually considered doing DMT with my friend, but then we just pussied out and just abandoned the idea. I think we should have done it,
If you're going to do it, like, you have to be careful. That's all I'm going to say.
Man,
I haven't taken it, but I've heard that.
I heard that it changes your life. I heard that it's a life-changing drug. It's like, yeah. Why not, Now, why not change your life a little bit? Make it a little more fun.
Your mama is a life-changing drug.
Oh, God.
This is the kind of jokes we do.
Yeah.
This one time, Ocean and me and
I do have kinks though. Like, I like older women, to be fair.
Oh, okay. Before you go on, I have to warn you. Before you go on about your kinks that there is such a thing as too much information.
Oh, true.
Things that have been seen cannot be unseen. Things that have been heard cannot be unheard. So tread
plus it's live, so
let me turn on my webcam. Oh wait, the girl that I have tied up in the back might show up on camera. All right, never mind.
But come on, people would still figure shit out about you. We live in a day and age of the age of information. People can still, everything is transparent, bro. Like, if you really want to know something about a person, you can still somehow dig to the bottom of it. There is still ways, but I don't know those ways. Yeah.
Dig to the bottom of it.
Very deep.
To the bottom.
Very deep and thorough inside.
Oh man, shit. I'm missing G-Man, man. Like, come on, why couldn't he stay? Like, it's like
he was in here.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yep.
You have to tread careful with these people. They're like the antelope in the wild. You have to creep to them in careful.
Yes. Indeed.
Woo them with some, snacks, and then just grab them, like
prey, like the prey they are.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're Darwinistic extremists right here. social Darwinist extremists.
Yeah, you social Darwinist extremists who want to cause a holy war against Christians and Muslims and start World War III or IV and Part 6 too.
Yeah.
Exactly, because we're the New World Order, basically.
And you're smoking pot, which is a gateway drug to the devil, and
oh my god, dude! I've watched this religious documentary about the the Columbine thing, and they were talking about their music influenced them. It was demonic music, satanic music, and they showed the music they were listening to, and it got me into like so many good industrial metal bands. It's like, thank you.
So how many gangbangs did you have after listening to that music?
I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 or 4.
So you see, you proved their point. See?
Oh, I wish, but although I didn't have it. Although I would not oppose having a gangbang. You know, I'm a pretty kinky person.
Yeah, I want to actually point out to G-Man, he's just boasting like how much atheists are leaving. Even if that is the case, on the other hand, we have the fact that so much younger creationists have turned into flat earthers. So it's not, it's not really helping his cause either.
Wait, what? What now about flat Earth? Is he?
That younger creationists are converting to flat Earth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he kind of he and Veckel defend Arcane, kind of.
Well, yeah, because he's his fellow Christian. But the thing is, they themselves cannot rationally defend the round Earth, right? Because the only proper way we can do this to establish that it's more likely a round Earth is through appeal to valid authorities, because we do not have access to the experiments that show this. And many of these experiments can be actually explained in a flat Earth universe. So,
John, do you think he would actually come back, though? Even if I was on my best behavior, I don't think he would come back.
Actually, hold on. I was going somewhere with this. So, because they reject science, right? They cannot appeal to the scientific community, which says that the Earth is round.
No, that's not entirely true, Art. What they do is they appeal to some science.
Well, that's inconsistent. That's irrational.
Which is it's irrational. Yeah.
Well, they get divine revelation from God to know all the knowledge.
And Arcane gets divine revelation from God that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, the inconsistency, all these denominations have, all these different views.
That's what I'm putting out, right? It's that they really have no consistent, rational way to show that the Earth is round. They would have to really resort to a flat Earth position.
I wonder, with all of their restrictions and all of their, religious sort of, what is it? It's not restricted. It's religious. I forgot it. They have to behave a certain way, and their standards, all their standards, religious standards, right? I cannot imagine how would they, basically let some steam off. How I do it, I troll. I know I'm good at it because I have experience on trolling. How do they let some steam off? That's basically my concern. That's my real concern with people who are. Yeah.
Well, we go on the street and blow into the blowhorn.
Well, yeah, I guess.
There's that.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah. Yeah. Any other thing I don't see how they should It's like living in the Bronze Age. Come on, man. Come on. This is why I love, as much as people say it's ridiculous to bring the argument, it's 2015, hence something is wrong. But, in this case, I would say there's an exception. It's it's 2015 now. We're not in the Bronze Age, So, people should kind of alleviate their standards to modern standards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hey guys, it's been a good discussion, but it's really late for me, so I'm going to take off.
Exactly. It's a little late for me as well. It was nice meeting you, Art. It was nice meeting you, Christopher. It was nice meeting you, something. It was nice meeting you, John. It was nice meeting you, Ocean. It was nice meeting you, the Magic Sandwich. Although I met him before, but he doesn't even listen. All right, peace out.
See ya, dude. See ya.
Bye-bye,
Ocean.
brother. Bye-bye, Art.
Everybody call me Yada something now.
Yada. Yeah.
Yada something guy, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't know. Should I go now? Because I don't know.
Like,
Yeah,
how
I'm
long
gonna.
do you want to keep on getting drunk, Art?
Yeah,
Like,
well, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Well, Art,
Yeah.
before you go,
Yeah.
I don't know if you were following the conversation I was having, Nadia, but when we shifted between the rooms like we did because of G-Man, Nadia was saying that's a real problem. It actually caused both of the hangouts to really go in a decline with like the outside viewers. So we really have to not do that from now on because it really can in effect like kill both of the hangouts.
I'm guessing what happened is he blocked someone.
No, well, somebody mentioned the safe, and it was me, but he didn't notice that.
No, that's
John
not.
mentioned.
That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about the idea of having two.
Yeah, no, but I don't think that's really the cause of this hangout dying out. It's because G-Man left.
It is because you've got Nutty's got a certain number of viewers, and then you split them up between two rooms, then both hangouts go
G-Man
into
could
decline.
coddle a little more.
Well, the other hangout was dying anyway. That's the thing. That's why we kind of moved here.
Mm-hmm.
But also, Art, though, I think, like, just generally, not just based on what may or may not have happened this time, I think it tends to have that effect, or it can, where it can really, you know, because, like, people are following the hangout, and all of a sudden, the whole character of it changes. A lot of people don't like that. They don't even stick around to see what the change is. To people, they take that as, like, the whole thing got trashed, because, you know, they were following a thing, and then it completely changed. And apparently a lot of people just don't like that and they leave.
What do you mean? You mean? Yeah, sure. I'm really too tired to talk about this. Actually, maybe you could bring it up tomorrow.
No, what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what like the new direction the hangout might take. Like it could turn out it was a really better, interesting conversation, but people watching, when all of a sudden like a bunch of people join, a lot of people just don't like that. They feel like that's just, you know, it's like you're watching a movie. All of a sudden, like all these new characters come into the scene. You're like, what the fuck is this?
I didn't see this happening in any hangout. Like when new people show up, it usually gets more interesting, especially if there's a conversation going on.
Well, yeah, I mean, Art, you know, I'll take seriously that what you're saying. Like, think about it, but I mean, clearly Nadia was very unhappy. I can tell you that. So
yeah, I understand that, but it was because I'm really too tired to talk about this. So I'm sleepy. We'll jump in some other room for a moment, and then I'll head back. So, yeah, guys, it's been cool talking. Yeah, talk to you tomorrow, guys. See ya.
All right, Art, we'll see you.
I don't know about that comment, Nadia, but man. So Ocean, does G-Man think you're a Satanist or something? Yeah.
No, I mean, I think he has a pretty good idea of what I am. It's just that his problem is, as far as paganism is concerned, he just doesn't understand it as well as he probably could. But, you know.
Well, he kind of chooses not to understand it. Like,
I mean, that's obvious, but at the same time, you know, he doesn't think I'm a Satanist. I know that.
Yeah.
He might think the gods that I worship are relatives of Satan or something like that. Or that they are, but so in that sense, that maybe he thinks I'm a Satan worshiper, but it's not really nothing new.
Well, technically, yeah. Oh,
weird. It's not like I haven't heard that before, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is DPR asleep? Or is he just AFK?
He's just drunk.
Oh,
okay. I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't hear him as well when his head is on the desk. That was a joke.
I hate that I missed G-Man. Oh well. We need to talk about something. Gotta grease the gears. So, who are you voting for in 2016?
God, we've just acknowledged the death of this conversation, but I'd vote for Hillary. Sorry, folks. Old Democrat here.
Okay.
Yeah, I realize it's an impossible task to elect a Democrat president after another Democrat president. You know, we haven't done it since Truman, but it'd be nice if we did it. It certainly would be better than you know, Mr. Classy, Mr. Trump.
Like if he gets in like as the Democratic like nominee, I vote for Bernie Sanders.
I can understand an attraction to Bernie Sanders. To me, you know, if you know, what can I say? If the practicing Democratic Party was more like Bernie Sanders, that'd be a good thing. But they aren't. You know, he still pretty much has the outsider vote. You know, but you know, I never see him getting above 40% overall. I mean, he's close to that, but I don't see him improving, you know, going on from here.
We need to signal the Veckel or Mac call. How we do this?
I'd settle for Pillbox.
Pillbox, he's too much of a headache. Darwin's deity would even do.
If you realize you're just going to talk at a normal conversational rate, Darwin's is fine.
Like, none of his rooms are supposed to be philosophy, atheism, communism. So, what do you think is more likely, socialism right now or communism?
Are you just talking about the world's populace, or are you?
Well, in the United States. In the United States, specifically.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
In the United States, specifically.
United States. I think some people on the left can admit that they think there is a socialist way of doing something we haven't done yet. That basically we can show there's a good reason to believe it would be beneficial to the country as a whole.
Yeah, like one of the things that would be like is having needs like things like basic food, like clothing, shelter, have those be like at a lower price or even free.
Well, it's mostly what we got is companies that make money off people throwing their clothes, giving their clothes away, and they pretty much can give away the worst looking of the clothing.
Yeah, and then there's also another problem that we need to address is this problem where corporations are recognized as people.
Oh, hate that. Oh, God.
And because of that, they can get, I hear that they can get all sorts of grants. I have to look up that.
We took a modern Supreme Court to decide that a railroad baron type of Supreme Court decision should say something that outrageous. I mean, yeah, a corporation is a person. That's awful.
It makes sense to treat them legally as an entity, and they don't have all the rights of personhood, but they have.
That's why it's great we have this word entity, because an entity is not necessarily a person.
Well, they don't have all the same rights as a citizen.
Yeah, but they use the word, and the thing is that locked things in as far as Supreme Court decisions.
Not really. It operates as a person.
Oh, that's right.
They can't vote.
The Supreme Court has never had any controversial decisions on whether something's a person.
That's not what I said.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting riled up. Okay.
I'm saying that legally it makes sense for them. I did a paper on this about the history of corporate personhood, and I'm honestly seeing the pathway that it got there. It makes sense that it was necessary to create a personhood status for corporations because it's essentially how they act.
Let's spread this thing out. You would know about the railroad case about that they base it on. Do you think
it's that and several others? There's 5 or 6 cases that have come up to where we're at now.
I think when you get to Supreme Court, you're talking about a lot of different cases you're referencing. Yeah, I understand that.
But you're right. It is all based on the court case, either in New Mexico or California, about the railroad system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you read that, now in modern times, I mean, do you think that's a decision that the Supreme Court should be, I'm going to sound facetious and say proud of, but let's just say really is well, let's say
it wasn't much of an alternative.
Everybody else used it as precedents.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Has anybody else used it? It obviously has been used as precedents because things have been built on it.
I know it has precedents, but as Supreme Court cases go on, did it have significant precedents? I mean, did a lot of law follow from it?
Of course.
Railroad law or person law?
I guess I'm unclear as to what you're asking now.
Well, I'm using colloquial terms. I of course know that there's not a history of person law in the United States, but if I would say there's this fuzzy area I'm talking about that's called person, and there's this other area that's maybe a little less fuzzy called railroads. I mean,
but they were talking about companies and organizations and so on.
Yeah.
That's
the
comparison to person was brought up in that it is an independent entity that has certain rights.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a person. You could think of a different term. For instance, entity.
And maybe they could have thought of a different term. But with entity, you're still getting the rights of.
Avoided the word person.
It operates essentially like a person. There's
essentially like a person, but what it is it a person? No.
It's a.
We're just disagreeing about constitutional law, and we can leave it be.
Well, I'm trying. I guess I'm trying to figure out what the crux of the disagreement is, as to like why.
Hold on. You don't think there has been any controversy since that decision about what people?
I'm not saying that either. I'm trying to figure out where we disagree, like what the problem necessarily is.
I don't want to disagree.
I know it's controversial, like and it's gotten a lot of attention, especially lately with the FEC decision.
Well, then why you don't? I'm not really recognizing that you're seeing that why people think it's controversial, what their opinions about constitutional law to this case are, and I mean the word person. We're getting to philosophical discussion there. I mean, what is a person? It's not a corporation.
From what I understand of the decision, it was brought up that that a corporation acts a lot like a person. It has obeys a lot of the same rules as a person.
So does a robot.
Therefore, can legally be considered. No, that's not. A robot doesn't have the legal necessities and needs of acting as a person.
Neither does a corporation.
A corporation totally.
I want to deny corporations that right. There you go.
All right. What do you want? What rights specifically do you want to deny them?
Anything that they attach to personhood.
Okay, so I guess we should start. Should a corporation exist?
Most definitely, it's our best legal entity.
Okay, that's in part because it's considered a person.
I don't think so. I really think you'll find very much lacking anything preceding that railroad decision. Well, at least that comes down in your favor. They made a lot of decisions about persons in the Supreme Court before that, but it had nothing.
If it's not a person, I can't sue it.
What?
So if a corporation is responsible for... Say what?
I missed that.
If it's not a person, I can't sue it. So if...
Then you have to have persons in your corporations that can be sued.
But none of them are responsible.
You know what?
You'd have to file a class action in order to get a corporation.
That I'm all in favor for.
Say what?
That's the change in your idea about corporations that I'm all in favor for.
So you would have, in order.
I would have to have persons that are in some way, in some capacity, involved in this corporation that I could hold responsible. There. That is the difference between what you think personhood is and what I think it is.
So the consequence of that is that in order for me to, if I'm getting workman's comp, I can't sue the company. The company's money is then protected because it's not a person. Its money is untouchable. Then I have to find the individuals that are responsible, sue every single one of them in a class action. And then I'm bringing all these people in, including my co-employees, in order to get money out of them, while the money that's kept in the corporation is protected indefinitely because it's not a person. I can't touch it.
Okay, you have an opinion. Thank you.
No, that's the legal reality. That if it's not a person, there's no way it can be brought into the damn courtroom and I can't get money out of it. It makes them invincible.
It makes the laws the corporations pass to protect themselves not essentially overall protecting them. It makes them vulnerable in some sense.
Right. The personhood makes it so that you can actually drag them into a courtroom. If you take away that personhood, suddenly you can't sue them.
That contradict the idea that you can make a person responsible for what a corporation does. It's possible in all senses.
There would be no one person responsible for what a corporation does.
No,
the corporation is responsible because that's who I signed the contract with, and if that's not a person, then they're invincible. It makes them legally impossible to bring in.
Really?
Yes.
Them invincible. Where's invincible cited?
Actually, like now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, it would, because like it would make everything like Ocean said, like, you have to track these people down and sue every one of them, which would be a waste of time and money on both your parts.
Whereas you can just sue the corporation.
This is the magic key that saves us from Standard Oil. Well, forget it. Standard Oil existed. The Rockefellers existed. Yet they had immense power. Please.
Our corporate personhood is a two-edged sword. And if you do not define them as a person, then there's a lot of consequences from that increase corporate power.
About this metaphor.
What do you mean metaphor?
What do you think it is? You don't think calling a corporation a person is a metaphor?
And from a legal standpoint,
are you really saying that's impossible to believe that someone would see it that way?
I was asking what you were saying.
Well, and I just told
okay,
you.
then fine. But the issue is that from a legal standpoint, it's not a metaphor, because you're actually bringing in that corporation. And guess what? Also, in addition to that, corporations can't represent themselves because they're not actually.
I'm talking Supreme Court history. I'm talking about the business terms that are being used way beyond anything that should be considered, federal law, but it's the fact we live in. And we come from a culture that's very corrupt, that has had people that had ultimate power. Let's just see what we can have without starting calling corporations people.
I just don't see any other way around it. I started out doing my paper being against it because there's a certain amount of power that corporations gained but to be honest, when looking at the case law, I was totally okay with everything that was happening up until FEC. Once FEC versus Citizens United came into the picture, it suddenly became a huge issue. Because then you have these entities that don't die, are able to collect massive amounts of money and funnel it into campaign financing. But now we have billions of dollars being put into our presidential election.
You're telling me there is no solution in the law besides calling corporations?
Prior to the FEC versus Citizens United, there didn't need to be.
Wow, that sounds like a law that could be changed. Why don't you change that law and still going on about these?
Because the Supreme Court has rules on it.
No, you're interrupting me. You know that. Why don't you just slow down? But proceed now.
If you want to change it, you're going to have to change the Supreme Court ruling on it. You have to bring it before the Supreme Court again, because the Supreme Court has decided it is unconstitutional.
I already know. I understand the U.S. Constitution. Things can be changed without the Supreme Court decisions. They're much more likely. But then, if this was important enough, then somebody would want to do it.
It would have to be done through an amendment.
Yeah.
And the amendment would just be an overturning of the Supreme Court decision.
Your opinions, but do you think you have the political will to do it?
What are you asking?
I'm asking, do you really think it's possible in reality? No,
I'm just saying what the solution would be. I'm not saying I'm even willing to do it. I'm not, actually, because I think that the personhood law makes a lot of sense.
Well, I don't.
The personhood legal language.
I think you're stepping on a word.
Because then I can sue them.
Different word. Pick a different word.
If they're not a person, I can't sue them. I can't sue an entity. I can sue a person. So, that's the reason why the legal language is designed the way it is.
People in corporations should be made responsible for when people have to sue them. Okay, you can't hide behind an entity.
I think
that's why you sue the corporation.
Yeah, I think there would be a better solution, maybe limiting their power if possible.
Right. The thing that the screw up that happened was applying the First Amendment to corporations in a way that allowed them to spend whatever money they want wherever they want.
Yeah, I think that's
the citizens' decision.
As far as funneling it into campaign finance, that was a huge fucking mistake.
Yeah.
And the Supreme Court, although I can't really argue with the Supreme Court's decision because it's not unconstitutional, there isn't anything against it. But it wouldn't necessarily be unconstitutional to make a law against it at the same time.
Yeah,
but you'd have to do it through an altering of the damn Constitution, because the Supreme Court has ruled on it and you can't nullify.
Mm-hmm. So we're just living in a time where Congress remains inactive and this problem will not be solved for at least a generation.
Probably will never be solved. Unless the laws around campaign financing are completely restructured. What?
You're just being a negative Nelly there. Come on.
No, unless somebody completely reforms campaign finance, which is something that Bernie Sanders has been offering to do.
Mm-hmm.
But he wouldn't be taking away corporate personhood. He would just be changing the rules of campaign finance.
Well, because we're talking about two different Supreme Court cases.
No, we're talking about FEC.
They overlap, of course, because now we're living under them, you know, as they took effect with the Supreme Court decision. You know, the corporations get more power with citizen, and they get to be a person with your railroad decision.
That railroad decision made sense.
You know what? I understand the argument that was put in front of the Supreme Court.
I have my paper over here.
I mean, and you have your paper, and we're both happy, aren't we?
Oh no, the first thing was the slaughterhouse cases.
Okay. And I want to say, if you want to bring up other cases that were involved in
the slaughterhouse cases led to the
in the person case, yeah, I mean, go ahead, that's fine, but you have to understand, you know, everybody understands this all went into a winning case. Okay, we know that already.
Oh, it's the Santa Clara case. That's what Santa Clara County, California. Verdict. Yeah, they achieved personhood through the 14th Amendment. And the solution was to make them artificial people with limited rights. And it was understood that it was artificial.
Ocean, I'm really sorry, but at least on my end, you were going in and out.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going through my paper on this because this is what I wrote on this, and I have here on the state decision that it was clear that it was a artificial creation of a person in the legal language, and they gave them limited rights that
I wouldn't have
to solve a lot of problems about how corporations operate from a legal standpoint. So they wouldn't be untouchable.
Yeah, as long as people use the idea of artificial person, that's fine.
That's been what it's been. It's always been what it's been, and that's what it is now.
But
the problem is that the rights of that artificial person have been expanded.
Rights from the corporation, not only because I don't feel they're really meeting the definition of person that I want to see, but also I just want to push corporations back.
Here's the solution that I suggested in this paper was to create a constitutional amendment that was a corporate bill of rights, which outlines specifically what corporations can and cannot do as artificial persons. Creates
I like that. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, but like the understanding has always been that they're artificial persons. The problem is there's not a clear outline on what that artificial personhood actually has rights to.
Well,
so when you the deal with the whole Citizens United and FEC issue was that they're saying, okay, well we've claimed that corporations are artificial people. Now, does that have freedom of speech?
Mm-hmm.
And the general rule has been, yes, they have freedom of speech because corporations can be represented to say whatever they want in the same sense that people have that right. So,
but they also have the right to hide from the general public the fact of what they do politically, and that's the problem.
Just as people do.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to give corporations people's rights. I would take that away from them. If the corporations want to participate in the political system, they should identify themselves. In fact,
I think that large amounts of money should be disclosed.
I'm still talking. They should identify themselves. And I lost my train of thought, so go ahead anyways.
Okay. The issue as far as the FEC was concerned, I'll go ahead and finish what I was saying before you interrupted me. Completing the thing about the FEC issue is they have right to free speech. Therefore, because that has been a thing. Therefore, they took another case that was about somebody saying that they're free to where they put their money as a representation of their free speech. And that case was won by that individual in the Supreme Court. They took that case and applied it to corporations and said, hey, if this is counted as the freedom of speech, and we've established that corporations have freedom of speech, then corporations should be able to place their money wherever they wish, as well as a representation of their freedom of speech. And from a legal standpoint in case law, there's no way to argue against that. And it's simply because you've said that they have freedom of speech.
It's a corporate designed conundrum, isn't it?
Yes, and part of it has to do with this kind of chain of us historically not creating a corporate bill of rights early on when it was established that they were persons. That is something that should have come up in the Santa Clara case.
To do that earlier in our history.
So what?
I said if they were a little bit less the bastards that they were, maybe we would have had a chance to do that earlier in our country's history.
Maybe. It's just at that point it probably would have been a problem, and it probably would have helped corporations.
Well, I think you're imagining it wouldn't be a problem now, but
Hey, given that my knowledge on the railroads, railroad companies, they probably would have been ecstatic about the creation of a Bill of Rights because it would have protected their ability to do certain things.
Yeah, but
and the things that we would view as acceptable now would give railroad companies a lot of power then, like freedom of speech and so on.
Yeah.
But it also should be. I don't know, there needs to be something that clearly outlines what corporate personhood actually means. But anything with the words corporate personhood are not very popular. So getting 3/4 of the United States to get behind a corporate Bill of Rights just wouldn't work out with PR, even though it would be a limitation.
It could be a simple matter that you say that your Bill of Rights, the prerequisite is the repeal of this personhood nonsense.
Well, no, it would be a solidifying of it, but it would also be a limitation on it. It shows that because in all the case laws, in the case explanations, they state this is an artificial person. So there's no argument that they're against them being an artificial person. It's just that what does an artificial person mean has not necessarily been solidified outside of the Supreme Court.
Well, it's solidified colloquially. I mean, as many mistakes I make speaking to you about legal matters here, let's understand that a greater majority of the people understand the law when people say colloquially. You say artificial person, there's going to be a number of geeks who are going to go, ooh, bicentennial man, we're going to give robots rights and stuff and everything.
No, it's in a legal sense.
Yeah.
Not any other way. It's not like they're,
any other way. It's just pure fiction. Which sometimes I feel corporate written law is pure fiction.
I don't know if I agree with that, but
I know.
I don't know if I necessarily can chase it down.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've explained my opinion.
I mean, do I have to stop talking because I always have a communication problem whenever I'm talking to somebody? But mostly, at some point did I just really push Nadia too far or something? Because I know she's trying to run 2 rooms or something, and I was never sure on the side if she was really criticizing me or somebody else. But I won't worry about that.
I was confused if she was referring to me because I kind of left the hangout a while ago because I went into one of Wolf's hangouts. So.
But am I last time I was really, well, not last time. I'll say a few months ago, Nadia was saying things about people that, you know, and I guess this just reminds me of it, and I don't know if I'm pissing her off or not.
Sorry to tell, but that's a part of her personality quirk. But
I mean, you know, somebody tell her I love her shirt.
yeah, of course you have some sort of like goodwill for her. Of course, like I think most people do who come on here to some extent.
I think I'm really losing my voice, but I think I come on here to say interesting things. Mostly I say things that interest me, like I bore the hell out of people talking about Supreme Court cases. But, you know, if I'm not taking the room in the direction anybody wants, you know, tell me.
No, we're good right now. Like, we need, because, so often we kind of, to some extent, and I like it sometimes, and I don't like it sometimes. Like, we have, a circle jerk of ideas, and we don't have differing opinions. Mm-hmm. And it's refreshing to have those in here once in a while, no matter how crazy they are. Sure, it'll give a headache, but it'll be an interesting conversation nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I realize I'm trying to remember his name. I think it was Brother or anything. He derailed the G-Man thing. That could have gone on longer. We've seen G-Man go on longer. You know, he just you know, the guy wasn't playing the game right. He just didn't understand the game. He might be incapable of understanding the game, but
might be true.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard not to be combative with G-Man. Even the most kindest people, I've seen them try and interact with them. 3 of them personally I know as friends, and each time he treated them like shit and abused their trust.
I've given him hell before.
Mm.
I've given a lot of people hell.
I really wish that he would, I don't think he's left YouTube, 3 or 5 times, and then come back, after 5 months or so, and then says, oh, I've changed my argumentation, and I'm going to treat people another certain way, and you're unblocked, and then he starts a hangout. He's kind of good in the beginning, then a month or 2 later, he goes into combative mode when people bring up something from his past or even challenge him on a certain thing.
Yeah.
Then he just labels them a troll.
Yeah.
And then he starts thinking, I'm blocked you people so that we could talk. And now you're just being disrespectful with me. I ain't going to have that. You're a troll and you have to go.
It just seems like to me that G-Man slipped into that essential key slot that where, you know, he's repeating the same thing anybody else could do, but, you know, he's doing it well enough that we always remember him when he comes back. You know, I think anybody, you know, there could be somebody out there that could have that manic energy of G-Man. You know, they could put it to use on the internet. You know, and somebody could replace him, but he's just he always looks like the best guy for that job. You know, every time nobody rises above him.
Anyone will replace anyone. If a vacuum is left and someone of some sort of popular sort of brand of entertainment leaves that brand of entertainment, another person will fill that power vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Basically absorb all that popularity.
Mm-hmm. But they don't have that comeback nature of G-Man. I mean, I think when he's gone, he's actually still listening and everything, and he just eventually becomes...
I suspect that he is.
Yeah.
To some extent.
But, it's... What else can I say? I've watched this long enough. If I would really figure out what his cycle is, I mean, it seems like less than a year he does the complete round of every excuse he has, you know, and then he's back to the same thing, and then, you know, for variety he won't go exactly back to the same thing, you know, but eventually he just comes back again, and to me, I don't know, G-Man's been around what, 5 years? I don't know, but yeah, I don't think he's in the.
Other than his apologetics, like, he's a nice guy. Like, if he would just stop being as like combative as he is like online, and also like when he's street preaching, and it's more like less of this blowhard and like talks logically, he might win people over and actually, in his view, save souls. So. Yeah. I don't know who torpedoes who's hangout, but no.
I'm sorry, I came in after brother did that thing to G-Man.
And I have to rewind to watch that shit.
In fact, we're the only two left, you know. Everybody that could have been controlling that situation, well, no, actually we're halfway divided. DPR could have done something, too. I don't know. I came in halfway on the G-Man thing. I didn't check back or anything, but I assumed it had been going on for a while. You know, I didn't see. You know, I saw how close he was to like checking out, but you know, I will say right now he'd be very welcome back right now, because I'm sure we have a wonderful discussion.
I have a wonderful discussion with him. I want to see him try and convert me. Which isn't going to happen, of course. Because he's kind of bad at getting people to come over to his side. So, yeah.
Oh, let's see. Let's imagine G-Man at some, you know, in the last group of days or weeks and everything, he's brought up an important topic, and let's say we'd want to talk to them about that respectively. What would be the one thing he's brought up lately?
Let's see. And the crazy shit that he said, Answer Prayer, Atheist starting a holy war, just most of it is just this shit against people who are non-believers, and by non-believer, of course, like people who don't believe, believe in his particular God.
Yeah,
and even then, like this is another thing that I don't like. He will conveniently say that Christianity is the #1 religion in the world, or one of the most largest religions in the world. He'll say that, and he'll clarify he's not appealing to popularity, when that's obviously what he's doing. And it's even made even more evident when he says that Catholics are not Christians. And this makes his previous argument invalid, because he's basically defining Christian, and at least it's implied that those who subscribe to his brand of Christianity are either fundamentalists or evangelicals, whatnot. And that is going to, people are going to notice that, they're going to be pissed off if they're Catholic, and they're going to call him on his bullshit.
Yeah.
So it's convenient for him because it brings in the views. It breaks in the views. He stirs the pot, controversy, that gets the views.
Yeah. I fully realize, G-Man and his ilk are always going to have, what I would call some anti-Catholic theology, but to them it's just, they're allowed to do what they say they're doing, and it's truth and everything, and I'll go, no, people, I'm not a Catholic, so if Catholics think they're Christians, well, they're Christians. Everybody who thinks they're Christians are Christians. If you want to argue anything else, I want you to tell me who specifically, which church is Christian. I want to know the church you belong to.
Yeah, that's.
I want its address.
Like,
I want its website.
That's another thing. He claims to have found a church to go to. So this church, in his view, is a place that is a good church, and not only that, most likely has Christians, we can assume. Christians who are true Christians, of course, and not Catholics or any sort of liberal Christian who is okay with people who are LGBT and does not discriminate against people and judge them so viciously because of what they do in their free time. That is perfectly legal, of course, too.
Mm-hmm.
And not anything that is harming people or forcing other people to not live in the most optimal state of being, of course.
Hmm.
I can't.
It would be nice if when G-Man's doing his, the three faces of Eve over and over and over again, we finally get to that one who really, felt empathy. I've heard Christians are empathetic. I'd like to. So at some point, I know eventually he'd get by because, the only way he'd ever be empathetic is if he faked it. But if I could see that for a little bit.
Mm.
Oh
no. I have played with the idea of him being a troll, and possibly a good troll, or just very, very dumb and uneducated.
Oh, I beg you, let him in if you got the control.
I don't have mods.
So, you don't have mods.
I don't know who has mods in there.
Is somebody trying?
So basically, be the two of us, unless Nadia.
We're still live, but absolutely nobody's checked out the room. We're that bad. We're chasing people away with our torpedo-like natures.
Well, I don't know why Nadia said that, because the hangout would have been dead if I had not brought up something soon. And from what I'm seeing in the other hangout, it has less views. So.
Okay. So, are we here? We're going to declare victory if we get more viewers.
Yeah, I'd like if Nadia gave me mods or something like that, so I could broadcast someone if they were to come in here.
Do you know who they are? Because I'm not watching that room.
Seth is in there, as well as this new guy who I met in Wolf's Hangout, or as well as Steve's. I've seen him in several hangouts. His name's Mike or John McGregor, something like that.
Okay.
And then there is Seth, and then Williams in there. So 4 people are effectively in there.
Okay. I'm gonna suggest this because I'm losing it. I can't even talk anymore. But you want to go over to that room?
Well, it depends if the link is there. Oh, the link is there. Cool. So, yeah.
Okay.
We'll just go over there.
Okay, I'll see you there.
Okay, see you too.
because a lot of you came in, you harassed G-Man out of the room, and then you left this one empty, and I haven't been able to resuscitate it. And you know, the whole conversation, which was actually trying to organize a debate between Joe and G-Man, was totally fucked, right? Yeah, well, it's a bit of a problem when the interlocutors all get scared off. And of course, Matthew never actually heard the actual point, because apparently no one can fucking stand to listen to me, and they all fucking leave in the middle of my points. And they all tune me out, they all interrupt me, and well, nothing I ever say gets heard. Yeah, well, I'm actually trying to live off this stuff, so it kind of matters when this stuff gets torpedoed. I mean, everybody else is just fucking here to have a little bit of yelling action while they're getting the blood spray from their first-person shooter video games and getting drunk and whatever, right? So, you know, on the other hand, well, it's something very different. It doesn't help me at all to well scare off the other side of the debate. Well, maybe I shouldn't invite the religious at all. He's asking if book on differential calculus was delivered. No, it was a long-running torrent download. So anyway, I'll invite Helena and see if she pops up. But I mean, my whole channel is dead at this point because well, you scared off the interlocutors and killed one hangout so you could go and kill another. And now Art's, of course, in one of the quote-unquote competing hangouts wherever the hell they ran off to. It's not about how, yeah, it's not about how many hours a day people are here. It's rather about, you know, people driving away my panelists, right? Actually, the panelists actually need another side to debate. And I have a pretty strong feeling nobody's friggin' listening anyway. So. Well, actually, I know nobody's listening because my freaking viewers are all gone. And for that matter, my participants are too. A short period of time. What? The first part got garbled. It's an electronic effect. It's an electronic effect. Some kind of like issue with your I don't know, connection or something that's going on. Is it Windows 10? Yeah, someone who knows how to deal with that. Ludwig is gone too. Yeah, you're getting pretty badly garbled, and William is not. Control room access should get you automatically rebroadcast. Any chance you could reload or something? Okay. Are you back yet? I can't see. Okay. Okay, you seem to not be garbled now. And welcome, Yada. Okay, good. Somebody's broadcast you. Yeah, it really, really helps that you not to torpedo the hangouts. I mean, I'm actually kind of relying on these things to actually survive. So it's like, whoa, this is cutting into you know, my ability to keep these going. Fuck.
Yeah, I checked and M doesn't have a room running. Who doesn't? I don't know if Nadia wants me to say his name or not again. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk bad about people. And, it can be taken the wrong way and all that. I mean,
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah. So the yeah, there's I guess one that's getting a lot of viewership and such. So it's kind of vacuumed out my participants. Not participants, viewers, but even with the participants are yeah, I know which one it is. Yeah, the participants running away has a lot to do with that. Everyone basically dive bombing into where G-Man was and running him off. It's a brother. Well, he thinks he's got some kind of justified retaliation or something. So it's a bit rough. I think the trick is, of course, that it's not just G-Man, right? I mean, not a whole lot of theists are showing up anymore, and well, without someone to debate, nobody else wants to show up either. Well, other people are running them off relatively routinely and such too. Yeah, but keeping the other side engaged is relatively relatively crucial to having, well, any kind of meetups at all.
Excuse me. Can I get a cigarette from you, please?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you yet.
I was saying, can I get a cigarette from you, please?
I'm sorry?
Can I get a cigarette from you?
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm on a conference call, so sorry.
That's all right. I was going down.
Art, yeah. Yeah, that's what on earth? I know, but it's several decades old. I don't know. Well, showing that kind of reduction to the necessity for it to be like some kind of illocutionary performative like that is, I mean, I think somebody has to make an argument to establish. I mean, what is their case, and then does their case really reduce that? I invited Pillbox. So. He may not appear. He's not at my beck and call. Yeah, it's true. He's not at my beck and call. I'm at a 5th floor apartment in the Bronx. So. I don't know. I don't see anyone.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I got an answer from Johanna Roth, so I don't think he's gonna come in. So. I don't know if you're in tune with Johanna Roth at all, but yeah, he's a pretty good guy and all that. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since he's popped in. And it's not showing his face, but he's just telling me personal stuff in external chat. Yeah. It's in confidence. No, you're not getting the scoop. I'm not sure how interested he is in joining right now. What new series are you talking about? Okay, I've never heard of that. So, I suspect that I think people are having trouble understanding my argumentation that evidence is unavailable to well, confirm or disconfirm the existence of an omnipotent deity. observations in the world are not able to do so. What early Christian church? What? I'm not sure what you mean about okay, yeah, Thomas, this is 24 hours. The trans community is, well, primarily atomized, but I'd say perhaps also split into factions. It's possible to join on a phone, but I understand if battery is a concern. I saw this in one of the YouTube live chats for, I think, the dead video or whatever, asking about the transgender community. Yeah, he asked, is the trans community split into factions? I feel like I offend trans people because I'm not wording things according to each group. Just following the link will bring you in, but you need the Hangout app. It will prompt you for it if it doesn't have it installed. Okay, and somebody just buzzed me. Somebody just sent me a external text chat message, but getting slow. Okay, telling Johanna, may not be able to pray, but I can wish for it to get better even so. Okay. Yeah, Thomas Shelley, I think, have a red feather as an icon, I think. I am not the trans woman extraordinaire. I am, of course, wrecked, destitute, without a career and all that. And my body is, of course, wrecked too. yeah, people have trouble in their lives, and well, it's not my mission in life to aggravate. It's just because their views are opposed to mine. Doesn't mean I want them to be hurt. I understand. He says, a terrible confluence of things happened to me in 2008 through 2010. Okay, so anyway, keep an eye out for Thomas Shelley. I'll see if I can invite him in. I suspect the name might be too common to get through the list of all the people involved. If Thomas Shelley shows up, please do broadcast him. Okay. Yeah, I'm not spotting him in the Google Plus profile search. Yeah, I've had a heart attack myself in January 2012. So anyway, I think the grand message or whatever it is, I think generally centers around well, doing things for social effect and all that. If it weren't for the things that I just felt were inevitable or whatever, that are byproducts of the belief, so to speak, I'm not even trying to engage. I would just.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Can you see me? Okay.
Oh, excellent. Who's there?
Yeah. Is it working fine?
As far as I could tell,
Okay,
I
cool.
hear you fine.
Okay. So yeah, I'm Thomas. I live in Houston, Texas.
Hello, Thomas. Good to have you
Cool.
on.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm. I don't know. I guess right now the whole, with all the movements that are going on, like, I mean, if you notice, there's a lot at the same time. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's like almost like the SJW thing, which is like entails a lot and can be very vague. The LGBT movement, or just life, like LGBT people, in their like community, and like how the Black Lives Matter movement, all these things are going on at the same time, and it makes it kind of hard not to offend anybody.
Mm.
Like, that's what I honestly feel like. I feel like I have a hard time talking to people. Usually it's like on the internet or Twitter I can kind of get knowledgeable about it, but I feel like everybody's triggered too quickly, and so I end up just feeling misinformed.
Oh yeah, people being triggered too quickly is yeah, definitely kind of an issue. Actually, is there any chance I can invite you to come over to a different hangout where?
Oh yeah, sure. Which one?
Yeah, I'm running two at the same time, so I'll send
Go
you
to
a
the other
link
one?
in the external. Yeah, I'll send you a link in the external chat. Bear with me. I'll
Okay, cool.
bring it to you very shortly and such. Okay, here we go. It should be in the external chat there.
Okay.
And I can probably circle you and all that too.
Oh, I see. All right, cool. All right, cool. So I can go there now?
Yeah, there's a few other people there that can also chime in and all that as well. It won't just be me.
Okay, so I'll join that. I'll go to that one then, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, cool. All right, bye.
Oh, the Kalam?
Is this the right one? Oh, it's the wrong one. Sorry.
Oh, it's still the wrong one.
Hold on.
Yeah, I should have gotten the right link out.
Oh, no. You did. It was my bad.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
phone.
And the other call.
I'm getting a call. Okay. How do I get out of a call? I don't even know how to get out of it. I don't even know. I never do this.
I think if you tap the screen, it'll bring up a hang up button. You can hang up from there.
That's right.
And
all right.
Yeah, there's a external chat you can get to from the Hangouts app if you start it up cold.
No, I see it. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
1 second.
Excellent. Yeah, the Kalam is, I think, well, there's trouble on a number of different fronts. So I think the first is that they lack a warrant for their premises, right? For instance, everything that begins to exist having a cause. Well, the beginning to exist of say, macroscopic things in the universe and all that is, oh, excellent, Thomas. Good to have you on. Yeah. Oh, yes, I think we're, at some point there was a discussion about the Kalam cosmological argument and, oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I also, you betcha. Yep, I love Richard Carrier and Robert M. Price. And other times I quote Stalin regarding ideas being more powerful than guns. Yeah, not a very nice guy, but smart. Go ahead, Chris. Oh, well, I have a history of doing these on my phone. I used to wander around Harlem and all that. Yeah, I'm in the Bronx now. I spent 6 months in Brooklyn, and now I'm in the Bronx. So. Kind of. I mean, I don't know. I think it makes it a lot easier to survive, especially if you can't get yourself a car. Yeah, I've got a history of seizures, and so I haven't had a license for quite some time. When the car went along with the license, that's kind of like there wasn't no point in getting a license again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think the kind of garbage going around, what is it? You say Twitter and Tumblr and all that. I mean, there's good stuff going around there too, but yeah, I don't know if I'd call it a social justice warrior. I'd call it like hypersensitive or whatever. Sorry? Yeah. What? Well, things on behalf of LGBT people might be, social justice warrior, etc., for the advocacy there, right? But yeah. Mm. Surgery too, especially. Um, oh. Oh, absolutely. Well, I think I don't know if you've ever heard of leaderless resistance and such. I mean, leaderless resistance and all that. Yeah. I wouldn't. Well, well, well. I think if uh, yeah, I think if it comes to a war, well, yeah, yeah. But if it comes to a contest of arms, then the power of the state will pretty much quash us, right? I think also, given that we're subject to what's in effect a data mining dissident dragnet, that the structuring as something with leaders and such, hierarchical structure, will render one quite vulnerable to decapitation strikes, even if not by dint of assassination outright. I mean, pretty much all you have to do is, put the single point of failure out of a job, right? And then, when they hit the street and whatever, they're kind of useless. Law. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, well, could I suggest something a little bit interesting though? What? No, I'm not. Well, it's strictly. Oh, sorry. It's a matter of emphasis and connotation, right? So it's the lives that are getting devalued, where a contrary statement needs to be made about their value, and are not just all lies. Well, the question is, they're being shitty to whom? I mean, and these things all interlock together. For instance, LGBT people, except there's like all these crazy murders and all that of LGBT people, they are not easily distributed or evenly distributed. I think it's like 80% are women, or 80 some odd percent are women. As women are pretty much almost all trans, pretty much keeping it at 80% or so, right? So, okay, LGBT is trans women, and then it's not okay. LGBT women trans, right? Okay, now it gets worse because within of the LGBT murders, 80% are trans women. 70% of the LGBT murders are black trans women. Right. Well, he's not saying it is. Yeah. Well, he's talking about people latching onto the sources that confirm their own prejudices, right? Aren't you, Thomas? Yeah, yeah. Mm. I would I'd I oh, I'd like to welcome Slim Jim, by the way. It's good having you on as well. Yeah, I don't think Sweden, but yeah. Welcome, Ding, by the way. Very good to have you on.
I think this sticks together better. I don't think that, and that's not like 100%. You know, you have each race has their own part of their population within America that doesn't give a fuck either. They're doing drugs, they're doing violence too. It's not like every single person, but at the same time, the black community sticks together the least. If you look at Ferguson is a prime example of that. How can you riot and burn down your own buildings? At least in Egypt, they knew how to riot. Egypt, they went to Tahrir Square to riot. You don't go by the Joe Boz kebab shop. You don't blow up the kebab shop. That's the fucking spot. You don't blow up the liquor store. That's the fucking. You don't blow up the ladies' weave shop. That's the spot. You go down the street, you march to City Hall and say, you know what? If you're gonna get violent, let's tear it all down. If you're gonna get physical and get bloody, then make a statement then. Don't fucking rob the liquor store. Don't talk about my son didn't have a gun and then there's CCTV or whatever TV footage of him pulling out a Glock and shooting. We look like buffoons because we just don't think the plan through. I don't agree with the Oregon attack, but at least they fucking did it organized. Yeah, I'm not gonna send them fucking snacks. I don't really agree with their cause, but at least they did it in like a semi-fashionable manner, for fuck's sake. You can't, I mean, dude just robbing the 7-Eleven. Like, dude, you're not killing 7-Eleven. You're not killing 7-Eleven. It's $1 billion company. Do you know how much, like, do you not understand how it works? If you, like, I tell black people all the time, if you want to make riot, if you don't want to riot, you have to use the Gandhi way. Don't fucking work. I'm not trying to, if 2 million black people stop working in New York City, they would fucking notice. They'll be like, they've been on strike for 6 months. And you have to choose people who work in sewage, construction, the Knicks. Just say, you know what, if Black Lives Matter, we're going on strike. We're not playing basketball. If Black Lives Matter, there is no NBA. If Black Lives Matter, why the fuck are you catching the football? Stop. That's how you do it.
Do low-income inner-city black people have the luxury that these people who took over the building in Oregon
have, I mean, they get together, they can form a militia. Nobody looks at them twice. But you know, a bunch of inner city black youths get together, there are legitimate gang laws where you can't be in a group that large if you're a convicted felon, for example.
Right. Now, here's another thing. I'm happy you brought that up. Now, here's one thing, Black Lives Matter, and this is it's going to bring me to a separate point. This is the reason why I'm actually, I've always been 50-50 in the Black Lives movement. Because if you look at all these black people getting killed, I'm not saying, now I know for a fact all of them don't have prior conviction, but some of these people have been irate. Like even like you see, I watch body cams of cops shooting people because I have a strong stomach, and I kind of like to make sure cops are doing their fucking job because we should watch the people who police us. I think. But anyway, if you look at the past shootings and stuff like that, you know, some of them are the cops wrongdoing, but some of them are like, dude, you can't sell cigarettes in the street. You should know that. You've been to jail before. You know, if we have it sucks because I don't want to say, oh, I'm for the white man, but damn nigga, if a cop says walk to the sidewalk, just walk to the sidewalk. Okay, you don't have to start a fucking issue, nigga. You can wear your weed at the house and play NBA 2K and go and put it. Now, thing here is disgusting, dude. You can't always blame a cop. Right? You can't do that.
This cop performed a chokehold that was not authorized, and furthermore killed.
It was bad. That was wrong. That's right. You're right.
The difference between how people of different races are treated by the police in most, and well, at least especially inner city areas, it's not as easy as if there's a white guy selling cigarettes on the street, probably not going to be choked to death by the police, even if you.
Wait. White people get their ass kicked all the time. Listen, if a very large white man tells an officer of the law that they're not interested in being arrested, maybe they get choked out, maybe they get talked to nicely. But the fact is, if enforcement and Mr. Garner verbally admitted he's not interested in going to jail. He was told he's under arrest, and he said it ends today. I don't want to go to jail. Now, how they took him into custody, we can debate that back and forth. It didn't look true.
Shouldn't have took him out.
You don't tell officers of the law on the street, I'm not interested in going to jail, because you're going to have a big problem right there.
I agree. I have no problem with him being arrested. Whatever is what it seems like the statistics say, and anecdotal such as the video of Eric Garner being, that it feels to me. And I feel when I get pulled over versus when I'm pulled over in my friends' vehicles, I just seem like I get treated differently by the majority of police officers.
But that's true. No,
I get treated differently too. I don't know what that means. I never had my ass kicked.
Okay. For example, though, here's what I'm saying. In the black community, is always going to be. There's this overwhelming, and it's very understandable, affect the police. Now, the Garner, I'm really high, mind you. I guess what I'm saying is, I've seen every type of, I've been in the hood before, I've been in the suburbs. Like when I was in my Catholic school, I was in a group home. And the group home I was in really affluent, suburb Colorado. But I had also, prior to then, I lived in the hood in Colorado, and I also lived in the hood in North Carolina before I moved to Denver. And what I noticed is, if you grew up super impoverished and you see the difference, that white people do fuck with white cops fuck with white people all the time. Cops fuck with people all the time. I mean, really, they're really blue. A lot of people forget, people in Baltimore forget some of those cops are black. A lot of cops are black. We have a lot of councilmen that are black. You can't always say it's just
the cops anyway.
What's up?
I see a lot of shit on the cops anyway, what's been going on with the cops. I mean, I'm hearing white cops attacking blacks, all kind of stuff.
I think it's awesome.
Wow. Really?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like sometimes if if you know I don't know how to like maybe if you know you're selling cigarettes and you know selling cigarettes on the corner of the street is illegal, just say, well, fuck it. I only sold 2. What are you gonna say if you sold 2? Does I don't know, just thinking it through for 2 minutes. He could have said,
yeah, I'm wondering why Eric Garner wanted to grandstand right there, surrounded by NYPD. He knows the businesses in the neighborhood called the police, so it's not like they're just fucking with him. He knows that someone called the police on him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay? So this
I don't agree for what happened.
And yes, it's tragic. It's tragic.
The cops are wrong.
Start telling folks, hey, knock it off. I mean, there's a time and place for everything.
Like the McKinney, Texas. Okay. Do you guys know about the McKinney, Texas cop?
No, why don't you tell us about it?
Well, if you a lot of people don't. Well, it's the black girl the black girl in the bikini who he roughed around.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So what he did was wrong. That was wrong. That cop should have held his and did the right thing. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Sorry. That's my so, like, a lot of people know now the white lady who got into the fight with the girl, she actually lost her job, and she was the one who started the fight. So the justice is actually quite done relatively well. Besides the way he handled her, he handled her really improperly for a cop, and also the other 2 cops who chased after the kids. I don't know why those guys ran, but they ran. Have they not? I don't know why we always fucking want to run from the cops and stand there and just talk. They can't arrest people.
Okay, Thomas, you can't tell me when someone has a gun pointed that you're not going to be the least bit afraid or fearful for your life.
I mean, it's different for me. My childhood was really shitty. When I was 10, I saw my mom have a gun pointed to her head for stealing somebody's crack. That's really shitty. So if you see that early on, you see a lot of TV, you think people who run away get shot at. That's usually how it happens. Look at the guy who ran away. Was it in New York? The guy who wasn't black, he was mixed or something. He ran away, and the cop shot him. Like, that's what happened. I don't. If I'm doing something illegal, I'm gonna run away from the cops because I know it's their job to catch me. But if I know, it's different though too. I'm a little bit more educated. I know that you can use black law you can use like perfect black law speed and get away with fucking a speeding ticket if you wanted to. But most black people don't know that shit, so niggas just run. They weren't even dealing right. It was the white girl and the black girl in the bikini.
What do you mean?
With the cop, people don't tell you this, but there's a call before that. He had to break up a suicide before that call. So if you're a cop, or supposedly, I don't know if this is true, but if it is true, was on a suicide call before that call, I don't think the side or the shrink ward of police knows how to tell patrolmen how to deal with the suicide and then go deal with the fight with this white chick fighting the fight.
Okay, but you're presenting anecdotal evidence at best. Like you have to.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Christopher on this one. I feel like if you were really on a dramatic call, I'm pretty sure I'm not a law enforcement person, but I'm pretty sure there's a protocol for you to inform someone that you're probably not fit to be on duty if it's that big of a deal. You know what I mean?
I mean, it was like right after the call. Right after. If it's in your district, you got to go do it. You can't just say, yeah, Bob, take it. McKinney's not very big.
An argument that he wasn't really, I don't know, he was that prior incident affected the subsequent one in his mental state. So either you're mentally competent or you're not. And when you become incompetent, if as a professional, you might need to realize that and acknowledge that to your superiors. You can't really use that as an excuse for running into that situation and start manhandling teenagers. Now, listen, with that said, black children is rowdy. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know why we have to ignore the elephant in the room with black kids. But, yeah, I mean, you're supposed to be a professional. And if you can't do that because, I don't know, you broke up a suicide or you witnessed a suicide and that's really bothering you, then you got to step back from your position, like, right then and there. Black kids are rowdy.
Well, how about this? Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry, Seth. Sorry. Go ahead.
What did you say? Black kids are rowdy?
I made a unilateral statement in jest, and they rowdy.
It's fine. Yeah, not all black kids. Not all black kids are rowdy.
At least like my brother and they were rowdy. Though of course my mom
Rowdy.
was
They badass.
My cousin was very rowdy, and even some of my schoolmates very rowdy as well.
Well, I guess rowdy. Well, I guess okay. I'm gonna ask you guys. If the cop comes after you in your fight, what do you guys do? Would you guys run? What do you guys do?
The cop was after me for what?
For getting me into a fight and not sitting down and yelling, because that's what she was doing. That's why he did the wrong thing. You guys are right about that. But it was because she was just sitting down yelling at him. And so he just.
There were other kids who were like, this dude, like, I can't see how you can justify like body slam, because like people, I don't know if you believe that. Do you think that what was done to the girl was not serious injury or anything?
I think what was done to the girl was actually really bad. But what I'm saying is, I guess I'm coming from it from a body language standpoint. If you look at the video of the girl from the beginning, before she gets body slammed, she's just yelling, hooting, and hollering like super irate before the slam.
I agree with that. But you don't just irrationally, especially when you are in a position of power and you have an obligation not to fuck shit up even further.
Yeah, he has an obligation first to not escalate the situation. And
that's what I mean.
To body slamming her is an escalation.
That is true. Okay, here's my question. Does he body slam her if he says, "So what's the problem, officer? What have I done wrong? What are my charges?" Does he body slam her? Yes or no? He's not going to body slam.
It doesn't matter to me, because I think, I have the right to say fuck you to a cop. I shouldn't do it. Maybe he'd be a lot more likely to arrest me. But we're not living in, God, excuse me for breaking Godwin's law, but we're not living in Nazi Germany. We're allowed to speak ill of authorities.
Speaking ill of authorities can get you further if you do it in a concise method. Hitler proved that.
Yeah, and one of the most concise methods to speak ill to authorities is when they place you under arrest, you say, nah, I don't want to go to jail. See, we have to be clear on words.
No, I don't want to go to jail is different too.
I'm not going to jail. Fuck you, officer. So what do you think of that? I mean,
no, you guys are just, you guys are, I want to show the video, so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
My basic point is that her being an asshole to a cop shouldn't be justification, proper justification.
First of all, Thomas, don't, if you want to post something in the side chat, that's fine, but do not play the video because that could get channel flagged. Okay?
Okay, well, I won't play it.
Okay.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, the cop, in each case, in each of all these cases, the cops are actually wrong. Honestly, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Because I think what I've noticed in the black community, no matter what, the overwhelming violence that we've used to kill each other has always been overlooked by blaming white people. It really has, if you look over history. It really has. It really has.
Well, Thomas, how dare you?
I'm a white person. I'm not blaming white people. I'm blaming.
No, I will not let you guys. White supremacy is the topic. We need to just switch to white supremacy right now.
No. I'm saying I'm blaming black people.
When you do that, you're gonna have black people like, no. It's white supremacy. It's a big circle jerk.
And then fucking pisses me off. Slavery's fucking over. It's over. I didn't vote for Obama, but slavery's not over. I mean, like cotton picking slavery. Over. You have a mental slavery.
Okay. Um, mm-hmm. What? Yeah, like politicians, sex lives matter. Really? A politician with integrity? Is that an oxymoron or what? Uh-oh. Conspiracy. Did I actually what? Did I? I'm sorry. Um. No. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I would briefly. I'm sorry. I would. I'm sorry. I would. I would briefly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I could. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I could please, I'm sorry. If I could, I'm sorry. Yeah, very briefly, I would note that the I Thomas appeared in the YouTube live chat and such, and yeah, well, it's good to meet you or meet him and such. I wouldn't necessarily endorse the ideas. Go ahead. Well, what do you, could you perhaps clarify for us what you mean by, I'm sorry, I was asking if you could clarify for us what he meant by sheeple. I mean, what exactly are you describing with that? Go ahead. Mhm. Yes. Why? Okay. Mm. Hmm. What? What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? I don't know anything. What the hell are you guys talking about? It is Disney, isn't it? It's probably the only thing I know about it. Yeah, Disney took it over, didn't it? Yeah, No, I have no idea. I've heard it happened. What the hell do I know? I mean, I don't subscribe to pop. I don't subscribe to pop culture to begin with. So. Well. Well, I would I guess I would show that beyond all doubt there are no such things as gods, including the Christian God. Who knows? What the hell? Science fiction doesn't really tell you much about what is there and what is not. I thought it was Hindu or something like, or cross between Hinduism and Sufi or something like that, isn't it? It's what? I don't see a whole lot of demiurge affairs going on, at least in the, what is it, the stuff from the 80s. Oh. Hmm. Well, and who read the Chronicles of Narnia? Hmm. Oh, Russell Crowe's kind of hot. Oh, and Christian Bale. I think didn't Christian Bale do Moses? I want to see that too. He was pretty buff, last I recall. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously Moses never existed, but Christian Bale is really hot. Who was? Hmm. Oh, and also I'd like to welcome Michael. Oh. Well, this one. All right, do tell. I know for a fact that there are no such things as God's souls, afterlives, heavens, or hells, and that Adam, Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, David, Saul, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and the Buddha never existed. Go ahead. Hmm. Okay. Yep, we're chips on a ball. Yep. But the thing is, I think, well, I could show you so you know for certain. I can show you so you know for certain that there are no such things as gods, or souls, or afterlives, and heavens or hells, and that Jesus Christ never existed. Go ahead. That's right. We don't have souls. It's philosophy, not science, to prove it. It's philosophy, not science, to prove it. It's philosophy, not science, to prove it. We are just animals. No, no. Generally, one takes what's called existential nihilism, that there is no meaning of life. There is no meaning of life. So. Well, we are animals. We are animals. You can do nothing else. What is actually? Mm. Mm. Actually, hang on. Hang on. Let me prove to you that you are an animal. All right? Are you eukaryotic or prokaryotic? No, bear with me. Do your cells have nuclei? Okay. Okay. Are you multicellular? Okay. Are you sessile or motile? Do you hold still or do you move? Okay. Do you? Okay. Hang on. Hang on. No, that's not what an animal is. So next is do you consume other life to survive? Are you heterotrophic? No. Do you eat other life to survive, or do you get your various nutrients, minerals, all that from things that are not living like the soil? Go ahead. Okay. All right. So a eukaryotic. I'm sorry, a eukaryotic multicellular organism that is furthermore motile and heterotrophic is what an animal. That's what animal means. Go ahead. Hmm. No, Mike. It means I like to be. No, Mike. Mike. It means I like to be the receptive partner in anal sex. Go ahead. Yes. What do you mean? Yeah. What do you mean by bad for the environment? Yeah. What do you mean by bad for the environment? Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, what way is that? What way is that bad? What way is that bad? Hmm. How does theology? I'm sorry. How does theology have a role in it made for it by the fact that we're animals, or is it something else that you? Is it something else that you say gives theology a role? Go ahead. Um, well, I would. I would suggest that George MacDonald had. Well, as a devout Christian, a rather summarized description of that. And that is that Christ suffered unto death, not that so that we might not suffer, but that so that our suffering might be more like his, so that we might be scourged and mocked before the crowd, forced to carry our cross, for we're nailed to it, and then have the thorn driven as a spear to our sides. Oh dear. Well, that's Christianity. That is a standard doctrine of Christianity. Suffering gets you closer to Christ. The sufferings in the present time are nothing beside the glory to be revealed. And of course, it's not the forgiveness of suffering, it's forgiveness of sin. It's the forgiveness of sin, right? You deviate from the purpose, will, and commands of the God, that's sin. And the God commands you to suffer like Christ, right?